feel they should have done, for where we feel they should have done better. Sometimes we blame leaders for where we actually have a common knowledge that if I am in this position, I think I will do better. And sometimes we also believe that these are the few things that this person should have done well, or these are the few areas that he or she could have acted better. But I'm looking at it in a very, from a very different perspective tonight. And I want to tell you that there is some time in leadership, the cost of your greatness has to do with you. And because of that, I'm bringing to you two stories this evening. As God will have it, I am from Kogi State, and I speak Igala language, which means I'm Igala by tribe. And I'm bringing you this evening the story of two Igala kings. Maybe you have read them before, maybe you have seen them before. And then if you've not had an Igala man shared it with you before, I think I'll be the one to share it with you this evening. Probably you've read it. Now, there is a story of an ancient Igala kingdom. In those days, that was the pre-colonial era, when we were yet to be colonized. And during this time, there was a particular king who was on the throne. And by the way, for Igala kingdom, our king is always called Ata. Ata literally means father. So which means that we believe that he is a father of every one of us over there. He's a father, and then because he's a father, we revere him, we reverence him, we respect him, and then we fear him. So the Ata of Igaladen, that is the king of Igaladen, as at this time that I'm talking to you about, his name was Ata Ayegba Omaidoko. That was his name. And then during this time, it was the time whereby Benin Kingdom was very strong. Benin Kingdom was so strong and powerful that in those days they were resisting the Portuguese from encroaching into their land. The Portuguese came to them with their with their weapons of war, gunpowders and everything, but they were so powerful enough to be able to resist them from entering. All through the time of slavery, the Benin walls were still standing as at those times, before it was eventually broken down. They were that powerful. The kingdom was so big. The wall was so mighty and giant and so tall. Now, this was the kingdom that was encroaching into the northern part of Nigeria, Kogi State, coming there to dominate. Now, they were coming for slaves. They were coming for land. They were coming for conquest. They were coming for power. They were coming for wealth. They were coming for iron. Because we in Kogi State, we have iron. And these are some of the things that will give you edge to fight battle, to build an army, to be able to stand and then to compete with other nations or tribe out there. So, while the battle was coming, the people resisted. Men were fighting. Wars were there. But then, we were at a disadvantage. Be it in numbers and in men. We were at a disadvantage. So we risk either we go under, or we are totally eliminated, or we are being subjected, and then we start paying tribute. But the tribute in those days is not just ordinary tribute. You pay with pain, which means once your king goes under, it loses identity. And if you know Igala people or people from the Middle Belt, we cherish so much our identity, our tradition, and our belief. So when this king has tried all his possible best to repel the Benin kingdom, and everything was failing, what did he do? He turned to the oracle. He turned to the gods. Then he consulted the divine, and then of course the answer came. Yes, the answer came. But the answer was cool. The answer was clear. The answer was costly. Now, the gods were not demanding for lands. They were not demanding for prisoners of war. They were not demanding for gold. They were not demanding for iron. They were not demanding for animals. They were demanding for blood. And they were demanding for the blood of a human. Now, whose human's blood are they demanding for? Not just for that of the king, not for the one of the elders, not for the one of the anyone or indigenous or non-indigenous. They were demanding for the blood of her only daughter. That was the demand. And her name was Princess Inikwe. That was the demand. So the demand was clear. Now, here comes a king who was, in Yoruba language, they call it also Sinilen Obuyosi, which means that someone has farted, the atmosphere is polluted, and there is sugar or salt in your mouth. The atmosphere is smelly, is stinky, but then there is sugar or salt in your mouth. You can't spew it, you can't swallow it. He was in that delicate situation. Here, his kingdom, his people, his legacy, and on this side, his child, his blood, his lineage. Remember, he was his king, only child, Princess Inikwe. He was standing there, okay, should I go this way and then let the people go? Or if I should let this child die, which means there's no more, like, nothing will come from me anymore. He was in that delicate situation. And while he was there, my king, King Ayegba Omaidoko, he chose the kingdom, he chose the people. So he was able to talk to his daughter to accept the sacrifice. See, sometimes in leadership, sacrifice can be painful. And sometimes even the people we are sacrificing for don't even care, they don't give a hoot about the sacrifice. But because it is who you are, you have to make the sacrifice. So he spoke to the child. The child understood what is at play and then what is at stake. So she gave him. She was buried alive with other 7 to 9 slaves. They were buried alive with her. Now, after that, the victory was won. Maybe the gods answered the prayer. And then the Benin kingdom, the Benin forces, they were repelled. Then they turned back and then they left. But then the victory does not come without a scar. It came with a scar. And then the question is this: was the sacrifice justified? The ultimate price the lady paid, was it worth it? What if there are other ways around it? What if we choose to go under Benin kingdom for some years, and then with a strong arm like the Israelites, we came outside again? Maybe with that we will have rescued the life of the lady. But then it was a different scenario. She chose to go the hard way, to lay down the life of his daughter, so that every other person could live. That was it. But the scar remained. Now, when Princess Inikwe herself decided to go under, to be buried alive, to be made as a sacrifice for the rest of us that are living today in Igala Kingdom, it was that she was not doing it alone. She became a symbol of bravery, something like an ultimate sacrifice for the rest of us to live on. That is the first story. Now, the second story was a man who was to choose between living and his identity. After this time, empires were rising, villagers were moving, everything was going fine until during the colonial era, whereby if you are an art student, you will know what they call this type of political of a political rulership that was brought by, what's the man's name again? Lord Lugard, indirect rule, which means that the leader will be there, but he will not be the one ruling. They will have a ruler, but not a king. So he will be working based on anything the other kings or the political rulers from the northern side. Because if you remember as an art student, this thing, yes, those chiefs then, yes. If you remember those times, that rulership was prosperous more in the northern part of Nigeria. That is the indirect rule. Warren chief, yes. It was prosperous more. There were solutions. They were collecting their tax, their money, tribute, everything back to back on a steady then. But then it came at a cost, whereby the leader will still be there, the king will still be there, but he's only there as a ruler and not as a king, because he doesn't have the final say anymore. Where I come from, we are a very stubborn people. Where I come from, a very stubborn, heady, and cocky people. Now, embedded in our stubbornness is our identity, is what we believe, is what we stand for, A man can a man will be talking to you today as if from Kogi State, as if he owned the whole land. Can come to anywhere and say whatever he feel he wants to say, and he doesn't mind if after he has said that, he's been shut down. He believed that I have said my mind, and then I'm ready to pay the price for what I have said. That is what we believe. And then we have our own identity that when we believe in these objects, we believe it to last. Now, my king, as at this time now, it is no more a king Ayegba Oboni. I mean, no more a king Ayegba Omaidoko. It's now another king. King Ame Oboni was his name. During this time, he is more powerful, mystically, black magic wise, compared to the ones who sacrificed her daughter. He is more powerful. As at this time, he's more powerful, and he was known for his ability to resist. And then he was known for his strong principle and dedication to the tradition of Igala kingdom and what we believe in. So the people came, then they wanted him to give in. So they wanted to have him subjugated, but he refused. And because of that, several meetings were held. Now, before that, there are some things you may not be reading or you may not find historically, maybe online or in books not written by Igala kingdom or by Igala people. But I want to let you know that, according to Chinua Achebe, he said that until the lions have their historians, the history of the hunt will always favor the hunter. Because if the lions do not have their own historians, you will never hear where they will tell you that a hunter was killed by a lion. You never hear it. So until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt or the tale of the hunt will always favor the hunters. I said that to say this. They will never tell you some of the meetings that they had with the then king Ame Oboni, of the trouble he gave them, of how he used his mystical power to wreak some havoc in court to make sure that he was able to stay on the throne for some reasonable time then. But remember I said earlier that sometimes you sacrifice some things for people you are leading, but they don't really give you a hoot about the sacrifice you make. So I'll tell you. So before I continue, let me give you a small gist about how mystical and how powerful his black magic power was. My father told me this because he was born as a then. He told me that during that time, that this man is so powerful that whenever he says something, his word stands. Whenever he declares his word, whenever he decrees something, his declaration stand fast. Take for example, there's that one day he was just walking along the street, just inspecting people, checking whatever they are doing, saying, okay, this person, how are you, this and that, up and down. He was walking along the street. So there was a man from a different tribe, I won't mention the tribe, different tribe, who was sewing clothes somewhere. Tailor was sewing clothes, but then they were just not tailor per se, but he was sewing clothes somewhere. In our own kingdom, whenever the king is passing, you just come out from wherever you are, you come, you greet him, Gabaidu, just like Kabiesi, greet him, Gabaidu, and then you go back to whatever you are doing. So this man was there, he was walking, and then they were like, oh, Ata is passing, why not go and greet? So that they should tell him that he is busy, number one, that he's not from here, and then he doesn't rule over him. And then the person they sent, so the people came to tell, so he confirmed if the guy actually said it. They said yes. He said that while I am going, that if I'm coming back, that man will not be there. That was what he said. That as I'm going, if I'm coming back, the man will not be there. He went. While he was coming back, the man died. So whenever he declares something, his word stand. It was that mystically powerful. As at another time again, when they were having a meeting somewhere in the far north about his rulership, about him being subjugated, this was what happened at the meeting. Take for example, if my king is in the audience now, I can't put on this cap in his presence. As a king, I'll need to remove it to address him. Then whenever he leaves, I can have my cap back. So while he was there, he came to the northern meeting. The Hausas were there, of course. Northern is Hausa. So the Hausas were. So he sat down. He is a king. Other kings are there. But they were trying to play the politics of him being the lesser king because of the expanse of area he's ruling over. So they told him, oh, the king cannot be here, and your cap is on. He said no, that he is a king, and he is also a king. That if he's not comfortable with him having his cap on, he either remove his own, or they continue the meeting, or everybody goes. So when he was forced to remove his hat, of course, he removed his cap as well. But according to history, the oral history we had was that after he removed his cap, bees came from his head, from his shining head, to sting people at the meeting. While he was there, he was arrested. After his arrest, he was put in prison. Now, his driver came and was like, okay, I can't go home. I can't leave you and go home. The people will ask me, where do you put our king? And then he told the king that, and then the king told him that, see, this is what's going to happen. You drive the car, you keep on going. When you get to a particular place called Dekina, Dekina is a place in Kogi State, that when you get to a particular place in Dekina, make sure you don't look back. Just keep on going. So while the driver was in the car, he kept driving. He didn't look back. At some point, according to history and the oral story that we had that while he was in the prison over there in the north, when everywhere was quiet, he teleported from the prison and he landed in the car that was on transit. That was what history orally, by word of verbally, told us. I said earlier that when a king, when the lions do not have historians, for history to favor them, they need to have theirs, because you will never hear the beauty of what the lion has done to the hunters as well. To that pass. Now, after all these things, they were able to subjugate him. They asked him to go back home and then to, of course, hands down every of his power, every of his title, and every of those things, and then that he's going to be exiled. That was the declaration, that he was going to be exiled. But he did something that is going to lead to our discussion this evening. Now, his meaning, his dignity were deprived of him. Remember, we are a very proud people. But his meaning, his dignity was deprived of him. He was going to be exiled, or is put on exile, or he goes on exile, or he is being subjugated. It becomes another thing entirely. So while he was on his way going home, when he came to Dekina, he told the driver to stop. He came out of the car, went into something like an house there, and then this man took his own life. He died there. He committed suicide. So he chose not to live at all, if living is to be without dignity and meaning. He chose not to lead people if he cannot be a king that would truly lead the people based on tradition. Leadership comes at a cost sometimes. Sometimes we don't know the ticking or the time bomb that some leaders are sitting on, and then they make some decision. Let me mention this in passing, and I'll say it just once. Go back to 2020, October 21st, 2020. Is it 2020? That NSAS. Was it 2020? Is it 2020? NSAS or 2022? 2020. Okay. Now that NSAS, go to their NSAS. Watch the video that was released by Sanwo-Olu on the 21st of October. Watch the video carefully, and you'll understand what it means for a leader to be carrying weight on his shoulder. For which there's nothing he can do about. You will see why that king chose suicide rather than to live without meaning. I'll just end it there. Watch the video. Just watch that piece that was released, and you get what I'm saying. So sometimes we pride ourselves in leading people, but we are not actually leading. We are either leading for somebody else who is somewhere else, or leading based on the dictates that some people have put in place. when it comes to you choosing what you feel you should do, when it comes to you believing that this is where I stand and then this is where I'm not standing, how will you be able to decide when it is not convenient, when it is not comfortable, when your conviction is at stake, when what you are persuaded in or what you are persuaded by is being questioned? How will you be able to say, I still believe in this thing and I will still do it? See, sometimes the conviction is being built little by little, small, small, until everything is able to find their feet in you as a human being. Let me give you a good example of what conviction means. Growing up, after some, I think at the age of 14 or 15, things went south for my family. So we have to go the hard way, hustle deeply. So then we were working for a woman. We work for her, we go to her farm and then we go to her farm and then we weed our farm. After weeding the farm, she's going to pay us. That was the deal. So we priced as at 20, I think I was either in SS1 or SS2 then. SS1 or SS2 then. So we went to this woman's farm. We did according to what he asked us to do. The money we priced for the farming then was, for the weeding there was 16,000 naira. Now, this 16,000 naira was a whole lot of money for us then because we needed that money to put things in place, to give things structure. But then, after we finished everything on the farmland, when it came to when she was to pay us for the things we have done so far, this was what the woman said. One evening, she came to our house and she was like, okay, you see what's going to happen? That the town elders want to see us. The town elders want to see us. So we went to see the town elders, and coming to the town elders, we see some elderly men sitting down with their gray hairs, like men, of course, elders now. They were sitting down there and then we were coming. So they asked us to stand. We stood there. Our mother was standing beside us, just me, my elder brother, and then my mom. So while we were there, the elders asked a question, because the farm we were asked to weed was a cocoa farm. So they asked us that, what do we normally take away from the farm whenever we go there to weed? We were confused, kind of. Like, okay, do you take anything away from the farm? So anything like what? So when they came out clear, they were like, okay, that they saw, and that somebody said that he saw us, that whenever we go to the farm to weed, coming back from the cocoa farm, we normally take the woman's cocoa in a bucket to go and sell outside. That was the allegation, that we have been selling this woman's cocoa every time we go to the farm. Okay. And then we argue, okay, it is right, it's not right, no, yes or no, this and that. At a point, we were reduced to tears because it was a wrong allegation. But then, I am a Christian. Even though then, if you're a believer, you will have had born again, not born again. So even though then, I wasn't born again. But we were morally brought up in the way of God, that you do not swear. Like, you do not swear. You cannot be speaking and then say, okay, I swear to God Almighty. You don't do that in our house. If it is yes, you say it is yes. If it is no, it is a no. Anything aside from that is unnecessary. Now, if we do not even swear by words of mouth, these people now said that, okay, if you know you are not going to swear, if you know you didn't steal the cocoa from the woman's farm, let us go to Ogun Shrine. In Yoruba, they call it Ojubo Ogun. Let us go to Ojubo Ogun. Let's go there to go and swear. And then they call something God of Iron, yes. And there's one water, there's a way they call that water, maybe you mean something that there's a way they invoke things into. I've forgotten how they call it, but that thing is water. You swear, like maybe you hold the iron, you swear, after swearing, you take up the water, you drink. If you didn't do it from this time to this time, the person is going to die. If you did it from this time, the person is going to die. If you don't, the person won't die. Now, of a truth, we didn't do it. But the belief, the practice, and the way we were brought up is that do not swear. You do it, you don't do it, tell them you didn't do it. If they believe, fine. If they didn't believe, face the consequence. That was what was built into us growing up. So that day we were standing with, okay, this is the 16,000 naira we priced for the job we have done. And this is Ogun Shrine here. Just go there, go and swear. After swearing, wait for that day, wait for those days If you did not die, you should now come and collect your money. But then, my brother said, I looked at him. It was in the night. I remember that I'm still looking at that night now as I'm standing before you talking to you. It was a very, I won't call it a terrible night, but it's a night I find it difficult to forget. Because just teenagers trying to rock life, and then the lies came. So and then my brother was like, okay, if that is how they are going to do it, we are not going to swear. Then we left the money for them, and then we moved on. That was a conviction that we believe in. So sometime in life as well, what you believe will be tested. That thing you say you will not do, life will test it. And sometimes it's high time we stop speaking from the point of privilege. Privilege in the sense that it was easy for you does not make it easy. That you find it so easy to do, it doesn't make that thing easy. It was just easy for you, maybe based on how you were brought up. So that I didn't go to the Ogun shrine to swear, for example, doesn't mean that it was easy for me. By the way I was brought up, doesn't mean it was an easy thing to do for anybody. But one thing is sure is that everybody have a conviction they believe in, and that conviction at some level is going to be tested. Maybe you have said, okay, I'm not going to open up my skirt or my legs for somebody until I get married. That thing you believe is going to be tested. If it is not tested, then you may not be convinced in it yet. But when it is tested and you have the ability to say no, then you know it's like this belief is now gaining level in me. Anything any man has ever believed, if you believe that, okay, as a man, I'm not going to have sex until after marriage, is going to be tested. If it is not tested yet, then you have not passed. When it is tested and then you pass or fail, you will know either you are speaking from the point of privilege or you are not. Sometimes some people say, you see, the last thing I will do to somebody is to lie to them. They didn't say they won't do it. They only told you that is the last thing, to get ready for it. The last thing I'll do to you is for me is to cheat on you. They didn't say they won't cheat on you. They already informed you is the last thing. Which means when I've exhausted all the options and cheating is what is left with, we are going to explore it. Okay, you are a language person. I thank God you are. I thank God you that. So you are a language person. You know the power of words. Yes. Sometimes people will say something they don't really mean, but their words have a way of exposing their deep, silent, unconscious intent. It is easy for me to say, okay, cheating, I will never cheat on you. It's something I can say. Then for me to say, okay, you see, cheating is the last thing. Why should it be part of the option? Unconsciously, is the last thing. You can easily say, I won't do it. Why say it's the last thing? It's still part of the option. You just put it at the last thing. Which means when the chips are down, when you've exhausted all the available options, you will consider it. But when you have programmed yourself over and over again that you see dishonesty, cheating, I won't do it. You won't do it because it wasn't part of the option. See, when people commit suicide, let me digress a bit. The first time that suicide was committed, the day that suicide was committed, it's not the first time they've considered it. It has been part of the option, but it was the last thing. So the day those options were those available options have been exhausted, then they say, okay, I'm telling you, in fact, even from their letter, say, well, I've tried all I could. I'm sorry, mom and dad. I've tried. I'm sorry, mom and dad. I love you. And well, at this point, I'm sorry. We will see each other in heaven. Igbo. We won't see the person in heaven. But it's not to discount what people pass through before they come to make that decision. But I'm saying that suicide is not the first. That day they committed it is not the first time they've considered it. It has been always part of the options. And the day the options were exhausted, the only one that was left was that suicide. The only one that was left was that dishonesty, was that cheating. And then because they felt, okay, I'm in a feast now, well, I'll just do it and then I'll apologize later. Then they give in and then they do it. So what I want to take out of this story here this evening is this. See, leadership will always demand a real prize from every one of us. Either you want to go into how to lead yourself personally, it will demand a prize from you. it will demand something. It will demand relationship. It will demand sometimes reputation. Sometimes it will demand embarrassment from you, to be embarrassed. It will demand it from you. I was telling my friend here that there was a day I was organizing something like a webinar for some people. And then there, where I was, it was my work accommodation then. That place, as soon as it's raining, or if one strong breeze start blowing, you'll be hearing the sound of the zinc. Bam, bam, bam. So at that time, I cannot, even sometimes, I will be I'll be at the event, like I'll be online, virtual, and then the rain will start falling. I'll just text my brother from his own OCC, just connect and continue the meeting from where I stop, because I cannot unmute myself at this point. I knew by experience what it meant to be in that situation. So I think this month, last month, March, I organized a webinar. So I told one of my teens, prodigy, to be the one to moderate the event. Now, while she was moderating the event, we live in almost the same, the same estate. No, not the same estate, but the same area of same location. Which means the rain that is falling in my house is also falling there. But then while she was there, while the meeting was on, started raining. She now sent me a message, but then she's the moderator. She now sent me a that, hello, Mr. Ezekiah, the rain is falling. I can't unmute myself. That was, I think she said something like that. Now, when she said that, from experience, I already knew what she was passing through at that point in time. She told me, at this point in time, I cannot unmute myself because the rain is falling, or because it was raining. Because by experience, I have learned that thing before, years ago, in a very hard way. Which means at this point in time, I cannot do what she wants me to do. So when I understand it, it was a demand life demanded from me before, to know when that thing happened to people again, how do I understand them? At that point in time, I can just pick up my phone, go to a WhatsApp call, started talking and then saying a lot of things. But if I've not learned it in the hard way before, years ago, I won't be able to know what she was telling me, even though she didn't mention it in detail. She only said, rain is falling, I can't unmute myself. So then she looked for ways to continue the program. So leadership will eventually demand something from you. Sometimes it could demand friendship. Sometimes it could demand reputation. Sometimes it could demand embarrassment. Sometimes it could demand you being short of something. Sometimes it could demand some legitimate things you are to enjoy from you. But one thing is that you are building conviction. You are building somebody you want to become. You are building something that will be enviable to you, to yourself tomorrow. You are building a future. You are building somebody that you want to be proud of. And if you are going to be proud of somebody you are becoming, then there are some things it will demand from you. When I was in school, 100 level, we were sitting in the front of, this is our LT, lecture theater. And then on this side were another law faculty stuff. So we were sitting on the drainage, kind of, 100 level. People that just came to school now. So there's this, most of us were sitting on that and waiting for the people having lecture in that hall to come out while we go inside. So a lady, I'm still seeing her face. So that lady came while we were seated. She started from the person at the edge of that drainage. She was kissing them. Not peg. And at least I'm mature enough then to know what peg means. So she was kissing them from that place. Okay. There was a good friend was seated beside me. So I was like, no, of course, when it gets to him, he's going to say no, and I'll now work on his courage to say no. So why the thing was going, I was like, because I was like, everywhere was blur. But then it was coming. I was watching. Boys were enjoying it. You know boys now. So when he got to him, because we almost have the same value. I was expecting him to say no, don't. So he obliged. I said, yeah. So when it was my turn, I stood up. I said, no, thank you. And that was the beginning of almost 2 years hatred for me in my department. Because everybody has done it. Everybody is doing it. Then, okay, why not you? Okay, are you saying you are holier than those of us who did it? Or are you saying... But then, it was a very difficult time for me. Imagine you coming to the class, for example, and then, sometimes you now come late for lecture. And then, while you enter, everybody now turn back and look at you. And then they hissed and continue again. It was such a difficult time. But then, I have what I believe that are my own values. I have a set of values. I have what I believe in. That this thing, I will not do it. This one, I will do it. Not because I feel better than those who are doing it. It's just what I believe personally. And since you feel judged because of what I believe and stood for, then it's your business, not mine. That was it. So sometimes you will suffer for believing the right thing. Sometimes it could be that, okay, in this office now, all of us will learn how to doctor these documents, and then they will tell you, okay, you don't have to do it, but don't talk. Now at that point in time, it's conflicting your value. Then, okay, how do you want to do it? What do you want to say? Sometimes it feels, okay, let's just say that at this point in time now, we know that the economy is not good, the economy is fine, but then we need to buy fuel to our cars. We need money to get data, and then the company, they will tell you how much the company is earning and how much they are paying you a salary. They will tell you what you can do that the company will not know. What do you believe at that point in time? It is what you believe at that point in those little places that will help you to stand well, to stand upright tomorrow elsewhere. So leadership will demand eventually some real price from you. For King Ayegba Oma Idoko, for example, it requested his daughter from him. Painfully, but willingly, he released the daughter. For this man, his dignity of human person was at stake. Okay, do you really want to lead these people as just a figurehead, or you want to really lead from the throne? He chose to lead from what? From his dignity, and then he took his own life. I'm not saying that suicide was the best thing for him to have done, but I'm talking about the cost of leadership, what it cost him. Another thing we must know that we must define your non-negotiables early in life. Your non-negotiable. See, this is where I stand, and that is where I stand. I'm not moving an inch from that place. See, I saw a quote somewhere that says that pick a side in life. If you stay there long enough, the world around you will adjust. We have to pick a side. There are some non-negotiables in life. Starting from, you should decide now what you can do for money. Yes. You should. Yes. You should decide now what you can never do for money. Because if you don't have a decision what you cannot do for money, you won't know what you should do or cannot do for money. Take for example, let's say for a man, right from childhood, in those days Yahoo was not reigning. In those days it was ritual that was reigning. Those who were born in the late 90s, it was ritual that was reigning. Then my father would tell us, say, you see this ritual of a thing. He said the only antidote is don't do it. Because if you do it, even if you go for cleansing later, it doesn't cancel the repercussion. The only antidote is don't do it. He kept on ringing that bell because it was common. You will hear, okay, that one has joined Ogboni. That one has joined one group. That other one has bought Mercedes Benz and Mercedes car. That one, is it 220 then? Benz, yeah. That other one has bought this one. Everybody was joining something. But my dad, and he knew he has 3 boys. Like his first 3 kids were boys, and he knew how desperate boys could be. And almost every night he will tell you, you see that ritual thing? The only antidote is don't do it. Once you do it once, even if you go for cleansing, it doesn't cancel the repercussion. Because if life is in the blood, and you've taken that life to do it, that life will cry. And as the time is going to demand something from you, you can't pay for it. So the only antidote to it is don't do it. So early in life, discover your non-negotiables. Discover your set of values. As a human being, as a leader, potentially your current one, These are the things I will never do. I'm a Muslim, I stand here, I'm not moving. I'm a Christian, I stand here, I'm not moving. This thing they call dishonesty, I will never do it, no matter how small it is, I won't do it. If it is not part of it, when they will give it to you, it is not at the point of pressure that you decide to stand or not, because you've decided long ago to be standing there. So even if it comes, all good. If it doesn't come, everything is still fine. So one day in my previous workplaces, then the MD was owing my superior, and then she knew that, okay, if I should tell the MD will just pay the money. So she was like, and how much was the money then? 7,000 naira. And then she was like, see, Hezekiah, I want to collect double of this money from her, and then if I collect it, at least I'll find something small for you. Even if I want to collect the money, let it be one huge money now, not 7K. So now when she said it, and this my superior is somebody that once she says something, she wants you to at least adhere to it, stick to it, and if you don't, you become an enemy. So when she said it, that because I will need to accept before she sell the idea to the MD. So when she said it, I was like, oh God, not today. But then she has said it. I told her, I said, oh man, please, with all due respect. I think somebody was saying that when Nigerians say with all due respect, expect disrespect coming from that thing, because that due respect is to calm you before they insult you. I said, ma, with all due respect, count me out of that game. And then she was like, excuse me. I said, I'm sorry, ma, but with all due respect, count me out of that game. And that was the beginning of another battle. But now, in that current battle, I have leverage. I can decide to tell Ona that I see what my guy wants to do. She asked me to tell that she wanted to double that money. So at this point, although I was not disrespectful, but I let her know that, see, if you trouble me too much, that thing you tell me, you will hear it. And where you hear it, you may not be comfortable with it. So just leave me, count me out. If you want to double the money, go and tell her yourself. Don't pull me into it. Because long ago, I decided anything that is not mine, I'm not taking it. Those ones were part of my non-negotiables. So as a person, have your non-negotiables in life. Honesty, truth. I was having an interview a few years back, and then the woman said that, she looked at me and said, what's your name again? I said, Hezekiah. I said, okay. Said, can you promise me loyalty? It was a very simple question. But if you understand how words are being used, it's not as simple as it is. He said, can you promise me loyalty? Like, I need your loyalty. I look at the question. This is interview. The pay was good. Then the pay was the highest pay I'll ever be getting. I look at the person. She was looking at me. I said, madam, I can't promise you loyalty, but I can promise you honesty and commitment. That was my response. I can't promise you loyalty, but I can promise you honesty and commitment. Because I already have, yes, because that loyalty, it was when because eventually I was employed. Now, during the course of the work, I was now seeing why that loyalty was demanded at the point of entrance, so that your heart can be, softened earlier on. So whenever they will make the demand, they will tell you, I don't understand. I thought you said you were loyal now. So what is now, because you've committed yourself, then you now try to see how to be a man of your word by being loyal in a very uncomfortable situation. So I told her, I can't promise you loyalty, but I can promise you honesty and commitment. I will be committed to my work, and I will be honest with you. Loyalty will come as we move on. When I say the values that maybe we both share together, the loyalty will, of course, automatically set in. So early in life, let us have our non-negotiables as leaders. Also, leadership decision is often between two difficult decisions, which could be sometimes two losing ends. Look at the first king I told you about. What was the decision? Give us like the gods demanded for his daughter. See, there's something about sacrifice. Nature, even God himself has a way of looking at sacrifice sometimes. He look at sacrifice that even people who do not believe or serve him, he look at the sacrifice they put into this thing and honor their sacrifice. Let me give you a good example. If you read the Viking story, the one they call barbarians, whenever the barbarians are going to fight Christians, you know, the barbarians were the people who serve Odins, they serve Thor and all those Greek gods. Those ones were their gods. But if they are going to fight Christians, they know that Christians have God they believe and they are good in what they do. So maybe they are coming to England or going to anywhere they want to go and fight in those England territories. If they are going there, this is what they will do. The night before they go for that battle, they will sacrifice a human, one of their own, human being, to their god, Odin. They will sacrifice that person to Odin. If you now flip the script to where the Christians are, they are singing praise and worship. Now, whenever the day of the battle comes, we need to see how these the Vikings, the barbarians, how they are vehemently slaughtering the Christians who were doing praise and worship that night without any other without any other strategy. They are coming to war with their bishops, with their lords and the deacons, thinking that God is there, and then God is not knowing how you really want to fight. No strategy. They just pray and then they just come. While these people, while they are fighting like lion and beast and bear, they also know that sacrifice is very important. So they sacrifice a whole human to Odin before they go to battle. So also, when it came to the time of King Ayegba of Maidoko, the demand was made, and it was his only daughter, Princess Inekwi. So he was to choose either to choose his kingdom or to choose his daughter, but eventually he chose the kingdom and then he sacrificed the daughter. So once again, you must be willing to sacrifice something at the end of everything to be able to really get what you want. Another thing I'm bringing out of this one is that sacrifice must be justified and not just dramatic. The sacrifice must be justified and not just dramatic. In those days, due to blindness and whatever and ignorance, they sacrificed human being to God. But in the days where we are living today, sacrificing human being is not a justified sacrifice. In African society today, we see places, for example, in the southwest region of Nigeria, where they do Oro. And they will tell you no non-indigens should be seen outside at this point in time. It doesn't matter where you are working. If for example, if the curfew is 7 o'clock to 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, at that point in time, nobody who is a non-indigene must come outside, because when the person comes outside, the person is gone. Where is he going to? As sacrifice. So it still happens even in the society where we live today, even in Lagos today. They'll tell you Oro is coming outside. There's another type of Oro that comes out. Whenever this one comes out, no female is allowed to come outside. And there's one they will tell you no non-indigene, which means if you are not born in that community, if you are not like, for example, a real Lagosian, don't come out at that point in time, because when you come out, the person will be taken and used as sacrifice. The question now is this: the Constitution says that we should not commit murder. That same Constitution, people go to court, get a court order to organize Oro. Having organized the Oro, anybody they see at that point in time, they get the person arrested, of course, locally, have the person killed. Why do we now have a constitution that says that you shall not take another person's life? Look at the contrast. So any sacrifice at all, it must be justified. You cannot say, okay, because I'm looking for power, I'm looking for fame, glory and money and all those, and then you sacrifice your children. Maybe not even kill them. Maybe you sacrifice them by not giving them enough time, thinking as soon as the money comes, we'll just spend it on them and then they will all be feeling fine. that sacrifice is not worth it. Because at the end of the day, the children you are raising will determine what legacy you are leaving behind. It doesn't matter how cool, how well behaved the person is. Another thing is that authority without dignity is emptiness. Look at that man. They told him, say, you can continue to rule and reign as king. But one thing here is that in your ruling and reigning as king, you only be a figurehead. Why do we have to go to becoming a figurehead? Because today we live in a country whereby people now glorify position without any actual responsibility. I am this head here. Sometimes when you see people's CV, you will marvel the kind of positions they will tell you they have headed before. Because that is what people are demanding. What can you do? Say, okay, I can do this and I've headed it here before. I was the head of this, head of that, head of here, head of there. But then, one thing that when there's those headship or those authority without actual responsibility or competence, is emptiness. It's a painful waste of time. It's an irreversible waste of time. In as much as there is need for a leader who is positional, there's also a place of competence. And when there is authority and the authority cannot be defined and it is only placed in maybe in their fear of position, then it's nothing to write home about. Is nothing to write home about. Also, leadership is both personal and leadership is also collective. And in African, we have gone in between two extremes. Leadership in Africa, as it has to do with our tradition, we have gone in between two extremes. Now, one of those extremes is that we believe in what they call the excessive individualism, which means that it is just me, it is for me, it is for me. Individualism. Me always. Me always. And there's also extreme collectivism. This extreme collectivism is when a leader decided to sell himself totally to the labor while he lost his own life, lost his own soul in the time of doing it. So also here we also learn that a legacy is built on decision and not on intention. Legacy is built on decision and not on intention. People die today with good intention, but because they refuse to act on it, the world never knows until they die. So it is our decision that counts. When decision is taken, people know where you stand. This is where I'm standing. You have decided. But when the decision is taken out of maybe pity and then you couldn't act on it, or when a decision remains in you as an intention, it will only remain there as an intention. Nothing will be done about that. Another thing we know here is that power attracts meat, so stay grounded in truth. Power attracts myth, so stay grounded in truth. What I mean by that is when we say power attracts myth, is that sometime in the world we live in today is designed or defined in such a way that people like to put their hands in things to have some level of security, in quotes. When power is coming to people, there are some people that will not be able to approach you at some level. But it to get to a place where somebody will rise, for example, when it's hitting that parameters, some people will come to make some demand to join a particular group, maybe for protection, maybe for security, maybe for influence, maybe for more fame. At that point in time, know that, see, power will attract meat, maybe political power, economical power, monetary power, anything powerful is going to attract meat. But what we must do is that one must stay grounded in truth. And also, the hardest leadership act is ownership. The hardest act of leadership is ownership. What do you own? Ownership. We must understand that you own your decision. You own your conscience. You own what you believe. You own what you stand for. But where you are standing must be so grounded and so firm enough that you are willing to give something for it. That you are willing to lay down stuff for it. And you are willing to be able to say, no, I believe in this thing and I'm going to stand here for the rest of my life. It doesn't mean that where we are standing sometimes could be wrong. It could be wrong sometimes. It could be wrong. But whenever that thing is wrong and we are being corrected, we must be able to take correction and then shift where necessary, move when it is demanded, and be able to adapt when life calls for it. So we have learned today about Princess Inekwe, about the two kings I've told you about, how two of them have some things in common. Both of them gave something. One gave his life, the other one gave his child. But the call here is that there is always a cost for leadership. Why we tend to grow today, or why we want to blow today, to go out there tomorrow, to make names for ourselves, let us understand that there are some places where we need to stand, and there are some places where we need to shift ground. But wherever it is we are shifting ground to, or we are moving to, we must understand that anything we are doing must be grounded in truth. It must be firmed with truth. We must believe it so deeply enough, so long enough, that we are willing to give our convenience, our comfort, and everything for it. So I sincerely believe that, having said all this, you will have known that the weight of leadership sometimes comes at a cost that you must give. It could be your reputation, it could be your comfort, it could be money, it could be your what you hold dear to yourself. But always know that you are doing that to build on the person you are becoming, because you are working on becoming the person you are becoming. If you are not proud of the person you are becoming tomorrow, then there is no need working towards that. But you must be able to know that if I can successfully hold on to this for a very long time, then I can have someone, I can have something that I'm proud of. And having said that, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Hezekiah, for that. Just so you know, I am Victor Chidera, a finance educator and a copywriter. Today I'll be relating on human behavior and the economy of today. Human behavior and the economy of today. More directly on economics, right? More directly on economics. And every time we hear the economy, like, what's really this economy, right? What economic system does Nigeria operate, and all of that? And there's something I always argue with my colleagues, my fellow economists, right? I always tell them that, and I tell people that economics is not just a social science subject. Economics is a way of life. Who agrees with that? How many of us did economics in secondary school? Probably. All right. Economics is not just, in secondary school, it's art, commercial, and when you get into uni, for those who want to study economics, they're under the faculty of social science. It's not just a social science subject, right? It's a way of life. It's a way of life. How we respond to things, how we respond to prices, the nature of our demands. And it's very, very clear on how we demand for goods and services, which we can also call degree of responsiveness, right? The degree of responsiveness. Now, what's the degree of responsiveness? Your tastes could change how you demand for things. The price of a commodity could change how you demand for things. Your income could change how you demand for things. The weather condition could change how you demand for things. And that is purely how humans react. The study of human behavior. Your income, how you demand for things. Maybe as of January, you were earning 100,000 naira, and maybe if you are buying soap for bathing, you order a pack, right? And there is not a reduction in your income, or maybe there is an increase in price of that soap, right? There's no way you go for that same pack that you usually do. It changes. And that explains the law of demand, which you are very familiar with, right? The higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded, and vice versa. Now, there's something that's very, very evident, and this is what I call the scarcity weapon. Yeah. There's something that maybe you'll be in a mall or a place, or you're attending a seminar or something, or you're watching a webinar video, but you never had plans to purchase that thing. You never had plans to buy anything whatsoever. But because of how valuable, how that offer has been presented, you understand, it warrants an impulse buy, which we call FOMO, fear of missing out. And it happens a lot of times. Many a times, we Nigerians, without pressure, when it comes to buying, we won't actually make a purchase. Take for instance, the secondary school students in SS3, they will be taking WAEC, right? And soonest, their validity service. A smart parent should be purchasing the graduation suits by now. A smart parent should be or must have even purchased, right? And you see, towards June or ending of May, June, something that was 20k will be 40 and you will buy. You will buy it. So how we react to things matter. We call it the degree of responsiveness. And it's relative to our spending value. It's relative to our spending value. You see, people will look at things, say, oh, I don't need this now, I need this later. You understand? As a result of impulse or FOMO, fear of missing out, you could buy at that moment because they'll tell you, oh, if you don't get this now, you get it for 5 times higher later. You get it now. And there's what we call rational decisions. The reason why I say irrespective of your degree you have or your discipline, economics should be practiced not just as a social science subject. You say, oh, it's elective, it's none of your business and all of that, but it's a way of life. Because irrespective of whatever you studied, the end goal is to monetize it, is to make money. Nobody goes to school to just go and gather the knowledge. Everybody wants to use it, to implement it, to make money. And now, this leads us to another one that I call the foregone alternative. The foregone alternative. The other day I was talking about the no chicken theory, how you can use no chicken theory in the sense that the absence of luxury, but yet still pushing on with life, still enjoying life. And now foregone alternative, it's clearly very simple. These are items left on board, right? You have 50,000 naira for a budget, and you go to the mall to get things. You want too many things. You want the instant, but not everything you can buy. Not everything you can buy. So this is relative to how we react to spending, the expenses, the price, our income, our taste. Oh, before I used to like noodles, not anymore. I won't get this type of noodles brand again. Oh, before when I was earning 200k, this thing was 10 naira. But now I'm still earning 200k. It is now 15 naira. I can't get it like that before again. And this is how humans react to things around them. It is very, very clear. Now let us look at the economy of today. The type of economy the country, Nigeria, operates is the mixed economy. This is where the private and state enterprises have autonomy, right? And some people say, oh, Nigeria operates capitalist. It's not capitalist, it's not all private. There is the government and there are private systems. You look at Dangote today, look at what he's doing, and to an extent, there's an effect in the economy of today. In Dangote, oil and all of that, right? You look at, what's his name? Tony Onimelu from Hess Holdings and all of that. It's not even, when you talk about Tony Onimelu, I know people always look at UBA. When you talk about Hess Holdings, the main factor, you see when on his birthday he supported entrepreneurs with $5,000 and couple about 1,000 entrepreneurs and all of that. Now, in this economy, individuals are allowed to as well express. Individuals are allowed to as well build. Individuals are allowed to as well create value, bring about employment opportunities. And it's applicable to oftentimes core members. You will see them, oh, I don't want to work in Ministry of Health, I don't want to work in this university, I don't want to work in LASO, I don't want to work in Unilag, I want to work in a private firm. Because you believe that, oh, a private firm will pay you. A private firm will pay you. For core members who are teachers, right, they'll prefer to work in a private school, even if it's 40,000 naira, than to work in a government school that you may not receive anything. So it is functional. Now, there's what we call economy types. We have the closed economy and we have the open economy. Right? We have the closed economy and we have the open economy. One of the countries that practice the closed economy today is North Korea. You see, in this type of economy, they have nothing to do with imports. They have nothing to do with imports. It's strictly export, just strictly within. Right? And when you talk about open economy, it is open for trade. It's open for international trades and all of that. So reacting to how we spend, how we give value to things, right? We look at the scopes on how man can grow. We look at the scopes on how man can grow, relating to his spending value, the things happening around him. Because as an individual, as a Nigerian, we should talk about the standard of living. Standard of living matters. It matters a lot. And we take a look at this clearly. When people, especially that stays in the mainland, we hear somebody say, oh, this place is like this place is like that. When the person comes to the island, you know, there's always this unusual comparison and all of that. But there's a reason to that. It is reaction. Every human here, every person seated here reacts. Oh, you want to buy a bag of pure water, they tell you it's 500 now, you'll be like, when? How? When did it happen? And all of that. And it's not like you can't afford that, but reaction is not really exclamation. Reaction is effect. There are some persons that usually, before they buy 10 bags of water, you understand, when it was probably 300 naira, which is 3,000. But now, when they choose to sell those 10 for 500 naira each, it's 5,000 naira. You'll be like, it's too much. You cut, you reduce. Reaction. Degree of responsibility. How you respond to things around. The spending value. How you respond to the economic nature. Right? And I relate this down to, I'm going to ask a very, very important question here. I hope you all are listening to me, because one way or the other, it's either we are doing it or our parents are doing it or they did it. Right? I'm going to relate this down to us. There's what we call the channels of distribution. It's what we call the channels of distribution. Right? You know, people always say, why is it that in Indomie Park, using them as an example, they will write 100 naira. But the retailer is selling it 300. Gala will write 60 naira. Retailer selling 150. The channels of distribution. Now we explain. The first off, the producer. He produces, right? And after producing, right, the wholesaler comes with his big head and buys in bulk. Right? When the wholesaler buys in bulk, he needs marketers. We'll give them power. That's why if you go to places like Church Fair, Balogu, or all sort of markets, you see people with different shirts. Oh, Bimbo soap, come and buy. Marketers, they are marketing, and retailers who sell in bits. Now my question is this: should the wholesalers be eliminated, or should they survive? I have a very, very important question, and the thing is, should the wholesalers be eliminated or should they survive? Pointing at this, people say the wholesalers are the reason we have increments in the prices of goods, right, and services. And due to that, let us remove wholesalers. Let it just be directly producer to retailer. And now, people are also saying, these wholesalers are also helpful, because what if they are producing these products now, maybe at Jalingo, right? They are producing the products in Jalingo, and it is well known here in Lagos and every other places. It's the wholesaler that makes that product in Jalingo available to you, that sell to the retailer. So, which is important? Should we eliminate them? Should we survive? Who can answer that? All right.
Now, for a producer now, they want their money back as fast as possible. But it's the wholesaler that is holding the market. The retailers come to buy in big. Then even some end users come to buy huge quantities. So if you regulate the wholesaler, not everybody has access to the company. Companies cannot be selling one pack of pure water.
Okay. Okay, now that's a very, very beautiful answer. Thank you for that. Now, for people that say, okay, for the presence of the wholesaler being there, the price burden is much. Are you going to consider them and say, oh, this price burden is too much? Let us just remove this. But now, I won't make this a question. I just want to clear this. Sometimes we should say that those of us who have small, medium enterprises or businesses, you can see that many a times it's not just production cost that is actually the cost of the goods. It's labor, it is transport, everything in between involved. Right? So, but the problem is, will you call it a disrespect? Will you call it corruption that a brand who produced a product will affix a price on the body of that product and the retailer sell at different price? Is it corruption?
To some extent, I think it has a bit of exploitation. Because you look at the way the whole chain of distribution works in Nigeria, for instance, now. It's even like the wholesaler wants to be eating more than even the producer. Or the retailer, that's the problem. So I think to some extent, prices or the exorbitant price of the food has become unreasonable. So who call it?
I think what we lack here is price regulation.
Beautiful. And that's why I drive to the imperfect competition. You see, here in Nigeria, we have more of monopolists. We have people who just determine whatsoever. And somebody said, remember myself and my team, when we were talking about solving some transportation issues here in Lagos, you see that, especially the downfall system. Let us leave BRT aside. You see the downfalls. It could cost you 1,000 naira to get to your workplace every day. One day you could wake up and they'll tell you it's 1,500. You can't beat that driver. They just tell you it's like that. And sometimes you tend to ask. We have NURTW chairman. There's no information, no nothing, no clarification. It just came out like that. Sometimes you get fuel for this month. You're going to the fuel station and they tell you it's this price. So I think, just like she said, that's a major problem we have. No regulation. We are too careless in the market space. It's just anything. And that's why many other times, the more regulated markets we have are markets that operate through plazas. For instance, in Tredford, we have Balogun Market. If you see a plaza that sells wigs, right? And you could notice that for every plaza there, they have a common price. And you can't think that, oh, you'll be smart enough to just come and reduce the price. They will beat out of that market. Yes. You can't think you'll be smart enough to just come and drop the price. Oh, everybody's selling it 100k. Let me put it at 70 so I'll have more customers. No. And I've noticed that is more like an informal regulation. We don't have a unified regulating system when it comes to price because everything is just careless any day, especially in the boat system, right? Usually before, I think 3 years, 4 years ago, I'll call it when the Ubers both were started, right? They were very credible because if a ride tells you 4k, it is 4k. But now, if it's 4k, just add another 1.5 on top. That is the truth. You say, bros, this is where they put here, you know, say fuel and all those things, right? We have a problem. We have a serious problem. And these are the ways humans react to this thing. Like, you are an Uber driver. I booked a ride, and from the app you signed into, terms and condition, a price is showing, and you're telling me to add more. How? And at the end of the day, if you see that, oh, you can't add, you will see what someone that will tell you to add 3k, and you have missed that one that told you to add 1.5, and it becomes a problem. That is why we are too used to aligning with wrongs than fighting against it. We adapt too much to wrongs, to invalids than the valids. We are too cool with, oh, we can't really fight anything and all of that, right? And this becomes a problem. So, as individuals, in our economy of today, because the economy of today is very, very rigid, very, very tough on people, because here in Nigeria, it's very, very clear. The poor keep getting poorer. The rich keep getting richer, and all of that. We look at the nature of unemployment, and there's a very serious kind of employment we have, which we call frictional and as well seasonal, right? We also have what we call structural. This type of employment, especially one that warrants you as an individual to grow, to build. That's why many a times in some workplaces, I remember, I think 2 years ago, where I do stay before formally, there is a well-known firm. I think they produce Gary and all of that. Like very well known, they supply to people come and buy in bulk and all of that. But I think there was a day I returned and I heard that, oh, they laid off about 80 persons from work. I was like, that's massive sack. How do you lay off 80 people at once, not even at intervals? Then what was the news? They were like, the boss, he got a machine that could do the work 80 people are doing. And that's it. Now, it has rendered those persons unemployed because of structure, right? Today we are talking about AI. Some persons are doing, I don't know, I don't care, I don't know. A time will come, for every role you want to go for, the company will ask for your AI knowledge. Yeah, just like I said before, that a time will come when you want to apply for a role, once they type your name in Google, if your LinkedIn handle doesn't show, you won't be hired. Because now we see LinkedIn as a self-sell site. It's very important. Companies want to know the persons they work with. Companies want to know who they are employing in their system. So how we react to things matter. And this explains the topic, human behavior and the economy of today. The economy of today is rough, right? To some persons who believe that, oh, solving economical problems is through giving people rights as palliatives or whatsoever. That is not solving economic problems. And it is so bad that in a country where we have too many economists, like I think on Monday we had also an economist who came here too, right? Prof. Otomi, who came here and yes, and he talked, right? In a country where we have nice economists, even those contesting for elections and all of that, we are still facing problems. We are still not being regulated with pricing. We are still having issues. And when will this end? It could start from you as a small business owner. As a small business owner. Because many a times you could say, oh, it's always the government is corrupt. But you yourself, it boils down to you. How structured are you? How direct are you? Those of you that on your WhatsApp status, you post your product without putting price. And when I come to your DM, you give me a different price, because you know that if you post that product for 2k on your WhatsApp status, right? Maybe there's somebody who will desire to buy much higher. And it's a very, very shitty attitude from people. It is against the law, because you are selling something, there's a price affixed to that. That's why it's called a price tag. You could say this is a price tag, it's non-negotiable, it can't be priced. That is why in supermarkets you can't price things there. Who have priced something in supermarket before? You can't price things there. There's a price tag there, right? So if you want to operate in that system, you just follow that system. Because some of us, you just post your products, there's no price tag. You're not expecting me to come to them. I will not still ask you how much you sell, and you exploit me ruthlessly. We too are bad. Yes. Do you understand? We too have these issues, and we're also trying to eat from a whole lot of things. So it is very important that we understand how we want to operate. If you think Nigeria needs to grow at a level, you too need to grow at a level, and more problem is solved. So relating this now, on my last point is quantity demand and quantity supply of goods and services in reaction. Right? Of goods and services in reaction. Sometimes in the places we live or our residence, there are some persons or retailers or stores we buy some certain kind of breads or whatsoever. And today you come to purchase your favorite bread and we say, it no day or it's not available. Often and on, it's not available. What has changed? It could be productivity cost, it could be pricing. So these economic factors have an effect on our pricing nature, have an effect on our spending nature. Like I've mentioned before, your taste could change, right? If you have a taste change, that thing that you used to like in the former taste, you won't go for it again. It has changed. Income can as well change. Your income higher can make you spend higher. Your income lower can make you spend lower, right? And as well, price. The unregulated pricing can as well make you not to have a clearer view on how to go about what you want, right? People don't have a very clear initiative of how they want to spend. And this relates down to the scale of preference. Priority costs, right? Priority cost, it matters. You are a mom or you're an aunt or an uncle and you have a niece, a nephew, whatsoever, or a daughter or a son that's going back to school, secondary school, and a boarding school. And the person say, oh, uncle, auntie, mommy, daddy, come and I'm going back to school, come and write my list for me to go back to school and all of that. There are some things that should be on that list. You can't put an iPad in place of a school bag, pencil or biro, or sandal, or socks, right? Not like an iPad is not important, but it's a want, not a need. We need to understand that. We need to apply it every day. That's why I say economy is a way of life. How you live your life, interpret economies. Interpret it and you live fine. You'll be contented, right? It's a want, not a need. So it's very, very important that I'm putting up a scale of preference. You scale out your needs before your wants. Priority of interest. It matters a lot on how we spend, or how we relate to our spending value. So lastly, when it comes to regulation of pricing, a common question people will ask is, oh, when will this ever change? We look at countries like Rwanda, we look at countries like Burkina Faso. Give Burkina Faso 7 years, or in short, 7 years is too much. 5 years from now, and you know, we could be way behind because of the massive growth. So today, to you as a small business owner, be it a core member or a working class whatsoever, if you desire a change, if you desire a level of growth, it has to as well come from you. It has to as well come from the way you tend to plan things. It has to as well come from the way you structure your business. Because you see that it is more deliverable. In short, it is more enjoyable. It is more encouraging that as a business owner, when somebody reaches out to you on your IGDM, Facebook, or WhatsApp, right? You already have a structured pricing of your goods and services. It's going to save you a lot from mess. Right? That is why many times we have this ugly attitude of wanting to cheat people. Discount is not cheating. It's not. But how you go about selling your products, because you just want to gain, but you don't really care about how you want somebody to go about things. There are many times that we walking along the road or going to malls, we never want to get certain things, or we never even plan to get them. But due to the FOMO that comes to it, right? And I keep saying that we Nigerians, majority of us have the bad attitude of wanting to buy only through FOMO, right? You see some people will say, Omo, if I go out to supermarkets, I will always buy what I don't want. Why is it always like that to you? Why you always say you always buy what you don't want? Maybe you came here, you say, okay, you just want to buy deodorants perfumes and all of that. But you see, you come back with cake, with Cold Stone ice cream, and all of that, right? And this is about interest, how you spend. But if you follow that, okay, what you need is actually what you go for, you can see that your way of spending, your way of approaching items could change. So with this, I believe for a better way for our economy to grow, you understand, for a better way for our economy to grow, it has to come on us. And we should understand that Nigeria, we operate a mixed economy. And in the mixed economy, amongst all types of economy, the mixed economy is the best because it allows both state and private individuals to grow. Here in Nigeria, just like the speaker that came on Monday, I think thereabout, she said it's a tough land, but it's a land of milk and honey, right? Anything can happen here. I'm one Nigerian that don't fancy basing overseas. I could go there for further studies and come back to build because everything happens here. There are persons that will tell you, okay, I've tested it. A lot of persons have tested it and still testing it, and I am still testing it too. Sometimes try and maybe I will see if your perspective will change when it comes to Japan, right? Try and aim that dollar here. Let me see what will happen to you. It's so juicy, so sweet, very sweet. That dollar, that reason that you want to go over there to work out your life, try and aim it here working from home, and you see that, oh, you just I'll just go for vacations and come back. So there's growth here, and it could start from us. With this, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Thank you very, very much. That was an awesome session. Greetings, Nigerians, Africa, and the global community. My name is Adegoke Felicia Oluwatoyin, and I'm going to be talking about strategic management. Strategic management. Firstly, I'm going to talk about what does strategy mean. What does strategy mean? Whenever you hear strategy, either as a business owner, as a student, as someone who works in an organization, what does strategy means to us? What does strategy means to us? What comes to mind when we talk about strategy? So, yes, okay, please.
A rigid plan.
Wow,
A rigid plan.
a rigid plan.
Or like a format.
A format, thank you. A format. What comes to mind when we talk about strategy? A format, a rigid plan, tactics, methodology. Okay. A strategy is a plan of action. Could be long term, could be short term. That an organization puts together in an uncertainty situation. That is, the outcome of this strategy is not decided. That is the rigid, like you said, high level, high intelligent decision that is taken by either an organization or an individual or a business whose risk, whose end result, thank you, is not decided. So this one actually stuck to me. It was in the biology class. I can remember vividly. I was in SS2. So I was actually an art student too. But that day, her name was Mrs. Adekunle. She called each and every one of us that what is the end product of digestion? Hey! Most of the times a biology teacher just comes in and she goes, she teaches us. She's very good at what she does too. She's one of the people that built my passion for drawing, for arts and drawing, just being creative. So when she asked what is the end product of digestion, so many people were saying something that looks like that, something that looks like this, that looks like that. Okay, now she begins to ask in very simple terms, when you consume carbohydrates, what is the end product of consuming carbohydrates? What is the end product of consuming protein? So many people were actually, even somebody like myself, I actually mistook the end product of protein for the end product of digestion. So when she got to me, but at least I was able to say something. There were others that actually couldn't say anything. So she corrected that the end product of digestion is one, fatty acid and glycerol, then amino acid and glucose. That is the end product of digesting the carbohydrates, amino acid and glucose. The end product of digesting a protein is fatty acid and glycerol. So when you are talking about strategy, what is going to be the end of that decision? You cannot predict it. You cannot decide it. You cannot handle it. Whenever you are bringing up a product to be tested for the first time, you cannot decide how people would react to that product. You cannot react which aspect of your product, which aspect of business people will purchase more. For a food business, that they prepare soup, they prepare edikaiko soup, they prepare egusi soup, they prepare vegetable soup, they prepare jollof rice, they prepare fried rice. We have those different delicacies. When you produce this, and you create awareness, you advertise, you do your marketing, you have done everything, but you still cannot decide. You still cannot decide which one the people will purchase more. You still cannot decide what people think about your product. Even though there might be massive, there might be a break even, there might be lots of product that goes beyond the break even line, but you cannot decide the fate of your goods and product when it gets into the market. So what other things can we refer to as strategy? Strategies could also be referred to as goals, could also be referred to as objective, could also be referred to as tactics, methodology. So we have to do something in the final year when we're talking about strategy and strategic management for an organization. This is the continuous. For the mathematician that taught us, is it in the morning or afternoon? The continuous and consistent decision making. Continuous and decision and continuous, consistent decision making of how an organization pools resources. They pool resources together in order to attain a competitive advantage. They pool time, they pool resources together in order to achieve a competitive advantage. Okay, there is Yaruka on this street. Yaruka sells, she sells rice and beans. She sells rice and beans and plantain and spaghetti. And there is another someone who starts that same line of business. She started selling rice, that same rice, beans, spaghetti, plantain, right in the shop adjacent to Iyaruka's shop. But now she decides that, what do I do to get more customers? What are the resources I can put together that could be different from what the person who has been in this business before? What can I bring together in order to, now she thought of, yes, let me start making swallows. Because most of the time people believe that swallow like eba, like amala, will hold their tummy quite well. So so early in the morning I'm going to cook rice and spaghetti and beans for the students, for school children that are going to school and their parents couldn't prepare food for them. Then in the afternoon, when it is lunch break for working class people, both men and women can come in. They can buy their hamala, they can buy their semo and efo, they can buy their eba and egusi soup, they can buy their edikaikon soup and fufu. They can do all those things. So in a way, she has had a competitive advantage over the second woman selling rice. Now, in which aspects does this strategy could be? It is a rigid law, yes. It is very rigid because you have to play according to the rule of the game. It has been written down. But then you cannot actually control the outcome, because what if people refuse to buy your edikaikon soup? What if people have complaints that you didn't even know about? because there was someone that I actually accompanied to a food canteen. So when that woman was serving food, the lady that followed me was like, "Did you notice this thing? Did you notice this thing?" You know, many people they could buy products from you, they could buy gadgets, they could buy chairs, they could buy furniture. But when it comes to food and hygiene, people are quite meticulous about what they consume. So if you are into the food business and you are bringing in a strategy, one of the strategy that can never be overruled and overemphasized is the strategy of being hygienic. And being hygienic to the point that even the end users of your products can attest to it, that you are being painstaking when it comes to hygiene and cleanliness. So there was a cereal that was advertising their products. I think they used a Nigerian actress. That should be some 2 to 3 years ago. So the women were, they said, "Oh, I went in a tour in this particular company, and I was able to see how they produce this particular cereal. All their processes is very, very clean." And I put it to you, when they put a camera to that company and where they produce all those cereals, everywhere was looking white, sparkling, clean, hygienic. To the extent to which your end producers can trust you, to the extent to which people who want to buy your product, they trust you to the extent that they can even take your product, they can even prescribe that product for someone else. Now we're going to be talking about the aspect of strategy, because they are, according to how an organization is, there are always organizational goals, there are always organizational strategy, there are always mission and vision. So imagine yourself as the owner of a business, either a line or a nature of business, maybe education, maybe food business, maybe, well, what's it called, fashion business, errands, taking logistics, decoration and event planning, all these things. If you are in this line of business, how do you prepare your vision statement? How do you prepare your mission statements? How do you differentiate your goal from your objectives? But because most of the times, many people do confuse their mission statement for their vision statement. They confuse vision statement for mission statements. The vision statement is like, now, in this organization, we want to travel to Gombe State. Or we want to travel to Taraba State. That is our vision. The mission will consist of statements that breaks that goal, the goal of going to Taraba State. It will break that goal into little units, short term, achievable, measurable things that can be achieved over time. So the mission is where you are going. The vision is where you are going. The mission is the step by step into step of how to get there. So most of the times, I see many organizations, they would write vision and mission statement is, I'm like, oh, these people are still confused. So it is not confusing. Now, to differentiate between your goals and your objectives, because over the time when you are still entering in, probably as a student in business or in accounting, they tend to want to align or make goals and objectives seem like a synonym. No, they're not the same thing. A goal is actually a very chunky one to achieve. It is like a long term. It is like a long term thing for you to achieve. So you break the goal. What is the goal of this company? In the next 10 years, in the next 5 to 10 years, we want to be the number one company in West Africa when it comes to Yoruba teaching. In this company, our vision is, in the next 5 years, we are going to have up to 5,000 techie teachers who can teach your child, who can make learning easy and simple when it comes to teaching Portuguese and French. How to achieve those goals, that goal is what you break into your objectives. Is it the training? Is it employment of professionals in their field? Is it training your teacher and making them techie and tech oriented? Is it making your educators tech oriented? Is it actually the remuneration that will encourage youth to want to work on your team, to want to work with your team? You bring lots of initiatives to make sure that over the years, even though the end result of that goal is undecided, is uncertain, is incontingent, but you can be assured that even if once you aim for the moon, you may not get there, but you would land among the stars. Strategy management. So as an individual, as a business owner, as an educator, as someone in the 9 to 5, have you written your vision and your mission? Because for someone who has no direction, you are going to put your energy on a consistent wastage mode. You are going to put your energy on a consistent wastage mode. A business, an individual, or a part of the team, an individual in an organization that is not working according to the organizational goal is like an airplane, it's like an aircraft. It takes off from the airport and begins to move indefinitely. What is going to happen? Number one, it is going to run out of fuel, and it is definitely going to crash out. So do not be like the aircraft that flies out of the airport without any bearing, without any destination. So gentlemen and ladies, you would agree with me that it is easy, it is noticeable to notice a system where the strategy is failing. Because in order to build systems, in order to build strong systems, in order to build working system, in order to build expert system that survives, that thrives over time, expert system that thrives over time, you need to be a strategic individual. You need to bring experts to this field. You need to bring people that work. You need to bring solution that works, solution that is durable, because you do not know how far your competitors are going. Are you thinking you are the only one who has that business idea? No, we have thousands of others who are into this same business, and they are being strategic about it, and they are bringing a lot of expertise to the table. Are you pursuing your vision enough? Are you pursuing? Because it should be pursued. Like the Holy Book says, say make this vision. They say make it plain upon tables, so that whoever sees that vision may run. You are supposed to run with vision. You are not supposed to be redundant. You run with the vision, you run with the goal, and you make sure that you have your eyes on the prize. Because in this economy, we have lots of people who are into the same line of business, and they are bringing hands down strategy to the table. So ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I'm going to be talking about the vision analysis again. As an organization, have you been able to answer the question? Have you been able to answer the question? Have you been able to make a survey of who your consumers are really, of how they think, of their consumption behavior? Have you been able to make a research that this is how much, this is how long this person is able to pay for this particular product or service? So, dear Nigerians, Africa, and our global audience, I would implore you today, in whatever you do as an individual, as a father, as a mom, as a business owner, be strategic. Be strategic. Have a working vision and have a mission that is achievable. Write achievable goals and make sure you run with it. At this level, I would like to pass on the microphone to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I need to appreciate all the speakers that have been giving us more from their wealth of knowledge. And then, so to speak, sitting down there, I've been able to at least acquire more from their wealth of knowledge. Okay, I will be speaking on building a name that opens doors. Building a name that actually opens doors. My name is Fadiji Temitope, and you can actually be wondering and be asking yourself, what's the importance of a name? Why do I bear that name? Somebody told me sometime that they gave me that name. So directly or indirectly, it's telling me that if it's Abby's way, that is not the proper name that I want to be known for. But you can say it to yourself that you started answering your name when they call you. Abby, you are not the one that gave yourself that name. Okay? You are being called Michael. And everybody call you Michael and you answer to Michael. They call you Abdullah, you answer to Abdullah. You are not the one that gave yourself that name. So what is in the name that you need to cherish the name and you carry the name with so much dignity in it? Believe me or not, the first man and first woman, Adam and Eve, we have just two, what do we call it? Two human beings. Is either you are a male or what? A female. Why can't all male be bearing Adam? Since that was the very first name given to a male, Abby. So we're supposed to have Adam 1, Adam 2, Adam 3, then we continue like that. Then all females should bear what? Eve, Abby. So you can say Eve raised to power 10, Eve 2, and then we continue like that till when we get to Eve billion. It's still a name, Abby. So why is it that when Adam and Eve started having their own children, they gave them another name? So it shows to you the importance in your name. There's this popular saying in Yoruba that they say that torí kí ọmọ bá lè dáràn ló ṣe ní orúkọ. Meaning, so that when you want to actually misbehave, you will know the name, they will know the name to call. For instance, if somebody is in trouble and they try an investigation, the moment they get into your house, they will ask for a particular name. Yes, there's a name that everybody bears in that family, like the surname. But when they call the surname, there must be a name after it. And they say, any issue? You are looking for him? Oh, no problem. You are looking for her. You will not commit an offense outside and they will come on and arrest your mother. Yes, she's Mrs. So-so-so. You are so-so-so and so-so-so as well. You bear the same surname, but you don't bear the same name. I'm telling you the importance of the names that you carry. You are the bearer of that name, and then you need to hold it in high esteem. I'm talking about building a name that opens doors. If you can recollect very well, even in a classroom where you have 3 Dorcas, 2 people are bearing Michaels, there is still something that you will use to differentiate Michael 1, Michael 2. Dorcas 1 or Shegun 1, Shegun 2 will not misbehave and they will go and take Shegun 3 to come and get the consequence. No. Then what is it in that your name? Your name is your personal identity. The most valuable asset to you. There was a time in the house we're making just of names, and my son said, this name is too long. You know Yoruba name now, especially new this generation. I don't know where they are getting carving the name from. Oluwagbonwunmi, ó sọ mí di rere. My son was like, by the time he's feeling jam for, he will shorten this name. Now, the bearer of the name started answering to the name. Abi? It is by the time we get to a particular stage, that is when you now say, be calling me PS, aka Icon, aka the good. You are the one giving yourself, but you're not known with that. It will take some stage, it will take to a certain stage where that one that you just gave to yourself newly will be established. You can agree with me, even among our celebrities, they have their stage names, Abi?
Yes.
But when they want to ask you, what is the real name of this person? You're still going back to the name. Are you getting it?
Yes, ma'am.
The fellow has a stage name, a popular name that once you say it, people will reckon with it. But he or she still have his biological, his real name, the real name. What are we saying? Your name is your power to your brand. You're building a brand, you have a name to protect. In some certain level of things, when we look at it, even in our society now, there are some household names. The moment you mention it, there are some things you need to reckon with such name. We are in this country when a particular president died, and everybody was like, oh, who, ha, and people have something to say to it. And we lost a particular president. Sometimes people were like, hey, that was the very first time that people were jubilating. To some extent that some people, they were like celebrating. That is the name of somebody. Living, you're a living legend or not, your name must still be remembered for somebody, for something. I woke up yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yes. Yesterday was Wednesday. Tuesday. And I was just like, after some work at home, and I was like, let me see what is happening on. Like the way some people in my house will be saying, they say, so that you will not be lost in Igboraye. For the people in diaspora, Igboraye means that you will not be lost, you don't know what is happening in the world. So I was like, let me go on social media, and I just saw it. And the way the daughter made the announcement, if care is not taken, you would think that she's celebrating. And at the same time, she's celebrating. And she was like, with joyful Kinikon, she's translation from to, and I was like, and that is the benefit of it, that when you are going on social media, make sure you read details. Because somebody was talking and she said, I wanted to say happy birthday to her. Until when I got to the comment section and people are saying R.I.P., may her soul rest in peace. And I said, then she now went back to go and read. And this is a name in the education sector, whether you like it or not. I have an encounter with her. And since yesterday, I have been seeing so many tributes about her. Yeah. She was not the Commissioner or Minister of Education, but when we are talking about the guru in the education sector, you will not forget Mrs. Olayinka Ogunde. And one or two occasions that I have encountered, she will talk to you as if you really have one thing or the other in common before, or you have met her before. That is a name. In every, your name has the power to your brand. I said it. Is the authority. The authority in your name is the one that will open doors for you. And how do we care for that? Your name. Every industry, whether entertainment, science, education, politics, there are some names that up to today you still reckon with. And there are some names that up to today people are still building on. They're using the name as a ladder to reach the top. Whether you want to say it, the people in Nigeria and those in diaspora, when you mention some people's name, you can actually remember what that name stands for. Now, as you're seated there, grab your keypad and do one special thing for yourself today. Get your phone if you are with your phone and go on that Google search, type your name there. Your own name. Type your name there. Did you get any information? What is Google saying about your name? Is it being recognized? If I should tell you my name now, I will just tell you, type my name. Is either you put Ayafadiji there, or you type Yoruba Igboye. Now do the same thing for yourself. Do you have any record? Because somebody just finished telling us now that if we get to a stage now, if you need anything, they will ask for all your handles. If you are not on LinkedIn, and they will like, we don't think you are there yet, because you don't have a profile yet. The profile that your resume that you still have is the one that you still have secondary school, primary school, higher institution, then work experience. Those are the ones that you still have with. But the one that is people are looking for now is the name that is being recognized. So that was why I said, Grab your keeper, get your phone, type your own name there. Is Google bringing out anything concerning you? Initially, some people were like, I don't want to go on social media. What am I looking for on Instagram? Do I have business on TikTok? What is blinking? What is the X? But now, people are getting notice, they're getting job right from LinkedIn, and nobody will tell you where you get it. Somebody has been checking your profile. Somebody has been checking, going on your page for months. And you don't know. And then and when the fellow is satisfied, it will send a message to you. It shows that your name has actually traveled far, even to the extent of you getting a job that you didn't even bid for. Every name that open door is not by accident. No. It's hard work. You actually work towards that end before somebody could be able to reckon with your name. I was just saying that in every industry, let's take entertainment for example, as a case study. When you're looking at some certain thing in the entertainment industry, when somebody said, who is this person? At least you'll be able to say one or two things about such. For example, during the weekend, I think I left here on Sunday morning, and Monday that happened to be Easter Monday, I said, okay, let me just have a break from work. And whoa, they said, let's watch Funka Akindede's movie. I'm not a movie person, but they were like, oh, the latest one, let's walk behind the scene. And I didn't know when I started bringing out tears from when you got to a particular place. What am I saying is that when you're talking about the people that matter in the movie industry, by the time you say one or two, three names, you mention a name. Because she's not only, that name is not ringing bell only here. All over the world. Let's go to the music industry. By the time I will say, give me 3 names, you will know what to say. When some people are even looking at them as their role model, whether they are doing good or they are doing bad. So for that name is still ringing bell. That is name. Up till now, some people, they are still building on the legacy of the names from their parents. So they don't need it. They don't even need to struggle. They don't even to go through any stress. Once they mention that name, they'll say, come on, come on, come in, come in, come in. Talking about a name that can actually open doors for you. So we were talking about the foundation. In a layman's language, what does your name stand for? I'm not talking on the energy, the level of what your parent has put in place. Your own name. Your own name. What are you known for? Whether in church, in mosques, in your hostel, in your place of work, just name it. In your neighbor, in the community, what is your own name? What does your name stand for? So when they mention your name in people's mind, what is your personal brand? What are you building on that name? In this country, there are some people's their surname can no longer open doors for them. When they mention those names, people just do, forget about it. If you go out of the country, you go into the diaspora, when you mention some people's name, they'll say, And when you mention some people's name, they'll say, no, 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 no. Let's go into an entertainment country again. I'm talking about our footballer. When you mention some footballer's name, people were like, he's not retired yet too. He's still in the game. He can still do this. He can still do that. When you mention some footballer's name, somebody will say, no. The guy should go and retire. There was the. When you mention some coach's name, they will say, okay, he's still. And when you are looking into all these, there is this thing, you'll not be wondering, what is it in a name? What exactly is this in a name? You can't just want to call somebody and you are saying, hey, you, ace, you, A. Everybody have a name, and your names, our names are very, very important, and we should carry it. When we are talking about positioning yourself in your name, you just need to identify your values. When they call your name, what are the values that somebody can reckon with in your name? Just tell me those values. That the moment your name is being mentioned, somebody will remember that values and say, no. If it should tell you, it should say that I'm coming. Please don't go anywhere. It's coming indeed. And somebody will say, whatsoever thing that you put in his or her care, forget about it. That is talking about the value in your name. But the moment they mention your name, they say, we don't think we can trust him with our money. And someone say, you mean you were you not aware about what you did the last time? You are still saying we should. No. We can't put her in charge of this. That is somebody's name. When we are talking about trust, can your name be reckoned with that? And then when they are talking about diligence, as in you are very, very hardworking, can they put a star to your name? And they'll say, no. No. Just call him. And tell him what you want to do. He's willing to help. Can a star be to your name as touching that? Does your name carry weight? You know, the last time I said, grab your keypad, check your name on Google. Do you have anything that is being recognized there? If Google is going to recognize you, that means you must have posted one or two things on social media. You have a social media account? You know, in some organization, why do you think now, most times they say, send your reason to this. Maybe you don't know that some, they do their background checkup. They will just go and search for, so, they will just put it, one or two, and they want to know, who are you? Let me just tell us something. If you have been employed in a company now and you are still searching for a job, they have a system in place now that can actually detect it that you are an employee, or you have been employed, or you are presently working somewhere now. So by the time they are giving you your form and everything to fill, know what you need to say. Know what you need to put down. Most especially when you have not tendered your registration letter in your present place of work. Most especially when you are working with multi-international company. They have a way of detecting it now. What am I saying? There's a system in place that the moment they input your name, on the system, it's going to bring out every information about you. Some people are saying in Nigeria we don't have data, we don't have a record. Let's say with so many people now, especially with multinational companies. Instead of giving you employment, they just call the police to arrest you. They say you are still with so company, and yes, you are still seeking for employment in our place. So what are they saying about you? They've checked everything through your name and your data, because they've inbuilt your data and at least everything in their system in the company that you're actually working with. That is a name. So once their IT guy were able to input your name, he's going to bring out everything about you. Your last place of employment, your present place of employment, and if you are not yet employed, you should going to tell them. So it's not a matter of I'm gambling, okay, I've sent my CV to let me see if their pay is higher than my present place of work. I can just tender my once they've offered me employment letter. No, it doesn't work that way again. I got a client on LinkedIn. Apparently she has been checking my profile for like 6 months before she said, Ayafadiji, I would like you to come and help me teaching my children the Yoruba language. It is not that I don't really have enough time to post on social media again. But if you see people that have been consistently doing it very well, you just get a call. Somebody will just enter your DM and say, so person. It's your name that is opening door like that. Or maybe you're just posting your work, this is what I can do. Somebody is just it's just observing everything you're putting on it for like a month, 2, 3, 4, and when the fellow is satisfied, the person will just enter your DM, and you now be wondering that where did I is your name, your social media handle that is handling that. What am I saying is that over time, your credibility, once it is consistent about your name, it will actually open doors for you. I'm still making entertainment industry as a case study. You see, some of those artists now, especially those ones that their father, their mother has been acting in the 80s, they're just building on their parents' name now, and their parents are just retiring. They're going behind the it's like they're just stepping down for them. I'm very sure that if I say that, do you know the person they call Haji Love? Maybe in the process of documentary, you are able to watch who is Haji Love. But the songs they are building on his name. If I ask for Awolowo, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, do you know Obafemi Awolowo? You read from history, you saw his picture, you heard about his work, but his children are building on that name. The moment you mention Awolowo family, somebody is reckoning with the name. I'm talking about the people at home. Now let's go out. We go out to the diaspora. Starting with Nigerians in the diaspora. When they mention some people's name to you, you want to reckon with the name. Is your name recognizable? Do people believe in your name? When you talk about names in Nigeria, when somebody said Dora Akuluyi was late, she's no more living, but the moment they mention her name, you will remember her for something. That's a name. If you are talking about our footballers, mention one or two names, you will remember them for something. JJ Okocha, even the ones that are not living again, the moment you mention their name, you still remember the name for something. What are these pillars that you need to have behind that your name? The pillars that will support your name. Number one, demonstrate your expertise. Teach what you know. Yes. If it is you know how to turn amala very well, do it diligently. Do it very well. Let people know that your name all over the world, the best amala turner. If it is as in you are into the IT sector, let it be known. Master it very well. Teach people that thing that you know. And if you go to a stage, people will start coming to you to come and learn more. And in that stage, you start charging them. Okay, if I can teach you this, this is what you will offer me. But initially, you are actually doing it to establish that your name, your brand. I saw something on social media, I can't remember the guy's name. They said group of guys. You know, Nigeria, we like food, Abby. What do? They'll come to your party with their mortar and their pestle, and they will peel yam and they will pound yam. It's a brand. And when people say, this is what you do, okay, give me your counter. This is what you do. So now it's having different sections, sending different guys to different locations. After technology have taught us that, okay, we can use our blender, we can use our food processor, we can use this one to do pounded yam. It's still not the same thing like the one that they use their mortar and their. So this is what those guys, that's their area of expertise. They will build the yam, they will do everything. And then there's this thing about when you demonstrate your ability in what you can do. You should be bringing in, you'll be solving some problem. You'll be providing solution to some problem, because people will be the one telling you and asking, okay, can you still do this? So initially, they will come to the party, they will pound the yam, but now people are started asking them, okay, can you do 150 wrap for me? So it doesn't even need to go to the party again. People, they are the one bringing the problem and is trying to offer solution. Okay, 150 wrap. Because somebody that has come to your party to come and pound for you, so you have already have a taste of his work. So right in the comfort of his room, he will just peel the yam in the kitchen, and they will do 200 wraps of pounded yam. And just give them time. When exactly do you want it to be ready? Okay, the guests will be arriving by 4 p.m. So by 3:30, make sure that the pounded yams are ready at the venue. And somebody eating that at an event, we asked, oh, we didn't see anybody. Where did you get the pounded yam? He's getting advert that he didn't even pay for. Because one way or the other, the person celebrating will say, okay, okay, I'm going to give you the contact of the guy, Jerry. Don't worry. He's already building his name. Consistency of presence, that is, be available, showing up. That I'm talking about the pillars that you can actually lean on when you want to make sure that your name will surely open doors. Be consistent in what you do. Be available. How can your name be known? You can be showing up through your write-up. If it is once in a week, let people be able to reckon with it. Let them be waiting for the newsletter. If it is twice a week, and if it is you don't want to show your face, yes, you just want to be pictorial, you want to be showing picture, before you know it, people will say, okay, I think every Monday is always bringing one topic and then you will speak on it. You will write on it. If it is writing, if it is speaking, If it is only picture you want to be showing us, stages by stages, we watch some vlog, and then we just only be hearing the voice of the person. Abi, you will not see the person talking. The friend will just be showing pictures to you. For instance, he wants to tell you about laptop. You show the picture of a laptop. How do you switch on laptop? The friend will just be talking, and you will not see the person talking. And people will start looking forward to that. Today, I want to teach you how to open your folder. You don't see the person talking, no, but in picture form, it's just taking it step after the other. It's a name. You're building a brand, because every week some people will be looking forward to your vlog. And if you're not camera shy, that you want to be coming up every time, you're building your name. And before you know it, somebody will just call you. Can you come and speak at our event? Can we have you? And what you just need to ask is, okay, tell me your event. What was it about? What do you want me to speak on? And boom, you prepare yourself. And after the event, you have other people saying, okay, we'll be having this that will be coming up. Can you come and speak? And then when you are building that name, you don't know what you're doing for yourself. You just don't know what you're actually doing for yourself. When you are building that name, when in the Basi, this is the very first stop, people said they don't even know that she was into that. And you said it was the mother, that they were able to recognize the mother as a caterer. When somebody say eleganza today, you will think of one or two products to that name. And you will not say, who is eleganza? Somebody will not say, oh, this is. Another pillar is try and have good reputation. Someone somewhere should be able to speak about your name. Because whether you like it or not, when your name is being mentioned, somebody should be able to say something about it. And that is recognition. Build a relationship with your name, with people. A network that people can vouch for with your name. You don't have to be in isolation with your name that, oh, I don't want them to. So people are not associating with you because of your religion, because of your beauty, but they are associating themselves with you because of your name. Because they know that your name can actually open doors for them. You could imagine if you have your way to, let's say, Dangote, and then he gave you a note somewhere and said, okay, take it there once you mention my name. And then by the time we go there, they are saying, from where you are, from where? From Alaji Dangote. I just say, okay, come in. Because it's a name that can be reckoned with. One of the pillars that you can lean on is that, do you have integrity with your name? When something is not convenient for you, when you fail, are you remorseful with your name? Because integrity is the foundation on which you build your name on. So during the hard time, don't you compromise with your name. Because when you're looking at it, your name should be something that you need to carry very well. So, do you have integrity? Do you have it? If you don't have integrity, then your name cannot open any door. Because it will actually reflect in your character. And then by so doing, your name is not going to be a name that people want to reckon with. Don't let me say it's a trash. Yeah. When you look at it now, for instance, in the politics in Nigeria now, some people, their fathers have destroyed some certain thing in political circle. So when their children were trying to come up, and people are like, why won't you go and sit down? And up till now, some people's parents, then their parents' name is actually open door for them. Because the moment they mention that name, people can actually remember one or two things about their name. When you're building your name and you actually want your name to open door, what problem can your name solve? You just need to create a body of work, a body that works. Can your name provide solution to a particular problem? Let's take a look at it very well. We are looking about electricity today. There's a name behind that. When we go into the medical sector, there are some names that actually invent and discover some certain things. When they are talking about building roads, construction of roads, when you mention some name, people want to reckon with it. In the education sector, when they talk about some names, you want to, because those names have actually solved some problems. For as many science students that are seated here, when they mention some names in physics and chemistry, you already know the problem they actually solve. in the economic sector, in when they mention some name, when you are reading the rules, you already remember the names that the problem they've actually solved. And when your name can actually provide solution to problem, then your name will connect. Your name will surely connect with people. Whether good or bad, there are some names now you can remember them for good or for bad. They are still names. Why is it that when you are in search of something, you just get your keeper and you just type? Somebody is looking for how to speak right, and the moment you just put it there, schools that can teach me how to speak right. One of the things that we call pop-up school of eloquence, when they are saying pharmacy can give me good drugs, one of the names that we pop up is some name of pharmaceutical company that can be reckoned with. That is name. When they are talking about your name, is there any story behind your name? Can you narrate your story from nothing to stardom? Can your name stand the test of time like that? Because you can't just come into the limelight. People will like, we don't know him. Have you been hearing about her name before? So you must surely have a story behind your name. So before your name could be that one that people will reckon, there must be a story behind it. Because your name must start from nothing to what? To something. When you are talking about names, your name should be a name that people want to tell to other about something about you that they can remember. Because your name has to be a name that has a story with honesty and intention. That is just it. So when you have a story behind your name, then respected people in the society will be able to say your name, and there will be a credit behind it. When your name already have a story, they are in need of something somewhere. Someone will recognize you. And they will say, okay, I know someone that can do this. Oh, who is the person? And they will mention your name. And you are getting credit to that. Because you have been able to build your name. You'll be able to develop yourself. Your name already have a story. recall that when somebody mentioned Martin Luther King, what do you remember about him? We don't even know, you have not even set your eyes on the owner of the name. But until now, you can still remember that name. Until now. Because of one thing or the other that you already have. I was talking the other day about the electricity. There's a name behind it. Do you know how many times it's they try? Do you know how many times before you could be able to put it into place? Let's go into other industry. When you are in need of good cake, you know the names that you will mention. The moment somebody say, let's go and get the cake from this place, everybody, okay, they sell the best cake. When they want to construct bridge, roads, once they mention a particular name, you say yes, yes. Don't damage your name. Guide your name. Guide it jealously. Accordingly, guide it. Don't allow somebody to spoil your name. Why do you think that some people say it with confidence that when people want to put them in trouble, and they will tell you, you want to spoil my image? The name that I've been protecting, the name that I've been building, you know, the way they will fight you. Because they know the importance behind of their name. They know the importance of their name. Do you know how many years they have been working with integrity and searching their name? And then they can't allow you to embarrass them. So they will like, the name that I've been building, you want to spoil it? No. So don't allow anybody to damage your name. Another pillar for you to have a good name is keep learning. Keep learning. You must make sure that you learn, you relearn, and unlearn. You need to deepen your knowledge, your expertise. Search, look more, do more, learn more. In order to continue to do what? To protect your name. Like I said, and guide your name jealously. Guide it very well. Don't allow anybody to spoil your name. Give more than you have. Check it. Be a regular apprentice student to be reckoned with in your field. In order to promote your brand, your name should be able to give more. Everybody should be able to reckon with you in your field as touching your name. What is it, that thing that you engage yourself in? It's not that when somebody is in need of that service, somebody will not remember your name. No, you have not built enough. Build more. So that when they are in need of your service, at their fingertips, somebody will remember you and mention your name. So, when you want a name to open doors for you, then it must be a name that you must have worked on very well. Occasionally, please always ask yourself, is my name still reckoned with what I want it to be? You remember the things that you said you actually want your name to my name? Irrespective of what you're passing through or the situation you find, yourself, make sure you guide that name. Make sure you guide the name. Sometime in this country, we had for some fraud cases in the banking sector, and there are some names behind it. Now, whether you like it or not, one way or the other, those grandma and their grandpa now, their name cannot actually be mentioned everywhere again. So occasionally always ask yourself, is my name still associated with what I want it to be? Just continue to ask yourself that question. What are you doing? You are putting a check to yourself. Am I still protecting my name? Am I still working on my brand? Am I still doing what I want my name to be? Do I still carry myself with self-esteem? Do I still carry my name to that position, that place that I'm looking forward to get my name to? So everything I said about my brand, am I still working towards it? Is my name still in time with what I actually want my name to be? So let me tell us the name you are building now. One, you should do it with excellent work. Concerning your name, try and tell the truth. Be intentional about your story. Because whether you like it or not, your name will be mentioned somewhere and somebody will say one or two things about your name. So that is why when you're building your name, tell the truth, the real part of the story. Another thing that you should do when you're building your name is invest in people. I don't know, there are so many people today that they have one knowledge on the other. But because they are afraid, by the time they started teaching people, they don't want people to get better than them. No! If you're teaching other people, if you're investing in people, you will be getting better and better and better every day. Because you're already ahead of the people that you are teaching, that you are putting in place. You're already ahead of them. So the more you are able to invest in people to teach them, the more knowledgeable you will be. So do interact in people, deposit something big so that your name will be remembered for something. Since yesterday I said it, if you go on social media now, just scroll, by the time you scroll about 2 or 3 reels, you will see somebody writing tribute about Mrs. Ogunde. Now what does your name do? do for you when you are building it, make sure you keep promises with your name. And when you keep promises, don't break it. Because it's a pillar that you are building your name on. The school of Africa said they wanted to do this for 20 days. Even when people are like, why 20 days? Why? Because they were trying to build, they want to build more on the existing name. When I was looking into it, I said, okay, he said the very first possibility did it for 5 days. Is it 5 days? So before anybody could break the record again, then they try to build on the existing name. And making it stronger than before. Because when you are looking for where you can learn public speaking, how to speak right, you will remember globally School of Eloquence. It's a name. It's a brand. So they will not want to tarnish their image or damage the brand. Another pillar that I want you to build for your name is add the extra in front of your ordinary name. When we get out now and we said Victor, you hear so many people that will be answering Victor. You say Shegun, so many people will be answering Shegun. You call Blessing, so many people will be answering Blessing. So what is the extra in front of your name? Because when they call Lola, there are so many Lola. So let us have the extraordinary Lola. And but before you could have the extraordinary Victor, then Victor must have do more than all other Victor. So in front of your name, add the extra. So let it be what? Extraordinary. Don't let it just be ordinary. So that somebody will not call your name and say ordinary, ordinary, ordinary. Put the extra in front of your name. Add the extra there. Let your name stand for something specific. Let it be meaningful. In the fashion industry now, when they mention some name now, you already know what they stand for. Good quality. Leave a good legacy with your name. Yes, leave it with your name. Leave a good legacy with your name. The other time I said that some of us, we may not know late Obafemi Awolowo, but when they mention his name, is it the bringing the television station to us? His impact in the education sector, in politics. So leave a good legacy with your name. I don't want to mention name, but there are some names in Nigeria now. Why the owner of the name were no more? The children cannot be reckoned with. Yeah. Okay? Open the right door always with your name. After your story must have been heard, after you must have guided your name jealously, after you make sure that you have integrity with your name, then your name will surely open doors. You don't know the impact, you don't know the important, you don't know the names that you carry now until when people started recognizing your name and started telling people about you. And then that is when you will now know that you need to protect your name. You can't engage yourself in works that are illegal and then you want people to reckon with your name. No. Why do you think that people don't want to be ex-convict? Because they don't want it to be attached to their name. They will like trying to make sure that they do everything in their ability not to go to jail. Because they don't want it to be attached to their name. I'll be rounding up with this. That before you do anything otherwise, always think about your name. Always think about your name. You are not the only bearer of that name. So that whether you are a living legend or not, the name should continue to open doors. The name should continue to be reckoned with. The name should continue to be the extraordinary. When you're looking at it from every angle, let people be able to say more about your name. Let people be able to reckon with it. So when next you think about doors, think about your name. Build a name that will not only open door once, but will always open doors for your generation and the unborn generation to come. So that by the time they will remember you, let something be attached to that name. Let it be a name that your great grandchildren will say, oh, our grandfather, our grandmother did excellently with his or her name. On this note, I would like to getting to know about your name is not something that you want to soil with, but it should be a name that should be reckoned with. Whether you like it or not, you are the bearer of the name. You are going to leave the name one day. But it should be a name that should be remembered for something. It should be a name that should be recognized in your society, and then you can't just do without it than to build a name that will open doors for you. Not once I said it, but always. On this note, I would like to hand over the mic to the next person.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good evening, everybody. Wow, thank you, ma'am, for that amazing presentation. My name is Elizabeth Akifenwa, and today I'll be talking about
Is hustle culture destroying young minds? Is hustle culture destroying young minds? Anybody wants to say anything about what they understand by hustle culture? Hustle culture. Are you hustling? Are you a hustler? Anybody here? Are you a hustler? I'm asking a question. Are you? Or a baller? Or a hustle? Now let's take a look at this picture. A young lady living in Lagos, 25 years old. She has a 9 to 5. So that means in the city of Lagos, right? She has to wake up very early in the morning to meet up at 9 to 5. After coming back from 9 to 5, she has a company where she works with as a virtual assistant, that the time differences is different from what we have in Nigeria. Aside that, she's building her brand as an influencer on social media, on Instagram. Additionally, we've been talking about build your LinkedIn profile. She's building a network on LinkedIn as well. 9 to 5. Side business. Content creator / influencer. Right? LinkedIn network. As a matter of fact, she even runs a podcast. Look at this life and a lot of things that are attached to one single life. And the thing is that in Nigeria, it now seems as if this is what is the normal way. You see a teacher, a classroom teacher who is in the classroom, also an online teacher, also a lesson teacher. Even in front of her house, she has a small shop. Even on her WhatsApp status, she does drop shipping of handbags and shoes. Hustle culture. And the thing is that in Nigeria now, hustling is not even an act. It is now an identity. It is rare for you to see one person that is just one thing, because we are in the era of you must have multiple streams of what? Income. And can we blame them? We really cannot blame them in a society that probably do not reward effort most times. In a society that maybe your one thing that you think you want to focus on clearly cannot sustain you, cannot sustain your family, cannot sustain your extended family. Nobody has to tell you before you move out and say you want to find something extra to do. But the question is this really the definition of hard work? Is this really what hard work is? Not really. It's not really, because hustling is doing more harm than good. And I'm going to show you how in the course of this presentation. Look at that lady, that young lady that we cited as example. Imagine what she would be battling. Sleep deprivation would be list of some of the huge things that could be affecting her. Somebody that wakes up by 5 a.m. to beat traffic, to come back to be an online to be a virtual assistant, to still try. In fact, on her way to work, she has to make her post on LinkedIn and also engage. Sleep deprivation, anxiety, emotional stress, in fact, physical stress, exhaustion. These are a lot of negative things that hustling produces. And some of the things that it's also another thing that hustling produces is it glorifies exhaustion. It glorifies tiredness. We see it as normal for you to be tired. Like saying, I am tired, I am exhausted is now a song. Because you are doing a lot of things. You are doing a lot of things. In fact, somebody that is not in that system is seen as lazy. Lazy, what do you mean? It's only your 9 to 5 that you have? What do you mean you are not building on social media? I mean, I gave a speech last time telling us about building on social media. So, like, every one of us is guilty one way or the other. Not really about the building on social media is not the issue here. The issue here is doing too many things just because I want to make it. Not really because it satisfies you, not really because you really want to do that thing, but because I have to do it. And one other negative thing about hustling in Nigeria is that it equates busyness with worth. You have to be busy for we to see that you are hardworking or you have worth. You are not busy. What do you mean you are resting? What do you mean you are at home on a Saturday resting? When you could also be in another event and say, I want to network with people. We are all guilty. I am too. So it equates busyness with worth. If you are not busy, that means you are not adding value. If you are not busy, that means you are not making impact. It nominalizes you grinding yourself to the dust. You know, we always say that Nigerians, we are resilient. That resilience sometimes on the flip side can be a disadvantage. Determination. I can do it. I can do all. Just to survive. But is it serving us or is it destroying us? Is it serving us or is it destroying us? Is hustling culture destroying young minds in Nigeria? It's even a term. That's why I said it's an identity. Many people say it. I dey hustle, my guy. I dey hustle. That is, I'm hustling. I be hustler. God did not create you as an hustler, but let's leave that. What is really the definition of this hustling culture? It's not hard work. That's one thing you need to understand. Hustling is not hard work. Because when we hustle, right, most time it does not give room for rest. As you are doing something, you are doing another. As you are sitting in one class, you are replying your daughter that is in your shop selling frozen food. The daughter is asking, Mommy, how much is 1 kilo? And you are in a class. It's not really hard work. Because hard work has strategy embedded in it. Hard work has rest embedded in it. Hard work knows when to push and when to pause. But hustling, you are pushing every day. I am grinding. One day I go make am. Hard work is not you doubting whether you will make it or not make it. Hard work is you being strategic. You knowing that if I do this, it may take some seasons of investment, some period of investment, but definitely in the long run, I am going to pull through. I am going to break through. People who are hardworking, they know where they are going and they know how to get there. People who are hustling, they don't really know where they are going. They are just going in the direction that life turns to them. That's why most people who are hustler, they compare themselves. And even the Bible says, I have to quote the Bible. The Bible says, they that compare themselves with themselves They are fools. Hustling. You see drop shipping that is in vogue now. There is money in drop shipping. No, I'm doing drop shipping. There is money in content creation now. If you start now, you blow. I'm doing content creation. You blow. What else are people following people to do? There is money in forex. I will follow. There is money in ghostwriting. I will do it. Anything that we shall make money. TikTok live. Go and stream. I will stream. I will stream. I think it was one of the speakers that spoke about was multitasking, right? Exactly. Yeah. You know, I believe multitasking is one of the fruits of hustling culture, hustle culture. Because there's no how you will have the mindset of an hustler that you not want to multitask inappropriately. Inappropriately. That's why you see people at the table of their office, they are going live on TikTok. Hustling culture. Hustling culture sees constant work as virtue. You just have to be doing something. You just have to be doing something. That's hustling. At a point, you just have to be doing no rest. Hustling culture sees rest as weakness. What do you mean you are taking three days break? Hustling culture. Even during normal vacation, maybe during normal leave, you've already booked something to occupy that time. Even as teacher during vacation, the 3 months or 2 months vacation, holiday lesson is there. There is something that is going that I can do. Constant work. It sees rest as weakness. Every one of us is guilty. I myself am guilty. We are all guilty. Hustle culture sees business as proof of a good person. It shows that you are ambitious. That's the sign of wow. When you say somebody is ambitious, wow, so you are doing this, you also did this. Wow, that's great. In fact, we celebrate it. Yes, you are doing very well in wow, that's so great. You mean you are the owner of this company, so you mean you also do this? Wow. Like I saw one funny post on social media. I don't know why I forget. The lady sounds like from Ondo. Sometimes she does her videos in Yoruba. She was not saying something like, is it there with me or something like, okay, like I will interpret it. But the essence of that video is that she was saying that only you in your one room apartment, you are makeup artist, you are lash tech, you are sewing, you are baking. The lady said, ever since I know Dangote is sugar, but you ever since I know Dangote, but you, only you, lash tech, only you, makeup artist, only you, fashion designer, only you can bake, only you, if they want to do event planning, they will call you, only you, if they need MC, you are there. Chauffeur para any, that's the way the chauffeur para any. Do you want to kill yourself? Hustling culture. Hustling culture says it's about the hours that you invest, not really about value. That's why people will come to on social media. You just have to be consistent. Like myself now, I post 7 times a day on social media. 7 times a day. 7 videos I record. This thing, and they will show you. This was my followings when I was posting once a day. This was it when I was posting 7 times a day or 20 times a day. You to say wow, and go to the comment section. Nobody will say don't kill yourself. Oh, I will say wow, I celebrate your consistency. I celebrate you. That was determination. That is it. That's it. Constant hard work. That shows you are ambitious. hustling culture. It says exhaustion is the way. You are tired, that's it. You should be tired. You should be tired, because tell me why you will not be tired. 9 to 5, remote virtual assistant, you still have business you are doing. That's the thing. Hustling culture, it really does not care about the number of time you invest, or about the number of, the value is the number of time. Just have to invest that time. It glorifies multiple stream of incomes. Are we saying all these are wrong? No, they are not. And as we move on, we will see. Follow me. Multiple streams of income. And we cannot, of course, this idea of hustling culture, I think it originated, or it seeped into our culture, although we cannot say we ourselves in Nigeria do not have it. But when you read some business biographies, or you listen to some successful people speaking, most times they will just tell you, when somebody is successful, tomorrow now, if I become bigger than this, and say, come and share your story, come and share your success story, how to we say, where will I even start from? Where do I even want to start from? You just have to be determined. I remember 10 years ago, I was investing 25 hours out of 24 hours. And the thing is that everybody say, whoo, because when you are successful, anything that comes out of your mouth is gold, though. It's gold. Anything that comes out of your mouth, wisdom. It's wisdom. Nobody cares. We not this thing. So that's the thing. So most of the time when we read or we listen to successful people now, if you read biography of the likes of Bill Gates, in fact, in his biography, Road Ahead. No, it's not really a biography, but there's a book that he wrote. Road Ahead is the title. He said that there was a time that they were sleeping on a small bed. They were not even sleeping. They did not even know when one day passed to the second day. And you, as an upcoming entrepreneur, you also want to become Bill Gates. They say, that's how to do it, though. And you see some motivational speaking. If you are still sleeping for 4 hours, you are wrong. If you are still sleeping 4 hours, if by 3 a.m. you should be awake.
Of your life.
Exactly. If you sleep for 4 hours, multiply 4 hours times 30 days times 365 days times 10 years, you would have slept for 10 years of your life. You too, you will hear that and say, I'm not. Maybe this is the reason why I'm not moving forward. And the person that is saying that, you too, you can visibly see success in the life of the person. You will say, I think this is the way out. And even when you are sleeping, you are guilty. There are sometimes you may be sleeping, you are enjoying the sleep, but there is guilty conscience at the back of your mind. Hope I'm not sleeping my life away like this. God, I beg you. Hustling culture. Hustling culture. And we too, in Nigeria, we have our own mindset of that hustling culture originally. Yoruba will say, Onokun Owoja. Yes or no? That is, it's not in a literal meaning. It is not only one road that enters into a market, which means you cannot just do one thing. You have to have different things you are doing. That's a saying that is ingrained in what? In hustling culture. Survival strategy, hustling culture, because you have to survive. That's why we say, can we blame ourselves? You cannot. You cannot. And so it has taken root. Why has it taken root in a country like Nigeria now? An economy that is not really favorable. Okay, let's say that 9 to 5 as an example now, the young lady as an example. How much could she be earning? Somebody and I were talking this morning, and we're talking about Uber within Ireland. That I was asking her that, oh, it's somewhere close, far from this place. And she was telling me that it's not far, it's just about 20 minutes away. And I said, when I checked Uber was showing me 7,500 naira. Just something that is just 20 minutes away from here. I said, is it because it's Ireland? I said, maybe. From there, we moved to talking about rents and real estate in this thing. And she was saying, she's a real estate agent, that there are some apartments that she herself cannot promote. Because what do you mean something that looks like square like this? A room, 3.5 million naira. So imagine the young lady we are talking about living in that kind of area that she does not have choice. If she will live very far from where she is working, that means she has to wake up very early to meet up at her workplace. How much could she be earning to make up for her expenses? So an economy that is not favorable has put people into this culture of hustling just because they want to survive. Won't people eat? We will eat. You will eat, not only eat, you will put shelter over yourself, and you will do oble too. For our international audience, oble means what? Help me. Oble means what? Party. You will spend on yourself. You will enjoy your life. That's it. From that thing you are earning. And so, after the person has done it for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, you cannot leave. Yet, it's not enough. Look at that dilemma. You cannot say, because this thing is not enough, so I'm going to leave. You dare not leave. How will you cope? So the only thing you can do is to add something to it. And a friend just told you, do you know you can be working online during the night? Yes. This country is 6 hours difference from us. So that means when it's night in Nigeria, it's morning in their country. So you are doing morning shift physically, night shifts spiritually or remotely. That's the word. But look at it. Is it a fault? No. If that single source of income could satisfy her, she wouldn't want to join something else with it. She wouldn't want to. But in an economy that is like this, she has to survive. She has to survive. Another thing that pushes people into the hustling culture, especially in Nigeria, is a family system that demands from you. Somebody's speech was focused on black tax here, and which is real. Immediately you start making money, there is expectation from what? From your family, from you. That's the thing. We cannot deny that in Nigeria that we are. You cannot. There's no how. You're young, especially you are now first child. If you are now the first child, that one. Your younger siblings, they will call you for school fees. Your mother will call you for something. Your father too will call you for another thing. Your uncle too, if you are in touch with them. Grandmother in the village. Anything happen, let's call sister this. That's it. If you put for DND, one day they will reach you. That's the thing. And this thing is that most times there's no how, especially some people that they have really been trapped into this black tax of a thing. They will already let you know that it's your responsibility. It takes you, we are not saying not help, but it's just to be wise with a lot of things. Choose yourself first. So in the process of even choosing yourself first, but at least you want to say, okay, I want to send something home. They will let you know. They will let you see that Is it not somebody that stopped school? We have to stop school for your younger ones so that you will finish school. They will let you know that whatever you are earning today is because somebody made sacrifice for you. I've seen a family, right? I've seen a family that till tomorrow, this family, they've already given birth to like 3 children. No? Till tomorrow, the mother-in-law still hates the wife. Why? Because their son married. They believe that he married early. Yes. And as at the time he married, he wasn't even less than 30. But they felt that, why did you go and marry? I think you should be earning and take care of your what? Of your younger ones for some time. So now went to marry, have your own family. Look at that. Family expectation. Family expectation. There is this movie, we are speaking, Nigeria Speaks to the World. It's a Nigerian movie. It's on YouTube. Monica. If you have not watched it. Yeah. Uche Montana TV. Please, that's where you should watch it. Don't watch it from another channel. Look at that representation of black tax in our own. Is there anything that is darker than black tax? They should even call our own darker tax. It's not black. Yes, that's how far our family were in the area of entitlement. She wanted to get married. Her mother said, well, you want to get married, so you want to leave all the responsibility to your mother. You want to leave all the responsibility. The fiancé gave her money to buy sewing machine to improve her work. She carried the money, give it to her younger sister to go and register exam. Look at that. So the thing is that, why did I bring the reference of that film? It's not a film. It's a representation of what is going on in the society. Because when you go and check that film, just take time to read through the comments. See how people were not ashamed to say that this is my story. Yes. They were all ashamed. You know, there's something that we happen. You do not want to talk. A lot, not 1, not 20, saying that this is my story. And the most amazing thing is that even that movie itself is a true life story. True life story. Very, in fact, it was really it is really an emotional one. When you put all expectation of first daughter, so much. So what are you saying? So in a society that there is family expectation, so you want the lady to just hold on to the 9 to 5 that is giving her maybe 250,000 or 300,000. You pay rent, transport to work. She will eat and she will send money home again. Hustle culture. So why won't she do virtual assistant at night, still sell bag in the morning at the office? Why hustling culture in Nigeria? We have social media that glorifies and amplifies accomplishments. People rarely share their failures on social media. You know now. Everybody is when you didn't notice that most times when people want to share their failure on social media is when they have made it. They will now come back. Me say, I will do that. Exactly, I will do it. I remember 10 years ago. They will not keep. I don't know whether they always keep that picture purposefully. Exactly. Yes, so to perspire again. They will keep that. They will purposely keep that picture. They will not put the before. They will not put the one they are there in that aesthetically pleasing thing. So that is it. So a culture that, society that amplifies and glorifies only accomplishments. We don't know the process. You are there. That's why they say social media is not real. Social media most time is not real. It's a packaged life in 1 minute real. You too, you want to take it real. 1 minute real, REEL. You want to make it real. You want to take it as real, REAL. You will see somebody's video, just 1 minute, you will think about your life. What have I done with my life? Just 1 minute, you are judging your own 25 years of existence. You are judging it based on 1 minute real of somebody. that they purposefully curated, that is curated, aesthetically pleasing. So society that see that, if you are somebody that you don't even know how to control yourself, what can I do to make it? I also want to do this. And you know, sometimes our Afrobeat my artists, sometimes there are some lyrics too, they put it that want you to also aspire something. You can give me one, is not coming to my head, and I should be able to remember one, that the lyrics is you anticipating one wealth that is coming, or you should aspire to. That's the thing. So social media that glorifies lives like this, it makes people to take decision and say, I just want to do everything. And even in the era of social media influencers, in the era of somebody can just go to TikTok live and from there become a celebrity, what's the work that make you that? You know, it is before that we celebrate people based on something tangible that they do. That's what make people to be popular. We know Wale Soyinka. Why? Because of books, because of his impact in what? In literature. Chinua Achebe, because of that. Do you understand? We know a lot of people too in what? Maybe their businesses. But today, there are people that we know, and you ask yourself, please, what's this person's work? Really, what can I say that what's this person doing? Really, what? So I'm not there. I'm not there. So social media has also added to the birth or something that is aiding hustling culture, because you are looking at that person that is driving one big car, you also want to be like that. Yes, you also want to be like that. And they'll say, what is the person doing? Now streaming, no. Now streaming. YouTube, now go online. 20 days, you are there. You know, that's why now they've banned Nigeria from going live at certain time. I think or is the suspension over? I heard that TikTok said Nigeria shouldn't go live beyond 11 p.m. or something. Yes, because people, yes, but a few months ago they did that, except if they have lifted, because people were going live doing obscene things on TikTok. Nigerians. Yes, live that people were doing to pass across information, tangible thing. They were doing it with doing a lot of things that were not reasonable. So these are the things that make hustle culture a thing in Nigeria. And then a society that equates your worth with your productivity is in doing. We know about doing. It's about doing. I know, if I want to digress a bit, you know that when you work in an organization, like Mr. David Brand that talked to us the other time, if you were here, you know, he gave a definition of who a good employee is. Someone that is consistently doing something that is of what standard in an organization towards the goal. Because you can be doing a lot of activities and you'll be telling, and I'm working now, but your work is not what? It's not what they expect you to do. It's not the standard. You are not a good employee. So it's not about productivity. It's not about I am busy. You are busy doing what? You are busy building what? It is very, very important. And now, we cannot say that in Nigeria that we are, that this idea of hustling culture has not produced something. Because sometimes, if you want to equate this hustling culture, we equate it to the resilience of Nigerians. That's why when Nigerians want to, most time when we even travel outside, when they travel outside the country, see that they survive because we are what we say, we are rugged, we are resilient. Exactly. So it builds that resilience. So if you now get to a place where even with just one thing that you are doing, you can do what? You can grow and build something from it. You'll be able to invest that time more because of the resilience that you have carried from here. So it has actually built real results. We cannot lie. A lot of companies, indigenous companies we have today is through the tenacity, determination, resilience that the Nigerian culture has ingrained in them. We cannot deny that. And another thing is that it has normalized entrepreneurship. Let us not lie. It has normalized entrepreneurship. That's why people can decide to say, okay, I can be selling this. And then they will pick that and they are selling it. They are not afraid to what? To go out. They are not afraid to say, I don't want to be boxed up. So it has really normalized entrepreneurship, which has actually done a lot of good to the economy. So my point is that we cannot totally crucify the idea of hustling culture. We cannot. But it has also done more harm than good. And at the end of this speech, I'm going to tell us the middle ground that we should have. Don't be an hustler. Don't be on the other side of this, because I will let you know there is another. Hustling is a end of a spectrum. There is another end of another spectrum on the left. That is extreme, and we get there. Don't be the first one. Don't be the second one. There is a middle ground that we should all aim for. What then is hustling culture destroying? What is hustling culture destroying? So in what is hustling culture destroying, I'm going to talk about what is it destroying in our body, what is it destroying in our mind, what is it destroying in our identity, as a person, and what is it destroying as regards our ethics as a nation or as a society. Hustling culture. What is hustling culture destroying in our mind? It has made people to be more susceptible to chronic diseases. Because no sleep, you are glorifying exhaustion, tiredness. I slept 2 a.m. I slept 3 a.m. You've woken up 5 a.m. again. You are going from one bus to another, downfall to another. So it has as a result of that, a lot of diseases has been caused through what? Sleep deprivation, chronic diseases. You see young people developing diseases that are meant for older people. They are not supposed to be. Why? Because of stress. Do you know that stress can kill? It can kill, stress. Hey. And most time, no time for physical well-being. They will tell you, I have not even eaten. I think I saw one funny post on Instagram, maybe yesterday or today. But me as somebody that is feeling hungry, but you are not, you've not what? You don't want to cook or you don't want to eat. So the guy was now doing as if she wants to what? He wants to faint. He now carrying yam like this. But he has been working. He did not what? He did not eat. And you are thinking, I have to finish this project. I have to do this so that maybe in the next 10 years, when you are telling us your success story, you say, there were times I will be working and I want to eat. I will say, no, I need to finish this project. Better eat. Oh, food is life. So, no time for physical exercise. No time to eat good meals. No medical checkup. Skipping of meals. Why? You are juggling a lot of things together. If you even eat, it's maybe one gala and Coca-Cola by the roadside or Pepsi. You are good. No. Normalization of pain. Normalization of fatigue. Fatigue is seen that it's normal, as if it is normal to be tired. I've gone since morning. God will help us in this country. Yes. Hold up. You are inside it. Look at what I think we've had two Mr. David have been around in this week. I mean, the first Mr. David, smooth teacher. Remember, he shared an experience that there was when his workers, his co-workers, when they close in the evening, he will not go home. He will go to place where he's doing home lesson. His other colleagues, they will be going back to the mainland. The funniest thing is that they will be stuck in the mainland by that time. From evening 11 o'clock, that's when they will get back home. 11, and they will leave again by what? By 5, because they want to meet up. Fatigue is seen as normal. You have to push through. It's normal. It's normal to be tired, but don't give up. You know, the motivational industry has also done more harm than good. That's why sometimes they drag them on social media, and it's good. You have to be motivated. That is, you have to be self-motivated, but you have to know the motivation that you are going to take. You have to know the motivation that you are going to take. Somebody that is telling you to sleep for whatever hour, sleep for this thing. No, you better know the advice. And sometimes you see people depending on substances just because they have to work. They have to work. They have to be alert to work because of exhaustion, burnt out, tiredness, breakdown. And we've moved to the part of mind. What hustling culture is destroying in our mind is causing burnout. When someone is burnt out, it's not tiredness. I'm very sure you know. If someone says I'm burnt out, it's not tiredness. That one is another grade of tiredness. Because when you are burnt out, you are just going through life. You are just doing things. Your mind is no longer sound. Loss of passion. Feeling of emptiness. Despite the fact that you have achieved what? You have achieved apparent success that we can see. Yet, there is no satisfaction. Anxiety disorders. How about that? That's what hustling culture does to our mind, to people's mind. Anxiety disorder. That you just, that feeling of I have not done enough. I need to take another course. I need to be certified. I need to do this. I need to do that. That's the thing. Anxiety. And then the feeling of you are being left behind. To you, it's as if the world is leaving you behind. That's why sometimes comparison, like I said, is aiding this hustling culture. Because when you move at your own pace, there will be no pressure. But the moment you start thinking somebody is leaving you behind, you will want to do something to make you think that you are ahead. They let you see that you are sleeping. You are there sleeping. Those that will rule the world in the next 15 years, they are in China building things that the whole world will use. Okay. Only the person that is alive can, how did they say it? It's only somebody that is alive that can what? That can chase goals. Oh. And most time we see depression hidden behind productivity. We see depression hidden behind productivity. Also, I think it was in Lagos that a owner of one startup, they said he committed suicide. I think he jumped off his building. I can't remember, but look at a situation like that. Apparent success. Everybody can see that, wow, this person has built a successful life. But do you know what the person has been battling? The depression. Depression is real. So hustling culture makes people to be visibly busy, but they are privately drowning. They are privately drowning. You are visibly busy. In fact, you can live apparent success. That is, people can see that you have this, you have that, but privately not satisfied with life. Another thing that hustling culture does to our mind is imposter syndrome mindset. Yeah, because it will imposter syndrome, right? It will let you see what you have done, that is, you are not fit for that thing that you have done. Imposter syndrome will not make you believe that what you have achieved, you deserve it. Imposter syndrome will make you seem as if you are living somebody else's life. You say you are an imposter, you are a fraud. People will soon know that you are a fraud, that you are an imposter. You believe that your achievement is not yours. That's what imposter syndrome does. You believe your achievement is not yours. And most times, like I said, what causes imposter syndrome could also be comparison. Comparing yourself. And the Bible says, that Bible verse is one of my best verses in the Bible. I've said it when I started. They that compare themselves with themselves are fools. I didn't say that, the Bible says it. They that compare themselves with themselves are fools. Why do you think that word is in the Bible? It's very important. Another one is loss of memory. Yes, that's what hustling culture can do. The idea of hustling, taking too much, can do to what? Can do to your mind. Loss of memory, loss of joy, inability to rest without guilt. You are resting, you are feeling guilty, you are on vacation, your laptop is still in your what? In your bag. You are on vacation, you are still checking your mails. Has that project landed? Has that mail landed? Hustling culture. Hustling culture. And we need to understand that we cannot have a healthy nation or a healthy generation when you have been taught that your mental health is not important. When we have been made to believe that your mental health is less important than your achievement or than your productivity. No. As you are trying to chase achievement, as you are trying to chase life, as you are trying to achieve a lot of things, do not forget to take care of yourself. Do not forget to take care of your mental health. Do not forget to rest. So I've talked about what hustling culture is destroying in our body, in our mind. Let's look at identity. Identity. The first one is collapse of creativity. There will be no creativity. People want to be the same. I think it was one of the speakers said something about people not being different. Again, they don't want to be different. That's the thing. Loss of creativity. The reason why you are doing what you are doing today, ask yourself. The reason why you are posting that kind of content on social media, is it because you like it or because you see that that's the content that people are doing? The reason why a lot of people are doing vlog content, vlog now. Spend a day with me as a day in my life as a day in my life as. Why? Because people think it's as if this is the content that is going viral. We want to do it. Lack of creativity. Lack of creativity. There are some content creators on TikTok. They call them àwọn ìyàwó ilé of TikTok. I don't know if you come across those kind of content before. Oh my goodness. Let me enlighten you. May I not be the jobless one? But you know this àwọn ìyàwó ilé of TikTok, right? They wake up in the morning, prepare food for my junior. They are preparing food for junior. Junior in nursery 1. Oh my goodness. First of all, they will show us the place where they put the cooler of junior. You will ask yourself, mommy, are you selling? They will ask, okay, which one are we taking to this? No, sorry, let me rewind. Before they go and cook,
They will go to the sitting room, they will turn on the television. Yeah. They will go to the kitchen, turn on the television in the kitchen too. Then before they will now start to cook. And then you see there is a lot of even the fans, their community members attacking. If somebody does something today, say you are copying somebody, you are copying. See that? And the person may not copy, but when the content is what is similar. Lack of creativity. That's what hustling culture. Not really because you want to do it, not really because it is your what, it is your skill. That's why these days another content that is so popular, that is common, guys trying to dress as female character just to be what, to be funny. Sometimes I find some of them funny, but I just always ask myself, why is it so common? Why is it that everybody is doing that? The same thing. Lack of what? Collapse of creativity, collapse of curiosity. The reason why you want to do that thing is because somebody else is doing it and you think the person is successful there, and you too will start. What has hustling culture done to our identity? It has eroded relationships. It has eroded relationships. If you meet somebody now, it's like, okay, what can this person, we never can tell. Oh, let me go and say hi to the person. I never can tell, maybe the person will employ me, or maybe I can connect to the person who know who. The concept of man no man. So it has turned a lot of many relationship into just networking opportunities. I am meeting you just because maybe what I think I can get from you, maybe you can refer me to a client. It's not bad in itself. No, it's not bad. But it has made a lot of relationship to be transactional, instead of it being genuine. You go to conferences, you go make friends, connect. That's why you think, is that one I want to connect with? Is that person I want to connect with? The person can have plug in some. It's not only plug in sockets. It has stopped family time. That's the thing. Even in family, when family are supposed to have meal, when you are supposed to be bonding during dinner, daddy is replying to mail, mommy is dropping comments on TikTok, engaging on TikTok. My TikTok fans are what they are dropping. That's the thing. Exactly. Or mommy is doing live, TikTok live. Spend time with us to eat our family dinner. Happy? Spend time with me as I carry my child as I drop my son in school. Who send you? Who send you? Spend time with you as you carry your son to school. They will see the name of the school, of the boys' school. Hustling culture. It has eroded our relationship. Romantic relationship, networking opportunity, family relationship. Family time is not what family time is supposed to be again. I think somebody gave a speech on this use of social media. Like every one of us, it's I think, and I saw a post on social media one day. You know, every one of us is guilty of. When was the last time, like you are eating with somebody, or you are talking with somebody, yet you are doing what? You are pressing phone. Some people will say, I cannot eat food without Korean movie. You don't know? Yes now. Or you cannot watch it. It will not be Korean. It will carry your food like that. You put food there. And I saw a post yesterday or so. The guy went on a date with his boyfriend. They now put, the post they will make, they will now put a caption on it. I've been obsessed. The lady is in front though. They've already brought the food. The guy now set up his phone. He's watching film, and the girlfriend is in front of him. He thought he was alone. Like that, he's used to it. activity like join. You know, this thing is related to the multitasking topic that we had in the morning or yesterday. You want to do everything. I just have to be there. I just have to be there. Hustling culture. So when you now have rest, it's as if rest is now a source of guilt. Do you think I'm not doing anything? You know, I don't know. Do you feel it sometimes? If you are not doing anything, that's why I said most of us are guilty. Sometimes if I'm not doing anything, I'll not be thinking, wait, am I supposed to be sitting? Am I supposed to be sitting and not doing anything? You not be racking. Wait. And when I feel weird, I feel weird. It's like I should be doing something. You don't have to be doing something every time. I know at the end of this thing, it's something that we also work on myself. Because that's the purpose of giving a speech anyways. With the impact. As I was researching this topic, I was getting insights myself. What's another thing that hustling culture has done to our identity? The fear of stillness. You don't even want to be alone. You have to be occupied. You have to be occupied. If you are not at work doing any project, you are with your phone. Brand influencer in the making. Social influencer in the making. Social media influencer in the making. You want to be like this. You want to be like that. We now have a generation that really does not know how to play. And somebody also said something on this stage. Even when you go for vacation, you are not even enjoying the vacation. Why? Something for the gram. You are busy capturing for the gram. Yet, and you are not enjoying the moment. I read an article. I saw the article on the psychology behind people that do not post on social media or that do not post on their status. Maybe their status or WhatsApp status or social media. Maybe one of the two, I don't know. Psychology about people that do not post. Because I have a sister that does not post. I don't even know whether my sister, our firstborn, I don't think I've ever seen a WhatsApp post before. I can't even remember. In my sometimes I know can I be like this? Not in this world though. Maybe when I come again, the next world. And then there are people that you enjoy. And then when I read the article, I was just interested. I opened the article. And I saw that it's something that is good. Because most times, people that we post on social media, when we are in that moment, you are not enjoying the moment. Why? You want to capture the right angle. The right angle for social media. Let them know that you want to pepper them on Instagram. You want to pepper them on Instagram. You are not ready to let. And that's the thing. See, we are guilty. Somebody is talking. We are busy videoing. I'm guilty too. Actually, I'm guilty. Let me say it. Mr. David Brand that came in the afternoon. Immediately he entered. I said, I know this person. Is this not Dr. Brand's husband? If people remember, I don't know if anybody was here when I shared the story of a woman that owns an air ambulance. And I said she grew up in UK. She came to Nigeria. Then her sister was now sick. They were now looking for an air ambulance. So they could not now see. The only one they saw was in South Africa. So unfortunately, the sister of the lady died. So the lady said, this thing will not happen to anybody again. So that was why she started Niger Flying Doctor, an air ambulance company. That woman, that Mr. David that spoke in the afternoon, that's her husband. Yes, Mr. David Brown. So immediately I saw it, I was so excited. I told the person sitting beside me, I know this person. Let me go and come. I quickly went to Google. I checked the picture. It's the one. I was so interested when he was writing his name and topic. He almost said, I want to confirm if it's the one. I saw the David Brand. I said, yes, it's the one. I said, why wouldn't I go and show on my WhatsApp status? Because the point I'm making is that generation that we don't know how to play. We don't even want to enjoy the moment. Why? And I showed off. If you check my WhatsApp status now, it's there. It's there. Mr. David Brand, our Dr. Brand's husband. I saw him. Look at it. That's the thing. and you reposted and Faith reposted too. Yeah, because but I was actually excited and I enjoyed his session. It was really, really enlightening and eye-opening. You were not around. Sorry about that. So my point is that most times we go for vacation, we say that today, I just want to have family time. Family time. We are still doing what? Oh yeah, pose, let's snap a picture. We are saying it that it's for memory's sake. It's for memory's sake, but it's for Instagram's sake. Not really memory's sake. It's just to keep memory. Let's snap picture. Family time. Let's take family picture for memory's sake. It deep down in your mind is for Instagram's sake. So it's important for us to rest. And what tells us hustling culture? What has it done to our what? To our identity? It has reduced worth to money alone. It has reduced worth to money, to net worth. It's only the person that owns money, that has money. And that's why this internet fraud is a thing in our country. God help us. A lot of parents are not even they are not concerned. Somebody was sharing something that happened in my village there where I grew up. They were saying that a guy used God help us. The guy used his mother for used his mother, and this thing is not even like a spiritual thing. I think he had to even beat the woman to death. That was what happened. Unfortunately for them, the friend, they were now gisting on the day of burial. That was when they were using it to laugh. The death of look at that. Just for money. Just for money. I know most of those parents too, they do not care. Why? The end justified the means is bringing money for me. That's what we are saying. Hustling culture. Does not care about the process. But what's the end goal? Do you have money or not? That's the thing. It has created absence of self beyond work. Without work, no identity. If they remove title, that's what hustling culture, that's the mindset of hustling culture. If they remove your title now, who are you? Who are you without your job? Who are you without that business? Who are you without that CEO title? Who are you without that job title as a project manager? That's why there is this video. If I ask you now, who are you? Who are you really? I watched that video. The person was asking the lady, who are you? So, I'm a wife, I'm a mother. Who are you really? That's not who you are. Those are titles. Who are you really without those titles? Without a mother, without wife, without an entrepreneur? Who are you? You are not a shoemaker. That's not who you are. You are not a public speaking coach, or you are not a teacher. That's not who you are. You need to really find yourself. Hustling culture has made us to have a self without identity. The identity is now built in hustling. And that's the thing. Identity is not built in hustling. You can't hustle yourself to identity. You can't hustle yourself to breakthrough. You can't. You can't hustle yourself to building to last. There is this book called Built to Last. Although I'm just using the phrase, but it's different from. But yes, that book is just talking about companies that have built. What have they done to build a transformational company? There are some companies that they've been around 1,000 years ago. There's built to last. There's good to great. There's built to last. There's built to last. Identity is not built in hustling. Identity is discovered in stillness. And if you do not know yourself, if you do not know who you are, you may not be able to build anything that lasts. You may not be able to build anything that lasts. I've talked about what has hustling culture destroyed in our what? Body, mind, and what? Identity. Let's move to ethics. Ethics. What's ethics? Anybody? What do you understand by ethics? Our philosophy students here. Ethics. 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 Yeah, social and moral norm. That's right and wrong attitude. Hustling culture has eroded into the ethics of our society. These days, it's now as if it is the wrong thing that is now the right thing. It is the right thing that is now the wrong thing. A 15-year-old boy, what's your goal? I want to buy G-Wagon. What? When I was 57, that's I want to buy phone, because you want to buy phone. Why do you want to? Exactly. Thank you. When I was 15, I want to be a lawyer. Then they are 15, I want to buy G-Wagon. I oh God. Ethics. Hustling culture has made internet fraud a normalization, except if we want to deceive ourselves. Because when the rise of internet fraud starts, when we had the rise, nobody was speaking against it. Why? They are buying things now. They will go to car dealers. They will not say, where do you get the money? They will sell. They will go to apartments. And they are the reason why apartments, the real estate in some part of Nigeria is so messed up.
Exactly.
Yes, they are the reason.
Exactly.
But they call 3.5 million naira a room and parlor a room self-count. They will pay it. You are the one that is doing 9 to 5 that you are thinking, how will I get it? They will not call you back if you go, because they know that their customer is what is coming. And these are people that did not make their money in genuine way. And you know, this internet, this origin of we are not stealing, we are taking from the people that rob our forefathers. Who will your forefather be in that village? They rob your forefather. Cocoa farm said your forefather did not have in his lifetime. You said the one Oyibo stole your forefather's money. Which forefather's money? You know, these are the things. Hustling culture has made cutting corners as the normal thing. It has made what? Cutting corners as being the norm. You see a student buying results. You see somebody forging certificates. God help us. Medical reports, you forge. If you know, you know. Okay. So cutting corners is seen as the norm. Fabricated certificates. Contractors, you see them. They are reducing what? They are reducing materials. I think it was when I talked about culture of survival versus culture of excellence. You see an artisan. Madam, you are going to use 10 yards of wire. How much is yard? Now 115 oh. Whereas it's 1,000.
500.
Exactly. Because you know that madam will not go and buy. No, madam will send. And if madam not go and buy, what will they do? And madam bring it. Madam, don't buy fake. This one is not original. If it's spoil, now you know. Madam has bought fake. Madam, it's not original. Why? Because they want to cheat you. It has made cutting corners as strategy. That's the idea behind hustling culture. Everybody want to make it. Everybody want to make it, whether by crook or by what. The idea of end justifies the means is ingrained in hustling culture. The idea that the end justifies the what? The means. Business fraud is seen as norm. Hustling culture. Look at what Mr. David Brown talked about that Anderson company. Imagine what the group of, he said, the group of crooks, what they did, and they made 80,000 people to lose their job. Wow. Ethics. Because why do you think those people that caused that? Why? Is it not because they want to make it? They want to divert something. That's the thing now. ethical shortcuts are now justified just because we want to what? We want to survive. Ethical shortcut. What's the shortcut to this place? Instead of you to read, buy results, buy certificates. What's this thing? Buy this. You buy everything. You make money. The sole aim. How has what? Hustling culture, how has it destroyed our ethics? Glorification of fast money. In other words, blow. I want to blow. If you blow, you will not see yourself again. Blow. We are more concerned with evidence of wealth rather than the process. Nobody is. We just in the society we just carry our face. Somebody is building petrol station. Okay, what has he been doing? We don't know. Those are the things. We celebrate what? We celebrate the evidence of wealth. We are not concerned about the process. How did you get here? What have you been doing? And we have, even in that hustling culture, we have exploitation within the system. Because that's what we make a particular employer not to pay what his or her employees. Late salary payments. Hustling culture is framing exploitation as opportunities. And in the society in the economy or society that celebrates social influencers, we've talked about it. Most of them just make it I'm a social media influencer, I'm a content creator. Flaunt wealth. There was somebody, a content creator some years back, she would come, these are the amount I made in January, this is what I made. There was one content creator like that. Every month she will, it's not even what she made, she will tell us, okay, this is how much I spent in the month of February. And you will go on. You can say 22 point something million. Some days 5, sometimes 5 point something. Look at that in itself. Okay, is the person's choice. But what is it showing? Is it telling us the process? Show us the process. Show us what make you get there. That's what we are more interested in. Don't just show us evidence of what? Evidence of wealth. How did you get there? Hustling culture has eroded long-term thinking. Everybody just thinking sharp. What can I do sharp? Short-term. Hustling culture, listen to me. Hustling culture is also ingrained in faith without ethics. Faith without ethics. How many of us have heard this prayer? You will receive sudden alert this week. Amen. You will receive the sudden alert this week. Alert that you did not work for. We are not, I'm a Christian. We are not saying that. Believe. Sudden breakthrough this week. Before you wake up, before 6 a.m. tomorrow. Before 6 a.m. tomorrow. You will receive an alert that will surprise you. Faith without ethics. This is my season. It is my breakthrough season. With no work. This year is my year without work. Without work. My pastor said something one time that any preacher that I'm not preaching, but anybody that the source of, because there are some people that they say I'm a prosperity preacher, I'm a this, and of course God wants you to prosper. That's the thing. God wants you to prosper. Accept that. But the point is that there are some preachers that will say that their own focus is on New Testament. And if he was trying to balance it up, if you believe that it's only New Testament that God is speaking to you from. God is not speaking to you from old things of the old. Your idea of representation of God and the workings of God will be limited. For example, in New Testament it is you will give and receive. Give and it shall be given unto you. But really the idea of prosperity is that when you see it in the Bible, in New Testament, it says God will bless the works of your what? Hands. That's the prosperity. There has to be something you are doing. And the Lord will say, this my son, this my daughter is diligent in this thing, and then I will bless and multiply. If there is no work in your hand, the Lord will not multiply anything. In fact, the Lord will multiply something.
What?
Nothing. Nothing. I know in mathematics, anything times 0 is what? That's the thing. But look, some faith proclamation is still ingrained in hustling culture. I'm not saying I do not believe. If I receive sudden alert, I will not return it now. I will not return it. But let's really be. It's nothing is sudden. If you are going to receive any sudden alert tomorrow now, it maybe a service that you have put. Maybe you put something on your social media now that you are selling, and now see it in my mail. Somebody has paid this. Somebody has bought this. Exactly. Somebody was talking to me. I think it was the one. He was saying that somebody sent money. He was not saying, who sent this money? He now said that he does not know. Maybe it was somebody that paid for a tutorial. You have to link it now. Now say, who sent this money? This must be sudden money. Wow, thank God. He was even more worried that he needed to know who sent that money. What is it for? Exactly. And that's the thing. So it's for my service. Of course, you will be happy. So not that one sudden money will not enter. So many people pray for success on Sunday. They cut corners on Monday. Hustling culture. Maybe because they want to fast track that breakthrough. They've already made it is my year of breakthrough. This year is my season. It is my season. Which is true. That is it. It does not exist. Because God can take that thing in your hands from what? From 1 to 1,000. That's it. That's the idea of what God can do does not exist, which is a fact. It is. It is. You have to have prosperity and have character. Faith with ethics. Ethics. Now, I was saying something that hustling culture is end of a particular spectrum. And there's another one at another spectrum. Who can guess? What could be the opposite of hustling culture? But at the far end, it is laziness. Okay, yes, that's the idea, that's the concept, that's the meaning. But there's one word that we are all, it's common on social media. Procrastination. It's a term. Not really, no. Hustling culture is an end of a spectrum. That's hustling culture. We have to do it. Put in the work. You grind it out. Productivity, volume. There's another far end of the spectrum as well, where you just say, what's this life? Can I come and kill myself? The idea of soft life syndrome. Who wants soft life here?
Of course I want.
But not the soft life that you want to. But don't let us want the soft life at the extreme and the hustling at the extreme. There is a middle ground, which you are going to get there. The soft life counter movements. There are now people like that say, I can't kill myself. No grinding. Enough of suffering. Rest is not reward. Rest is luxury. I just want to rest. Rest is not laziness. Pleasure is important. And so what do? They rest without purpose. They rest without purpose. And so it's just, their focus is just on the rest. No input. Nothing that they are doing. They see that soft life as the goal. They do not have strategy. So that's why you see many people they say I'm aiming for soft life. It's soft life I want. What are you doing to achieve that soft life? God, what are you doing to achieve that soft life? You see somebody on the internet, God when. Don't God when anything. Better go and focus on what you are doing. I don't know how many times some people have said God when on. I'm somebody that always I read posts on the internet, but I really drop comment. The only place where I drop comment is on LinkedIn. Yes. I really, not that I don't, but I really. But see some people every time God when what? That's what we are saying. You are eyeing somebody's what soft life. That is as a result of what? Some strategies and purpose-driven works. So the real answer is not hustling. We are not saying you should not enjoy life. We are not saying that you should not work. We are just saying that have something that transcends what the limitation of to the two of them. Two of them have limitations. The soft life mind syndrome, the hustling what culture. And so what am I proposing? I'm proposing what? A culture of purposeful excellence. A culture of what? Purposeful excellence. Look at that word. It's not just excellence. Purposeful. Excellence with strategy. So how do you achieve that? Know why you are working. That's what the culture of purposeful excellence is saying. Know why you are working. Know why you are doing what you are doing. It's not hustling. It's not grinding. You want to take a career path as an accountant. Whether you study an account or you study accounting, or maybe you think, oh, when I'm done with this course, I'm going to go for what? For my ICANN. Purposeful. After I've done my ICANN in the next this thing, I'm going to move to this. Purposeful. Know the reason why you are what? Why you are working. Clear purpose. Meaningful. Clarity. One thing is important in purposeful what? Excellence. Clarity. That is the only thing hustling does not have. Most hustlers do not have clarity. They are just moving the place. They are moving to where wind is turning them. That's why comparison is a key thing. Influence in hustling. You are not doing something because you want to do it. You are doing it because somebody else is what is doing it. So the one factor about purposeful what? Excellence is what? Knowing the reason why you are doing what you are doing. And two, redefine success beyond income. It's not about money. That's why some of those people that they just suddenly blow or they just suddenly hit money, that's why they go somewhere, they start becoming rude to waitress or waiter. They start talking anyhow because their character is not refined. It's just like, what can I say? What can I use to even describe? It's just like, in the Bible it says that giving gold or pearls to what? To swine. That's it. Giving pearls to what? To swine. Money means road. That's the thing. So, but redefine purposeful excellence, redefine success beyond income. It's not about what you are earning, but the joy that you are contributing, the joy that you are contributing something to the society. That's why some people they may not have much, but they are happy. They may not have much, but they are happy. But some people have a lot of things, they are not satisfied. They still want to achieve more. It's good to be ambitious. I am ambitious. But the first one, know the reason why you are working. And build what? Build your income. Build your life beyond income. Redefine success beyond income. That's why I really do not say. There are some people, they glorify this. Oh, you are working on that. You are doing 9 to 5. No, as if no. That mindset is something I don't really know. Let everybody do what works for them and what gives them joy. If being a 9 to 5 is what you want, yes, there is no need for, because you are building something, you are saying, I mean, I beg. Because exactly. You know, there is this topic in one of our topics that said the concept of being your own boss. Some people, there is, you are not building anything, sef. It is your business. It's not, if they value you and your business. If they value you and your business, the person that is doing 9 to 5 sef can buy your business and give you change.
Exactly.
But you, because you now think you are one CEO in one corner, one CEO that you don't even understand what CEO. CEO, you are the marketer, you are the this thing, you are the chief operation manager, you are the accountant, you are the receptionist, you are the sales girl, you are the one handling the WhatsApp. You now be saying we are so happy, thank you for shopping with us.
Thank you for your patronage.
Which is good. Everybody starts from somewhere, but the thing is that always know. People like that, they will not be looking down on people that are doing 9 to 5. No. And one thing is that you still need to understand, if you look at those people, successful people, right, you see that a lot of people have different people in their network. That's the thing. You know, say, no, I can only make friends with people that we are going the same way. Like, what's the same way? Purposeful excellence. Build rhythm, not routines. Build rhythm, not routines. Wake up 5 a.m, go to work, go to enter traffic, you are back again, you are doing your remote work, you are selling back, you are just, everything just routine, just. No, that's not what purposeful excellence is all about. Purposeful excellence is intentional effort. If I say, okay, what next? What is the next thing I am doing? What is the next thing I am doing? I remember when I wanted to join something last year. I'd already known about that thing since the middle of 2025, but I knew that I was not ready to join. I've told myself that I'm not in that mental space yet, 1. 2, I'm not in the space where I can have time to be invested in that thing. So I didn't pay. It was not really about the money, but as at that time I was not ready. And by the next maybe 4 to 3 months, I think I am ready. And I made the payment and I joined. And I knew that, okay, from January till now, I had invested in that thing. Intentional effort. Not that people are doing, you are doing. What are we joining again? Let's join. No, intentional effort. Intentional effort and rest. That's one thing about a purposeful excellence. Rest is not what is. When somebody says that, you have to add rest to your schedule. You add it to your schedule, like you block out time, and that's one thing that we also incorporate. I just read that thing. You put it in your schedule that maybe 3 a.m. I want to rest. Maybe I say 3 a.m. 3 p.m. this day I'm not going anywhere. I'm shutting down my phones. I'm not attending to anything. If somebody call you and say, oh, are you free 3 p.m. on Friday? I will be busy, my dear. Let's do it another time. Once you're busy, you'll be sleeping. Yes, it's part of something you should put in your schedule. Purposeful excellence. Because in purposeful excellence, everything is important, including your health. So intensive building. And purposeful excellence also understand that there are seasons in life. That's one thing that hustlers they don't have it in their dictionary. They don't understand that there are seasons in life. It's because a 15-year-old boy does not understand there are seasons in life. That's why we want a G-Wagon at that stage. How will you even drive it? With what? With which words? I don't get.
Is it toilet?
You know, that's it.
No. It's not going.
That's it. There are seasons in life. Purposeful excellence, you understand that. You see somebody achieving anything on social media, congratulations. Face your front. Face your life. Don't go be asking yourself, what have I now done? God, when? Because of 1 minute reel.
Am I a stick?
You are a turning stick. That's it. That's what they say. God, when? Am I a this? Am I a that? When some people see some couple whatever too. God, when? Okay. God. God on when? God when? Which God when? So the thing, there are seasons. Purposeful excellence, no, there are seasons. There are times where you have to invest. There are times that you are going to be investing. It will seem as if what? It's not showing. But you are building capacity. You are building capacity. That's what hustlers do not understand. They don't understand that there are seasons they need to build capacity for where they are going. That's why when they have that evidence of wealth, there's no character to back it up. They don't have the character. They don't have the sustainability. Hustling culture. That's why somebody will go viral today. They will set them up with table water. They will book their business. In the next 3 months, the business don't collapse. They will come back. It's my village people. That's it. Hustling culture. He said that in your season, when it seems as if it just seems as if you are investing, nothing is showing. There are seasons when you plant. Even the Bible says it now. Planting season. Yes, time and season. The planting time and harvesting time. When you plant, there will be that season. Is it the same day that you plant what's it called, that you grow it? There is this documentary on bamboo. Who has read or watched something about bamboo tree? Bamboo tree. Somebody has said it on this stage. Maybe the person. Okay, tell you are the bamboo tree. That bamboo tree. We all know bamboo tree now.
Yeah.
You need to go and read it. The bamboo tree I forgot it, but for a number of years that you plant bamboo tree, up to 5 years or more than 5 years, it will not even sprout up at all. You will not see it at all. You will not even see small leaf like this. So yes, go and check the documentary. You will not even see it at all for like 5. Imagine you planting something for 5 years, you come there, nothing. But the thing, what's happening is that it is growing inside. The root is growing inside. And in that documentary, they said immediately it reaches that maybe 5 years, that number of years, and it comes out like this, the growth now become massive. Yes, it becomes massive. That's why you see people, many people these days, it's success of people that we see. You don't see the time that they are investing. It was one of the speakers made mention of Funke Akindele. You need to listen to a lot of her interviews and a lot of things she has invested. That she has invested. How there were times that they will not give her what? They will not give her role. They will say that she's not aesthetically pleasing. They will not give her roles. Look at, see her now. There moments like that, as if you are investing, as it's not showing. But look at her today. But somebody will now be saying, somebody will be looking at her success now. You want to watch, like, hustling culture. They don't understand that there are seasons to life. Even for somebody that wants to become a corporate professional, is it the first day that you get there, you become a manager? No. You know the number of years it takes to become that. I have somebody that started his career, and that was, let me see, 2014 till now. It's how many years? 12 years. But it was still way back before 2014 let's add maybe like 5 years to it. And at the time that that person started his career, he was earning, was it not 70,000 or so? 70,000. And then when I look at his career path, and that place where he was, that place where he started his career, he had opportunity to start his career somewhere else where they could have been giving him money that was higher than that. But the thing is that where he started is like a firm. Like if somebody wants to, because he's into accounting, so it's like a firm. So they were doing accounting for different companies. Just like somebody now can say, I want to work in an HR firm. When you're working in an HR firm now, an HR firm, they can be consulting from different companies. It's different from you being an HR of a particular company. So that firm that he started, it really helped him because he was now exposed to accounting in different industries, different companies. He stayed there, despite the fact that the pay was small. He stayed there. It was later when he wanted to leave, it was somebody, one of the bosses there, that introduced him to another place. And when he got to that, he said, wow, so there is still this, his income doubled. My point is that where he is now, the place where he's working now, they are paying them in dollars. This is 2026. That's growth of investment of about more than 15 years. More than 15 years. And he has gone from one place to another, applying knowledge, gaining knowledge, learning. The place is working now, they are paying him hugely. That's the thing. But what? That's purposeful excellence. Step by step. And one thing that I so much admire about this person is that his focus. Focus. So purposeful excellence, that's what is not in hustlers. They always want to what? Now. They want to achieve it now. They too, they want to blow now. That's why they will see somebody with huge followings on TikTok and they will say that, okay, they too, they want to get it. They will want to do any means to get it. Hustling. But there's always what? There's always time for everything. There's always season. Time and season is in life. There is time that you grow. There is time that you invest. It's just like a student while in school. Time of investing your time, reading, studying at night. Purposeful excellence knows that peak performance requires what? Planned effort. That's what planned effort is not in the dictionaries of hustlers. Planning, no. They just want to act at the spur of the moment. That's how they want to act. Purposeful excellence, we discover that, we understand that as I am achieving this, my body, my mind, everything has to be okay. My ethics, my emotion. Look at, I think maybe the speaker before me that shared an experience of an interview, and the person said, can you promise me loyalty? And he told the person, I can't promise you loyalty, but I can promise you hard work and integrity. That's the thing, integrity, that means I can. But if you're loyal, because the person's loyalty can be something that is contradictory to his own word, to his own value. But hustlers, they don't care. They can do anything just for the financial gain and at the moment. They care more about shortcuts rather than doing things the right way. Hustling culture. They don't care about their well-being. No, your well-being. No. So when you choose purposeful excellence, you choose depth over volume. Because for hustlers, more stream of incomes. Which one can we do now? Which one are we doing now? More projects. more content. That person say, when I was growing my this thing, I was doing 10 posts per day. It will say, I think I can do 15 posts per day. Well done. Continue. more. But purposeful excellence is saying few things, but just be skillful at that thing. Remember what Mr. David Brown said. Domain what? Expertise. Something that they wake you in the morning, they wake you in the middle of the night. You are so good at that thing. That's the thing. Be so good. But the hustling culture these days, everybody wants to be everything. You want to be graphic designer, you want to be social media manager, you want to be digital marketer. What are you really? More. No. Few things, but be what? Have depth in that thing. The word still rewards specialization. Yeah. Specialization is still rewarded. Because it may seem as if, okay, you are doing everything, but you have to be good at one thing. That if they say that who is that person that is an expert in this, let your name come up. Choose depth. Another factor about purposeful excellence is integrity at the foundation of your what? Of your ambition. Let integrity be. That speaker said, let there be some things you cannot do for money. Yes, now. Let there be some things that if they offer you $100 million, you still cannot do it. That's the thing. Let there be. Have values. Have values that are so dear to you. I belong to this. I recently joined this foundation, John Maxwell Foundation. It's called I Lead program. I Lead. They go to schools. They go and teach them leadership, like a leadership. One of the things that we first of all tell them when we onboard is that there are values. So we ask those students, what are your values that you have? Because that I Lead is value on its own. Integrity, love, empathy, accountability, and diversity. So we tell them, if you have value, join these 5 ones, join into your value. If you do not have, adopt it. Have values. Have things. That person that said, I may not promise you your loyalty. It's not as if loyalty may not be part of his value, but he has seen that, understand that there is something. For this question to come up, there must be something that is what is behind it. But integrity, yes, you will get it from it. So that's values. Have value. Let what? Let integrity be the foundation of your ambition. Purposeful excellence. How you achieve something, it matters as much as what you achieve. That's what hustlers don't understand. That's what hustling culture is not there. We don't. How do you get the car? Everybody will just carry face, as if not happy. The mother too will be getting milk, be drinking milk. Thank God, that mommy, you know, okay. Shori Ray or Shori whatever. Or Shori K. How you achieve matters as much as what you achieve in purposeful excellence. Don't let the word, the end justifies the means. Don't let it be from your mouth. No. If it will come, let it be a good end. No. And did he make it or not? It's not about did he make it or not. How did you make it? How did you make it? Can they go back to your history, to your past, and they will not see some dirty things there? It's important. Purposeful excellence say no cutting corners. Choose integrity. Build trust. Build trust. Let people vouch for you. That's purposeful excellence. People can vouch for you. People can say, oh, I trust this person. And that's why in these days, you know, hustling culture is so much rampant in our days nowadays. That's why it's so hard for some people to recommend. I've read that post, or maybe on LinkedIn or something, that it's so hard these days to recommend. Though you recommend something, person go and steal in the office steal money, because they will know that for the fact that you recommend. That's why some people say and the person is working in something and he cannot give an opportunity. Okay, because it's true, sometimes they always have opportunity, but they have to be wise. Because the thing is that if they recommend somebody now and the person misbehaves, automatically they will understand that, okay, for you to have access, for this person to be in your corner, that means your value align now. It's the same thing. So that's why some people, they will look, they say, it's just show me your friend, will tell you who you are. Trust. Let people be able to trust you. Let people be able to trust you. Let them vouch for you. Let people be able to vouch for you. Maybe if somebody they will recommend, you do not even care about the person that recommends you. Hustling culture. Even if you want to be, you want to do something, you will remember that this person that recommends me. But it's because you do not care. Hustling culture. Choose integrity. Build trust. Artisans. Some of them are chief of hustlers. They will always find reason. Why what? Why some things they are not they don't have integrity. I just saw a post this afternoon. That one is not even hustling. The woman, this Mrs. Roberta Edu that I mentioned the last time, she said she made the inquiry for something that she wanted to do. The person gave her invoice, so she now said okay, and she now then went to look for money. She got half payment. This is a project of millions of naira, so she now reached out to the person. Okay, I want to send advance payment. The person is saying that there is war in Iran, so the invoice is not valid again. Person, okay. She said she thought like, you get, there's war in Iran, the invoice is not valid again. She said she told the person, no problem, we do the project after Iran war. She's now coming back to beg, please, let's continue with it. That's good. Look at that. That's what we are saying. Integrity. You just want to use different. That's the thing about, like, any little thing like this, we also use it to justify. What's the problem in Iran and Nigeria now? It will affect us, but some people are milking on what? On that. That's why anything will happen, and then anything will happen, we are already using what? Little hike in what? In price to justify everything. Like that time that dollar, this any little thing, anything around dollar, person that is not selling something that is affected by dollar, hey, you pay dollar is lost, okay. Dollar is expensive. Dollar is expensive. Broom. Dollar is expensive. It is well. Choose integrity and trust. But if you are saying people, youth especially, should choose purposeful excellence over hustling culture, Nigeria owes its what? Or her youth a lot of things. Functional employment opportunity is very important too. But as we said, economy sometimes has turned some people towards hustlers. They don't just have choice. Because these days, that's one of the things that you cannot do one thing in this world, in this our Nigeria, which should not be. Accessible mental health infrastructure. The mental health is not a thing it's not really a thing for now in Nigeria, but I think there are a lot of awareness now. Because when people hear mental health, they will hear what? Exactly. That you need to go to Waro. An educational system that prepares and not just certifies. That's what we need. An educational system that promotes critical thinking. Curriculum that syncs with the reality, that syncs with what is going on in the world, in the real world. Society that reduces what? Desperation. We need to. That's the society that we want. And the thing is that don't let anybody push you. Do not let anybody push you. As I round off, we've established that young lady, 9 to 5. 9 to 5, I should continue. 9 to 5, entrepreneurship, we've talked about the lady doing 9 to 5, selling, doing drug shipping. So one thing you need to understand is that it can affect anybody. It can affect anybody. Hustling culture, they do not have consistency. They do not have rest in their dictionary, and they should have it. They should have it. We should have it. Purposeful excellence. Whatsoever you want to do, whatsoever you aim to achieve, know that there will be dark season of life. There will be dark season. There will be season where it may think as if you are not seeing results. There will be season where it will look as if your input and your outputs are not commiserating. It's very, very important to know that your effort will still be rewarded sooner or later. Don't join the bandwagon. Don't join everybody. I want to make it. No, we are not saying that choosing the path of a, maybe I want to be a content creator or this. No, that's not what we are saying. That it's not a good thing. No, that's not what we are saying. But whatever you choose, always understand that you should always understand that everything has process in life. Everything has process in life. Not everybody will make it bloom. No. And one thing you need to understand is that some people that just get that virality on social media, they are found doing something. They are found doing something. Build yourself. Comparison. No, do not compare. We've said it. Do not compare. That Bible verse will still always be my best. Do not compare. I don't compare myself. Because if you compare yourself, there are a lot of decisions you will want to make. But because you will say, what will people now say? People now say that I am no longer this. People will now say that because of that, you will not make the decision that is good for you. That is good for you. You have to do not care about what anybody will say. You are the one. It is your own life that you are living. It is your own life that you are living. And sometimes when you want to make some decision in life, it may look as if what will future now holds. What will now happen in the future? Don't worry. The future is there and the future is bright. It is just for you to always choose to be excellent. There was a very vital decision of my life I made in the middle of last year. And if I did not make that decision here, what will I even be doing here? Far from it. Yeah, Lord, I will be here. But what could I say? What if I now make this decision now? What will my life now be? Where will I now start from? You will start from somewhere. You will start from what? You will start from somewhere. You will start from somewhere. It is very, very important for you to understand. So when we are talking about hustling culture, it may be easy for you to join what everybody is doing. It is easy, and because of the internet space that we have now, we are so much exposed to a lot of things. A lot of things can influence you. A lot of things, because you can be in your own small room in Okokomaiko. You are being pressured by somebody in this thing because of that small device. Because of that small device. Hustling culture comparison is ingrained in what hustling culture. And I think it also boils down to your self-esteem. It also boils down to who you are as a person. Yes, to your self-esteem. Because when you have low self-esteem, the world will just be pushing you. You will just be moving where people are. Where are they going? What are people doing now? You are doing it. What are people doing now? You are doing it. No. And the world will always celebrate authenticity. Fake people are so easy to cite. Look at it was one speaker that talked about that, people being different, where he cited an example of the guy that was here yesterday that braided his hair. That if he should come tomorrow now and braid his hair, what are you going to say? He will say, why are you copying? Even if maybe he has it in mind though, he has it in the intention, but immediately we just link it, you are copying some. That's the thing. Duplicates are always easy to identify. Always be authentic. Be authentic. You know, when you are authentic, your path will shine differently. That's the thing. When you are authentic, you will stand out among the what? Among the crowd. You will stand out among the crowd. And that's one thing that I really want this generation we should understand. Especially, we know that we cannot remove social media from our reality. We cannot remove it, but you have to be authentic. Just because somebody is doing, and you know one thing that they do on social media about that comparison or everybody following everybody is name too. There was even a day that some people are talking that of dragging so it's somebody that used to use hi bestie, somebody copy somebody using hi bestie, somebody copy. And I actually saw one lady. These two ladies are actually outside the country, but maybe they are Nigeria. But I know one that is Nigeria. I can't name, but that lady is one chubby lady, black lady like this. Sarah, she's the one. So there's now another lady. It was me. I'm just a silent watcher on social media. Oh God. There's not another. I went to check that post. The same thing. No difference. Even the tone, the way she talks in that gentle and cool voice, to what end? Even to the caption in the text, the font that she uses, even the way she puts her whenever she comes back, the way she draws out that jewelry. You know, things like that. Because you could choose your path and still stand out. You could choose your path and still stand out. You could still want to be a bougie creator and everything, and people will still like you for who you are. For who you are. You don't have to. And you know, of course, you cannot have a single creator in one niche. It's not, no, you cannot have. If you look at those food bloggers, you see that all of them are food bloggers, but there's something that makes Ifi kitchen different from Diary of a Naija kitchen. That's not the same thing as these spices. So that authenticity is there for all of them. You just know that it's different. They're all cooking jollof rice, but there is a way that is just different. Authenticity. Because the social media we are already in that world. Which one did I see too? There was a post I saw that everybody now is putting the global something in their username. I saw that one, the global whatever, the global this, and the first global that I know is the global Temi. That's it. So in fact, the global Temi, she commented on that post, and Nami started. Nami started, and she said that it was through a prophecy in her church. Her pastor prophesied that she should go and change her username there. And she changed that username from the global Temi, and indeed she's global Temi. If you are not following her, go and follow her on Instagram. Yep. The global Temi. Very amazing lady. She's one of the few people I listened to as I entered this year. When I entered this year, and I watched that because she published 3 books in 2025. 3 books, and she hosted book launches. Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, Abuja, Ghana, she hosted. So there was the last book she wrote, I think on execution, she had conference. Those were her videos, were the first set of video I watched this year. And I said, okay, this first quarter execution, and just we are in April, even though I know that they execute. Yes. Yes. Now the Bible says that faith comes by what? By hearing, and hearing of the word of God. So it may not be whatever you hear, it may not be Bible, whatever you hear. Because the thing is that wisdom is applied knowledge. But how are you acquiring that knowledge? The knowledge that you did not acquire, how will you apply? That's the thing. But people are using the global the global facial, the global Ajike, the global Ajoke, the global Fumilayo, the global Elizabeth. I'm sure even going to add the global Elizabeth. Things like that. You think it's the global that is bringing opportunity to the person. It's not about global alone. Of course, the prophecy came out. Go and add global to your name. But there are still some things that what she was doing. Because that lady, global indeed. She has really opportunity. She has spoken in World Economic Forum. She's a lot of things that she's doing globally. She's a global speaker. But it's not about writing global alone. But somebody just saw somebody writing global. Now add it. You to your username is global. No. Authenticity is very, very important. And then know the word. That's why I said the knowledge. Who you listen to, who you are in the room, who you listen to, the people's experiences that you learn from. See, when they say faith comments, I've listened to a lot of people in my life. Like I've watched videos of women, and I know that those things are not waste. Sometimes you may be listening to podcasts, or you are just listening to a business talk or something. Don't think that at that point, okay, what's not the usefulness of this thing? You don't know the investment that you are making. Just like reading books too. Those things is just like, you will not know when you will be doing some things, and you know that this action that I make is not common sense. It's not common sense. Maybe one of these days I will come to share about the women that have inspired me in life. I've not arrived yet though. When I arrive, when I make it real big, of course. But then because it's something that really, because there are people that have gone ahead of you in a path. We are talking about purposeful excellence. So see people that have achieved that purposeful excellence, and one thing about them, not really be inspired by people on social media, but be inspired by people that have really done something that is
tangible.
Thank you, that's the word. I just don't want to say, not to think as if that one is not tangible, but that's actually the word I want to use. Tangible. Something more tangible. Yes. Because you will learn. It was yesterday I was saying that although I love what I'm doing online, I love that, okay, I'm doing this, but I would really still want to put myself in a structured environment and say, okay, I want to work in this, because there is this thing. It's not just about I want to be my own boss or something. No. Not really that. Maybe we come back to that. We are not saying that that's not the right part or something, but these days, that topic, maybe I will come and talk about that topic. That's be the idea of be your own boss, because that is actually it's something that is already a pandemic, especially in our country today. And which it is fine. We said it. Hustling culture has built entrepreneurship. But there are some people that they should better off start being a 9 to 5 before you go and settle for that say I want to become mechanical. I don't want to. Do you understand? because there is something you will learn in a structured environment that you cannot learn sitting on your bed as a skinny puffs. Exactly. Look at because I was really enlightened by Mr. David Brown's session. Very enlightening. Because you cannot see how he explained who is a real employee, who is a good employee. See how he explained standard deviation, how to when they want to lay off people from what? From company. That's the thing. Even if you want to, I read that it was Nelly that posted that thing that said she would advise that if anybody wants to really, that thing is a two-way thing anyway. You can decide to launch out as an entrepreneurship, but she was saying that sometimes it's better that you have worked somewhere first before you launch out and say I want to be my own boss. You know, sometimes it may not work that way for somebody, but she just saying, which I actually think is something that is really commendable, because these people that want to have this mindset, I want to be my own boss, the idea of the be my own boss is I'm a content creator, I'm a this thing that just brand as agency or maybe a social media manager. You're a social media manager now, branded it as a social media agency. That may be more that you to what you are doing, but most time it's because people are, this is still hustling. You see somebody that is doing that, you want to what? You want to do it. And because I think, was it not yesterday when I talk about digital skills versus traditional career, there is money now. If somebody says, okay, I'm a social media manager now, you can tell, I want to create course, social media management course, create course, record it on what? On Zoom or your video, record it, edit it on CapCut, put it on Google Drive, launch it, put it on Seller, put 10,000, go to Meta Ad Manager, run ad 10,000 naira per day, go to TikTok Ad Manager, run ad 10,000 naira per day. You will see people that will buy and you will make millions of money. So, yes, that's the thing. I said it yesterday. I bought a course from a guy on TikTok. He has it's 7,000 naira. He has an onboarded group. In that onboarded group, we are more than 1,000. When you pay, he will move it from that group to another group. When I got to that's one thing. One time I buy a course, I will go and look at this thing. I will multiply money. That's what I do. We are more than 900 on that group, and he's selling that course for 7,000 naira. Truthfully, what that person is making, which company, sometimes that's one thing we cannot like, but it just depends on what you really want to achieve. Because you multiply 7,000 naira times 900, let's say he has actually been building that, because his ad there be chasing you around on TikTok. So let's say he has been running that consistently, he has been building that thing for the past 3 months, but it will still be something. We know the amount that he's making within a month. If we divide it. So when you see something like that, you think, okay, which 9 to 5 do I want to go? And you want to enter as entry level, and want to give you this. That's why we are saying that purposeful excellence is will redefine success beyond income. It redefines success beyond income. So maybe because of the women are men, but there are actually more of women that I've listened to in my life for the past since more than 5 years ago. So that's why this Mr. David Brown's wife, I've known her more than I will say I've known her. No, which verb will I use? Is it not that I've known her? I've known. You know that there are some people that you are watching them. It's as if you exactly like now. I would say I know Mrs. Sarah Feladuro Toye. I know Mrs. Kwawoshika. I know them because when you hear that, so, I know this man. I know you exactly. Even though we have not met, I know you. Because that's one thing. It starts from somewhere. Yes or no? And was it the one that? Yes, it was Mr. David that said it too. He said that domain expertise, when you want to be the best, then go and look for somebody physical to become a mentor. And then he also said it that it just has to be human being It's maybe you reading their what? Their books. Their books. Like that Mrs. Ibukwawushika, I can tell you a story like this to my head. That's the number of our videos I've watched. You know, sometimes when you watch those people, it's not one video that you watch. You watch their different video, you now be connected, because sometimes they may start a story in one event and they may not finish that story. It's maybe in another video, in another event, that discussion will now come there. They will now finish that story. Really, this is what happened. This is what happened. So, purposeful excellence. Like that Mrs. Tara, you know Mr. Victor, that other man that spoke about your purpose, how to discover your passion. She mentioned Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye, that she said makeup and she does not really, and it's true, she's right. She owns a makeup company, but you will see that she's not somebody that really fancy makeup like that. She has been building power of focus, purposeful excellence, not shifting around what's in trend, what's in vogue. I really think we should listen more as youth. Listening to me, we should really listen more to people like that these days. Then don't be kind. Then you can then combine them to knowledge from also our contemporary that are doing well on social media. I think we should just balance it. Don't let your ear time only be for what you are hearing on social media. Go to YouTube. That's where you will see long videos of them. Go to YouTube. Type. There are a number of women. Ibukwawushika, Tara Feladurotoye, Ola Brand, Jimovia, Tony Elumelu. I will get there too. Elizabeth Sakifenwa. Go and listen. Listen to them, because they have knowledge, they have value, they have something they can give you. Invaluable knowledge. Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye has been building House of Tara for more than 20 years. You know what it takes to be focused on one thing for 20 years. You know what it takes. You know, we are 20 days of eloquence for 20 years anniversary. Do you know what it takes to be to focus? That is what is not seen again in hustling culture. You want to follow the trend. Everybody is doing comedy. You want to do comedy even though you are not funny. It's food blogging that is the way. You don't know how to cook. It's lifestyle content that everybody is doing now. You know that your lifestyle is just there, not interesting. But you want to do it. Hustling culture. Hustling culture. So as I round up, purposeful excellence over what? Hustling culture. Purposeful excellence over hustling what? Culture. Thank you very much for listening to me. And now I'll be handing over the microphone to
Thank you. Thank you. Well, let's put our hands together for her once again. She's been sharing her dreams, the places she wants to get to, the people she wants to meet and be in their class, and of course reflecting on life at the current level that you're at. So Lizzie, well done. Well done. Keep it up. While that was happening, my mission here will be very brief because we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. One of my mentors, and I always talk about mentors because I have been very privileged to have had mentors. In fact, my life's PhD was produced by a faculty of men I call mentors. And I'm looking forward to writing a book one day titled The Men That Shaped Me. What you will find about each person. You already saw one of them yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? On Monday. Okay, today is actually Thursday, and we're 30 minutes away from Friday. One of my mentors, a man that I love so much, a man that I respect so dearly, so highly, an exceptional man in his own right. Some of you may not know him, but you'll have to use ChatGPT to learn more about him, so that you can truly understand that sometimes the people that truly shape others do so from a standpoint of intangibles. There are people in your life that you can be excited about because they gave you this, they bought you that materially, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But by far the most impactful, indelible of men, women, individuals in your life would have to be those ones who, through what they gave you, touched something in you, especially in terms of your paradigm, such that when they left you, they never really left. A part of them was left behind. And usually, when we say a part of someone is left behind, it's about the influence on the thinking, the influence on the reasoning. So today I want to tap from that my faculty of mentors. The people that gave me my PhD. You see, you may not have an academic PhD, but work hard to get a PhD in life. I'm telling you, work hard. And be very intentional about it. I met Mr. Bumi Oni, the former MD of Cadbury, in 2001. In fact, our relationship started on a very funny note. Then I used to publish a small magazine, just like you have Reader's Digest. It was called the Achiever's Manual. And I wrote him, I want to interview you for my publication. He did not respond. I wrote him again, I want to interview you for my publication. He did not respond. Second time, and then when it got to the third time, I know you're looking at the clock, I'm coming to that. We have officially clocked 200 hours. 200 hours. 200 hours. We've officially clocked 200 hours. And so this is our what? Day. We're still on day 8. How many hours do we need to get to day 9? We need 4 more hours. Oh, it's 16. Okay, 16 hours. Okay. So we'll talk about the 200-hour milestone. But bring your attention back to my story. You know, when you get to a certain age, you start to tell stories. Because there are things you have seen. There are things you now know. The older you grow, I say, the more Solomonic you wax. So I like to tell stories because I've had a very fantastic privilege of learning a few things. So come back, bring your attention back to my mentor, Bumi Oni then the MD of Cadbury. After 3 letters, there was no response. So I sent a 4th letter. And this is to teach you, to challenge you to never give up. And this time around, I didn't just send a letter. Oh, I'd like to interview you. But that letter had a veiled threat. Can you imagine? 2001, how old was I then? 31, I think, or 30. That letter had a bit of a veiled threat. There's a disguised threat. It was friendly. As at that time, the chairman of Cadbury was Dr. Christopher Collady of blessed memory, a truly great man. And I'd had the opportunity of meeting him at the Lagos Business School. And he granted me an interview. Here was the MD of Cadbury, whose chairman had granted me an interview, playing hard to what? Hard to get. So that 4th letter, when I sent it, I ensured I put a copy of that edition in it. I was indirectly saying to him, look, you cannot be giving me tough time when your Oga and I are drinking tea together, in quotes. 3 days later, I remember I used to operate out of a business incubator. It was established by Faith Foundation. Mr. Fola Adiola, one of the founders of GT Bank, started Faith Foundation. That was, I think, in 2000, year 2000, thereabout. I was in the 2nd class at that time of the Aspiring Entrepreneur program. And I got a courier straight 3 days later. I was in the office that day, in that incubator. It was directly from Cadbury. Same day. And in that letter, Mr. Bumioni granted me my request for an appointment within 24 hours. So the next day I went to Cadbury. He ushered me into his office. Had a very large office. You could walk into that office without seeing him. He was seated at one end. I had walked in. I looked right, looked left. I couldn't find him. The secretary said, just go in. He's there. And immediately I walked in, I heard a voice. And he said, is that Ubong? I said, yes. And the first thing he said to me, that you and I are going to be friends for a very long time because of your persistence. I'm going somewhere with this because I want to talk about one very important lesson. I first heard it from him. It's a metaphor that we are all probably familiar with. But I learned it from him. I heard it from him first. And the way he put it was so visceral and so enlightening that it did something to my own thinking as a person. And we sat down, had our interview. We became very close friends to the extent that there were Saturdays I would go to his place, his house. I think then there's this estate. There's this estate. Is it Ogudu now? Ogudu GRA, yes. I remember now. And we became so close that in his living room we would both sit on the floor together, gisting, playing. Sometimes I would show up, I'm taking you out for lunch. Let's go and talk. That's how I related with my mentors. I don't know if that happens these days. Nobody has come out to say they want to take me out for lunch. Yeah. To collect, eh? What an interesting time we live in. During one of our interactions, Uncle B, as I used to call him then, and that's how I still refer to him, shared a very important metaphor. And that metaphor is very important and instructive to the conversations that we are having, especially to this current exercise. He said, Ubon, the caterpillar and the butterfly are one and the same. Right? I said, yes. Essentially, they are one and the same. It's almost like saying 6 1/2 a dozen. And then he said, take a look at the caterpillar. The caterpillar is typically ugly looking, dark, brownish, depending on what kind of caterpillar you come in contact with. How many legs does a caterpillar have? How many legs? Use your. How many legs does a caterpillar have? Use ChatGPT or Gemini. How many legs does a caterpillar have? How many legs?
16 legs.
The caterpillar has 16 legs.
6. No, 10 to 16 legs.
Yeah, okay, 16 legs in total.
Total.
And he said, look at that. Let's just adopt 16. Yes, it depends on the caterpillar. And he said, it's earthbound. When people see a caterpillar, what's their immediate instinct? What do you want to do to a caterpillar when you find one around you? Be honest. You want to kill it, you want to crush it. You don't pick a caterpillar and embrace it as a pet, do you? Or do we have any caterpillar collectors here?
We don't do that here.
Because it's ugly. Okay, you can imagine, we might even decide to give it all sorts of negative labels. It's earthbound. It's limited, it's restricted. It's ugly, does not carry any air of appeal. Doesn't come across as valuable. In fact, most caterpillars consume. They can be destructive. And then he said, after a while, this caterpillar does what? Goes into a cocoon. It wraps itself. It embeds itself into a cocoon. Here was a man trying to use nature to illustrate living, because nature teaches us so much. It's the reason why Solomon in the Bible will tell you, you want to learn a thing or two about delayed gratification? Go to the ants. They know that we can't eat everything now when we are living in abundance. We need to store something. And we've got to do it. Let's delay gratification. He will tell you, nature. Look at the winds. If you regard the winds, you will not sow. You can't allow the external pressures prevent you from doing what you're supposed to do. It is planting season. So you cannot regard the weather. Oh, the weather doesn't look so good. That's not the point. It's planting time, you plant. Regardless of what the economy is telling you. You show up and do what is necessary. It's reaping time, you understand what you've got to do. Regardless. So we'll come back to our caterpillar now inside a cocoon. And after a couple of days, that cocoon, that ball that enwrapped it, begins to what? Break open from within. And gradually, what do you begin to see? The same caterpillar? No. Gradually, you begin to see something much more colorful. And with much effort, there's an emergence And that emergence is your butterfly. Of course, I got carried away. It looked like a very beautiful story as he told it. Excuse me. Please, let's ask the registrar to get me a bottle of water, please. Thank you. And as I got carried away, he stopped me and said, look at the butterfly. How many legs does the butterfly have? Use your artificial intelligence support. Use it. It's technology available for your use. How many legs does a butterfly have? 6 legs. Is it only legs it now has? Has wings. What else? It has color. And so he made a very important point. He said, Ubong, this is where I am going. Whatever had 16 legs and then went into an internal, exclusive, embedded transformation process, only to emerge with 6 legs. Remember, it has 16 legs, ugly, earthbound, vulnerable to being smashed or crushed, destructive, unappealing. Thank you. Excuse me. Imagine all of those qualities. And then it emerges with 6 legs, 10 to 6, sorry, 16 to 10 to 6. It had to shed 6 legs. Sorry, 10 legs. And by shedding 10 legs, it also took on additional features. 2 wings. With those 2 wings came additional capabilities. To not just be able to perch, but to be able to what? Fly. That is functional capabilities. Then it also took on aesthetic capabilities. Beauty, color, attractiveness. There are countries today where farming butterflies is part of their agricultural system. It's an economy. He said to me, for it to have emerged that way, it had to do something to itself. It went into a cocoon. It did not wait for external factors or enablement. Some of you are still waiting for empowerment. You are still waiting to be empowered, to be equipped. That's one of the most misleading use of words in Nigeria today, is empowerment. It's a very important word, but it's been used wrongly. It's been used with a sense of entitlement. And so many have continued to wait to be empowered. I once heard a young man who said, you have given us all the enlightenment, all the information, all the education. What we need now is the empowerment. No, what you need, you already have. So he said, whatever it did to itself could not have been convenient. To make it grow from 16 legs to 6 legs. To make it grow from what? Being a crawler, earthward bound, to what? Heaven bound. A flyer. To make it grow from an ugly looking creature to a thing to behold, a creature of beauty. And so transformation is never noisy. You don't announce a transformation agenda. You quietly accept your situation as a caterpillar and anonymously embark on that embedding of yourself without noise, without chatter, with patience and endurance and commitment to commence the process. Transformation is not noisy, it's not something you declare. And let me also say this: transformation is ugly. It's ugly business, especially while you are undergoing it. You will have to choose. You will have to choose. You will have to make up your mind. Wherever you think you need a turnaround, a revamping, a total redesign, you have to patiently make that commitment. You see, it's so easy to think or feel that you're okay. It's very easy in today's world because there's so much noise everywhere. One of the easiest ways is what people will tell you. After all, you too, you can do it. And that's true in terms of applying yourself. But I'd rather someone telling me, why don't you begin work on yourself? Some of you may be going through a very difficult patch right now. You're trying to work on yourself. But then, when you pick up your mobile devices and you start to flip through, you're seeing a lot of things and you're wondering, you know what? Let me just quickly put myself out there. Big mistake. Work on yourself first. You're going to have all the time in the world. Undergo the process. There are so many caterpillars out there masquerading as butterflies, trying to be like butterflies. Because it's easy to try to be like. Let me give you an example that I thought was very, very funny, but was serious. We hired a programs coordinator for the Achievement Channel. Now, a programs coordinator is supposed to take charge of coordinating all of the activities and all members of the team for the channel. Meaning the person must have the ability to lead and must have an understanding of what television production is about and must have basic skills of handling basic television production tools. And during the interview, there was a lot of nice presentation, nice talk, and what have you. I wasn't even there. It was at the very last minute I was called in to at least take a look, and I said to the team, if you guys are okay with him, it's your choice, it's your call. I just asked one or two questions. I was even distracted, and they said you're okay with him. So they employed. Within weeks, if you went to the person's social media handle, you will see him posing with a video camera as if he was shooting a James Bond movie. I'm not kidding you, I'm telling you. And you will see the profile, global expert on production, experienced in multi-sectoral media position. So, So there was a particular day the camera guys were struggling, they couldn't make it on time, and there were guests on set. And the registrar said, okay, you can handle camera now. Please, let's start. Put up this, let's start. He said, no, I need to get them to come upstairs. I said, let's at least get your cameras up and running. The guests are already on set. I just walked past and observed the conversation. I mean, the Achievement Channel, I don't really get to do so much. It just exists within the premises of the School of Eloquence here. And I just moved away. And they complained the first time I couldn't be bothered. But you see, this transformation we are talking about, this inconvenience, you better quietly, silently go through it, develop the skills, develop the competencies, the know-how, so that life will not disgrace you. Because life is determined to disgrace those who don't go through this process. In the same way that life will ensure you are rewarded. That's the way it is. Let nobody kid you. You cannot survive on packaging. Let me be very clear. You cannot survive on packaging. Life will cut you to size. So you had better be sizable. So that when life comes to cut you, life will say, yes, this is a robust candidate, and therefore I must know how to deal with this person. Allow these qualities to shine. Before I knew it, the camera guys were running their own ministry, meaning that they were doing their own production at their own pace, in their own way and manner, like sheep without shepherd. Yet we had a coordinator. Every month we're paying salaries. To make it even worse, the core members who were like junior to the core production people, that we said, okay, you should be able to manage them and get the best out of them. It was free for all. Every time we have a meeting and they bring me in, and I ask a few questions. So tell me, what are you doing? What's going on? And the next thing I'll start hearing flourishes in grammar. So I had thought about an idea whereby we could reach out. I will cut him short. I said, don't worry, keep quiet. I'm the dean of the School of Eloquence, okay? This is what I teach. This is what I live on. This is what I do for 20 years. So that will not cut it with me. Forget about what I thought about. I asked you a simple question. That kept repeating itself. And before we knew it, the frustration, the disappointment was beginning to bubble up. And we said, okay, what can we do to help? And here I'm going somewhere with this. What can we do to help? Okay, redefine the task. If you've been around me, one of the things I do is that I teach people a lot. That's what I do. I will never be tired of addressing the issue. If you are too emotional, you cannot thrive around me. I need you to man up, okay, to buckle up. Because I'm going to teach you. Sometimes I'm going to teach you the hard way. If you do not understand that it's learning time, and you allow your emotions to get the better of you, you will lose out and you will never grow. And before we knew it, there'll be times I'll be watching Achievement Channel around 2 a.m. and I will just see some crazy unvetted content uploaded. We're talking about a channel that one has put so much into to build. We're talking about a channel that we paid 10 million naira to the federal government for its license. Yes, we're still on YouTube. And then I will send a message around 2 a.m. What's going on? I have, only God knows, maybe over 15 messages. Oh, sorry, sir. We'll do better next time. Oh, sorry, sir. When that sorry, sir we'll do better next time. It was clear. The problem was that he did not have the fundamental claim that he had made. Because it meant that you had to correct all across the map. So the foundational skill to learn and to decode, to extrapolate. You see, when you learn, nobody is going to teach you every aspect of what you're doing. But you're going to be taught first principles. You must be hungry enough. You must be determined enough. You must be intelligent enough to extrapolate. It's called having a strategic mindset. You've got to be able to connect the dots and say, look, if I've been corrected about how this program should look, it means I need to take it into the other programs. Short form or long form. And there were times I would see I'm having a team meeting, you're the coordinator, and you're talking as if you're peers. You're discussing. And I would say to him, you are allowing these coppers to scam you. You're running a collegial system rather than take the lead and take responsibility. I would sit him down. This is how to lead. This is how to be a manager. These are the top 5 things. Sometimes I would even say, look, bring up your phone. Go to ChatGPT. Record what I've just said. Use it as prompt. What is it telling you? Well, it's telling me what you just told me earlier on. I said, you can even self-learn. It got to a point, even the core members did not even have respect for him anymore. And I remember several times saying to him that, look, in the final analysis, when the dust settles, you will be the one left carrying the can. And one of the things that is so important that I say to young people, your ability to learn very fast is important. Quickly, once you're corrected, once you're shown the right way to do it, quickly, adapt audibly. Quickly, orient and adjust. Get the message and then ask yourself, what ways can I quickly apply this? 2 months passed. 3 months passed. 4 months passed. Got out of hand. Reviews after reviews. Targets after targets. And I always remember telling the registrar, you're just wasting your time. This guy does not have the fundamentals. Even if we spoon feed him with everything, the fundamental capacity which will enable you to transform yourself from a caterpillar to a butterfly is necessary. And part of it is having genuine humility about life. Quickly, you're called out, orient and adjust. Make changes. Always have a proper assessment of yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror. So it became clear that we had to sack him. Usually I sack people. I don't even think twice about it. That's it. Hopefully you'll get to listen to my doctrine on performance, the challenge to perform. You can read my book, The Challenge to Perform, you'll understand. It's a very serious business. Performance is paramount. In that book, I make the point, you perform or perish. In this space that we're in, it's a very punitive environment. You've got to understand this. You must take on a very strong professional mentality to the concept of performance. It's punitive. If you do not wake up, you smell the coffee, you orient and adjust and do that which is necessary when performance calls, then be prepared for the outcome. And most times, if you're found wanting, the outcome can never be palatable. It must cost you. That's why performance is an imperative. Companies live and die on the altar of performance. So that we understand. Organizations live and die on the altar of performance. You are either performing or you are telling stories. There are no two ways to it. You see, because in the end, we've got to keep the lights on. We've been here for what? 8 days, 9 days? Has the generator been running? Even when diesel has climbed from what? Less than 1,000 to now double the price. We can't tell stories. That's what I'm telling you. The moment you understand this very early in your career, the better for you. Whether you want to serve as an entrepreneur or you want a traditional career path, you must understand this. And remind me, if you can remind me hard enough, I will come and do a full performance masterclass. It's not all these, dream big, do all of this. They are nice, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the functional mechanics of what the marketplace respects. No fun and games. It's the scorecard that says it all. It's the scorecard. And so we looked at it, and after about 5 months, I said, look, it's not working. It's not working. What do? We've got to let him go. Or we figure out what's the alternative. Well, I told the registrar, it's your call, but clearly you can see what is before us. I'm going to complete this story because there's a lesson in it that I think this young man missed, which no young person should ever miss. But I worry that this particular generation of being in Nigeria is beclouding basic judgment, basic reasoning. At the point of termination, after the supervising producer, who happens to be the registrar here at the school, I said, look, clearly he has to go. The letter was ready, and I was called in for the meeting. I said, hold on, give me 5 minutes, let me rethink. Let's look at the good side of this young man. Attitudinally, it's okay. And that's another topic I hope I can speak on. Please remind me of this. It's called the magnitude of attitude. There's so much work in that space that I'd like to also address. A significant realm of thought. It's another performance doctrine. And I looked at it, because for me, attitude is usually the first marker. If your attitude is good and you're not a problem child, let me put it that way, in the workspace. There are some people, the moment you see them, their first encounters, you know this one is a problem child. In quote now. Yeah, respectful, nice guy, and all of that. It's okay. Because I always warned him, you didn't bring you here to play nice guy. You're trying to please everybody. You will pay dearly for it, and when the time comes, you will suffer for it alone. And we looked at it. Can we still give him a chance to learn? He said to the registrar, hold off that letter. I want us to review it, and this is my position as the chief executive. So, you're earning 200,000 naira a month. When you work overtime, you get paid extra and all of that. So what I want us to do, I devised this workaround. Let us review or recalibrate his employment. Can he still function? The answer is yes. Yes, but not in that space, not at that level. Because you were put in a position you claimed you could lead, but your actions over 5 months have shown that you shouldn't be leading. That's why I say to people, don't believe all those CV things that people bring. Put them in, give them 1 or 2 months, let them manifest themselves. Put them inside an actual pressure cooker and watch what happens. So I said, reset is employment rather than outright sack. I retrieved that letter. Role recalibration as a production assistant. Review his pay to 170,000 naira. And then set a fresh goal. If you can adjust within the next 3 months, you regain your former position. In fact, the registrar was shocked because she knows that, this is very unlike you. Literally, I don't tolerate non-performance. That's just it. You are either performing or telling stories. If you walked around me, you understand. But I will celebrate you. I will sing your praises to the heavens if you're the performing type. That's just it. I will do that. Because it's either here or there. It has to be one, not a middle ground. Oh, he's trying, she's putting in her best, she's doing the best that she can. That's stories. That's another word for it, is just stories. Once you begin to find yourself telling stories, being able to tell stories about something, it is not performance. Because performance speaks very loudly. So we said, let's give him a second chance. And one of the reasons why I was able to stop and have that rethink is because sometimes when people have gotten used to their employment, a lifestyle is being built, stability and all of that. These things have ramifications. So I once read a book titled The Human Side of Enterprise. Once in a while, you want to reflect that dynamic because, as I said, he had earned it by his attitude and behavior. It gave him a second chance. It gave him a second chance. It's not a problem. Employee could follow instructions, but we didn't want someone that would wear us down being babysat. I said, have this meeting with him, give him this choice. I thought he was going to take the choice. I thought he was going to take that option. You see, when you believe your own news reports that you wrote about yourself, it's one of the most dangerous situations to be in. He felt he was a big boy. I don't have any problem if you claim to be a big boy, but make sure you put on your big boy's pants and you show up for the big boys fight. He said, look, this is the best we can do for you. Option 1 was the nuclear option. We felt, let's give you a soft landing. Let's still give you a way. We discovered he had no knowledge about media, mass communication, but he was parading himself. That's the problem. Parading himself. I said, that is the option that you have. Genuinely, I want you to grow. I want you to be part of this system, but I also want you to understand the consequences of your failings. And I want you to have a second chance at redemption. You must always give people the opportunity to redeem themselves. It's important. I have some of my coppers. I was joking about Kachi the last few months, that Kachi has managed to redeem herself before the end of her NYC because there's so many things I asked her to do. She tried, but she didn't live up to the expectation that I had. But she found a new set of tasks that enabled her to throw herself into it and really apply herself. And I said, see, you're taking advantage of this last 2 months to redeem yourself. That means you're going to live here in a blaze of glory. I'll have very positive, refreshing memories about you. It's the redemption. It's the redemption based on the realization that there are inefficiencies and inadequacies. So I am honest. I am brutally frank with myself. That's the equivalent of I am sorry in your relationship with people when you do something wrong. That acknowledgement. But once you continue, as you say in your pidgin parlance, you continue to form. You know what I'm talking about? Form that you are big. Life is going to cut you to size. So, felt was a big boy, felt it was a demotion. Demotion. When you face demotion in life, don't begin with the mentality of I bind you, that is not my portion. Understand that that could be your season of going back into the wilderness, going back into deeper engagement with yourself, a very serious season of soul searching. Speaking honestly to yourself. If you're always too quick to emotionally react to your circumstances, you will always miss the boat. And once you miss the boat, you miss the benefits of that window. Many times we attach too much negativity to what appears like a setback or what appears like we're being cut back or cut down. We don't stop to ask, have I done anything to deserve this? A right thinking person would have stopped to say, how many times has my boss corrected me on basic things? You will count it like the prodigal son had to count. How many times have I messed up a production? How many times have I failed to live up to this rule? Do the numbers. But instead, he chose to form. He wanted to claim that he had done this, had done this. And when we look at all the things he claimed he had done, those were essentially things that he met, that we had created. You see the thing with arrogance. I'm going to say this as by way of a very strong admonition. Be very careful. You see, arrogance, we think it's only when shoulders are raised and you have a thunderous voice, you say you want to prove yourself. No. See, arrogance creeps in subtly, in a very subtle manner, and gives you an incorrect, inappropriate, inaccurate picture of you and your condition. That's why the warning goes, let he that thinks he stands take heed lest he falls. That's the thing with arrogance. The moment you are unable to stay objective, and the moment you are unable to apply orientation to reality, you are skating on thin ice. That's arrogance territory. And so from that story, I come back to my conversations with my mentor. I'm still wondering what led me to tell you that story. Sometimes speaking can just take you into so many things. But the idea about, I was talking about that transformation that is silent, that no one sees, so that when life makes a demand, you're ready. And that as ugly as the process of transformation is, to not get sidetracked by what is happening in the brother ether of today's world, whether it's online or whether with what people are saying, because most of our lives these days is also online. And not everything we see online is true. Not everything we see online is a true measure of actual situations on ground. Not everything. Online is very easy to stake a claim. and make yourself look like X. But when the chips are down and people want to confirm, they might not even have a place to locate you or to trace you to. But it's very easy to look that way. So as you grow, especially to all the young people listening to this conversation, be modest. Don't worry about how it might look now. No. Keep it real. If you don't have an office location for what you are doing, don't give an impression that you have one. For instance, you don't have a physical space. Don't try to make it look as if you are all over. Be patient, you will get there. Be patient and build what you're doing. There was a time the School of Eloquence was in my living room. I said that some time ago. It was in my living room. It was a major period of a setback. Most people probably don't know the story. I'm just sharing it now. A major period. I didn't claim to do this. I was on national TV. Everything was booming. Everybody knew me. And I had people who were like, no, Mr. Motivator, you cannot go. You cannot. I said, keep quiet. Shut down my office in Sule. Who thought I was crazy? I said, shut down the damn office. I said, look, shut it down. Now. Everybody was like, no, it won't look good. I didn't wait anymore. One day I drove down to the office, printed out a roll-up banner and put in front of my own office garage sales. We sold off air conditioners. I'm talking about an office that had 10 desktop computers, that had 10 persons working. So shut it down. I can't run an operation this burdensome with this amount of setback while living in Maryland. Shut everything down. No. Sell off flat screen televisions that I bought personally when I traveled to the UK. Sold off. Sold off a lot of things. What do we need to keep? 2, 3 air conditioners, move them to my residence. So where are you going to go from here? So convert the living room to my training room. My living room became my training room for School of Eloquence. For a season. Shut it down. What it did was that it gave me sanity. You see, a lot of you are carrying too much madness in your head. You are carrying too much unnecessary burden and pressure. It gave me sanity. See what we're doing for 20 days? Have you ever seen me flustered all over the place? No. It is done in a controlled, pragmatic, sensible way and manner. And the drive is not to prove anything to anybody. The drive is not show-offism. It is the School of Eloquence. See, it allows, once you can have stability of thought and reasoning, forget about what others are doing. You can't keep allowing the zeitgeist of everything that someone can wake up in the morning, take a nice looking picture, and stake a claim that is not true. And you decide to match up. Look, you will find yourself in the prodigal situation very soon. Sooner or later, it happens. Instead, be like the caterpillar. All of that time and attention, go into that cocoon. Accept the suffering of inconvenience. Privately, quietly, exclusively. That's what the cocoon process is about. Accept it. Accept the suffering of inconvenience. Knowing that this transformation is a process. I will become a much better person, better equipped, better prepared on the other side of this trial, on the other side of this process. Accept it. I said, shut everything down, move everything to my residence. I have my peace of mind. I have my sanity. That's the most important commodity. That's the most important commodity when you look at it. What's the worst that can happen? It didn't work out according to plan. For some persons, once they find themselves in that situation, they never want to come out again. They don't even want anybody to know. They just want to. They feel so humiliated. They feel the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they become something else. No. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, okay, it didn't work out. It's okay. We go again. Wiser, better, stronger. But if you are always playing for ego, if you are always playing for self, that's when we run into these problems. And once you are playing for ego, and it is driven largely by this inordinate feeling of being among the Joneses, as they say, catching up with the Joneses, is that the expression now? At the end of the day, you won't be able to make right thinking, sensible adjustments. You will become maladjusted. So we need that sense of a balance. And that's part of what saved the School of Eloquence. That's part of what allowed us to continue to run. It's part of our history. A 5-year setback. How many of you can wait for 5 days? For 5 weeks? For 5 months? People thought it was a setback. People were like, oh, this, that, and the other. It didn't. No, it doesn't define me. I'm cool with it. During those 5-year setback, I will tell you, we're having students from Total, from Multi-Choice, name the company. That's why they come. I said, you just come to me. Everybody, just meet me at my house. That's all. And I'm okay with it. Because that's not what defines me. But today, here's the School of Eloquence in Ikoyi, the highest possible place in terms of where an institution should be. I don't even have to leave this place. If you're here, typically you see the people who come in here. Who cares about what happened during those 5 years? You see the problem, you see the point I'm making? It's being balanced in your thinking, in your orientation. Don't kill yourself. I'm telling you, many people are killing themselves, being driven. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you should not be on social media before what I'm saying gets misinterpreted. I'm saying keep your life real. I'm on social media. Like I always say, I'm a bit of a Neanderthal, but I tell myself, just that's where the world is. Just keep me there. Whatever it is you can post it. So that people don't see. I just realized that we are not posted on X since 2025. For instance. Which is bad. It shouldn't be. We're supposed to be posting and whatever it is and all that. So the point is, because sometimes you're like, but this. I said, well, yes, if there's someone that can do it. But the point is the real life is the real life. And you need that balance. So that Yorubas will say, Ki ori ekpe. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know how to translate it. If I want to transliterate it, it will be so that your head will be correct. Being sensible. 2 things: objectivity and orientation to reality. Now, does it stop you from dreaming? I tell a lot of people, objectivity and orientation to reality doesn't stop you from being aspirational. It doesn't stop you from setting ambitious goals or targets. No, it balances you. So let's come back to what my mentor was trying to teach me. From caterpillar to butterfly. And he said whatever that caterpillar did to itself could not have been convenient. There were trade-offs, sacrifices, adjustments. difficulties, taking on new lessons, shedding old ways of thinking, learning new things, unlearning the wrong things. Many of us have learned so many wrong things because there are so many teachers online. So many teachers online. Someone shows up, I want to show you how I made my first 200 million online, all the, and you're like, and instantly. If you go online, I don't share content. I have always maintained. You come to my school and pay me, and I teach you. If you check online, you will not see me, this technique and all that. I'm very reluctant. Over the years, people have said to me, but you should. I said, no, I'm a certified speaking professional. I will share updates of what we are doing and who we are. But hardly, if you take the total sum, I don't. I'm sorry, people don't like it. You will find what we're doing, and that's why we're more of an institution. It's really not about me. I believe I'm giving out so much. It would be tantamount to giving out so much for free. Although what I'm sharing now is content, we shouldn't be doing it. But I feel like I'm just sharing it to you guys. But again, it's already being broadcast. Typically, all that you've heard me talk about, you will never find them online. In my over 25 years of being a professional speaker, not one. Not one. My personal motivational achievement work, you're not going to find any. This will probably be the closest to my giving away. I get paid to do this. So I've already oriented myself. So if I'm online, it's about one or two snippets and, I had this meeting with this person, this is what's going on and all that, updates. I'm very reluctant about that. But I know people who are going to slice and dice most of what I've said here and circulate and what have you. I hardly do that. That's just personal. That's personal. There are people who do, some of my friends, professionals are doing a lot of this now, these days, with so much going on out there. But let's still look at the lesson my mentor taught me. Whatever it did to itself, I have never forgotten it. I never forget it. Whatever it did to itself. Meaning what it did to itself, no one stepped in to interfere. No external factors or considerations. No help, no empowerment. Choice, self-transformative mentality. Whatever it subjected itself to, that's the point I want to make, could not have been convenient. That's transformation. A caterpillar subjects itself to being enveloped in a cocoon with so much going on, perhaps the various chemical reactions, biological processes going on that you and I could not see, but they needed to go on for a significant period of time until it was ready and the cocoon began to pry open, and what we saw emerging, the emergence, was a butterfly, heaven-bound, flight capabilities, beauty personified, and all of the things that we see that are attractive that we invite. And so, those moments of fatigue, we are becoming these 20 days of eloquence. We are undergoing a process of transformation. That's what's happening. A bunch of unknown young men and women in a cocoon of a quest. We started as caterpillars. How many of you remember Wednesday last week? You saw how it was before we could start, the uncertainties, back and forth from 9 a.m. in the morning until 3:30. I'm sure some of you were worried sick. Are we going to do this? Having prepared so much. But here we are. Day 8 going on day 9. So that cocoon experience is still forming. It's still shaping. It's still playing out. Waiting. Testing us. As sleepy as it can get. At 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Sometimes we don't know what to do. We stretch our legs across 2 seats. After a while, we lean, we lie down. Then somebody's telling you, please sit up. Because of the camera, we want to make sure we have all our 10 persons in view. At some point in time, every speech you hear begins to sound like a broken record. I'm sure sometimes in your mind you look at it, this is just the second day, 20 days. What's wrong with this man? Why did he do 20 days? Are you sure? Does this make sense? I'm sure there are times when you begin to even doubt, what have I done to myself? Yes, there are times like that too that I begin to wonder that these people too complain to look at 20 days. Sometimes as I come down and I look at the clock, the timer, like, are we still on 3 days? Hey, what have we started? But here we are. The Americans have a popular saying. I used to use it back in the day. It says, yard by yard, life is hard. But inch by inch, it's a cinch. So it's about taking it one step at a time. That's how we do it. In spite of the moment of fatigue, the moment of doubt, the moment of silence, understanding that we are still in the making. We are still in the game. We are not yet at the halfway line, but we are close. We will soon hit first half. We are still in the game. In the midst of this, let me tell you, there are people that I'm inviting to come and speak that have turned me down. Just so you know. I just want you to, just so you know. Now, these are not other people. These are people that very close to me, people that I thought I had a reasonable level of relationship with. So you're going to understand life. But we move. We keep it going. There are people whose business is, I'm not interested. Once they get that Guinness World Record, they will show up shamelessly. I'm letting you know. As if nothing ever happened, as if they did not turn down the opportunity to be part of this. They are there. What do? You don't take offense. You embrace that as part of reality. Choose to be big. I'm talking essentially about people who, by their actions, have chosen to be cynical. That's what I mean. There are those who can't make it because of genuine commitment. That's different. I'm talking about those whose position is just cynical. Not everyone you invite to be part of your quest will commit to it. I want you to understand that. Some will disappoint you. You need some of those disappointments to shape you, to strengthen you. And that's why I'm so proud of this team. I was having a discussion with the other group. I'm sure you overheard some of our talk while you were listening to the speeches here. And I was making the point to them, encouraging them, commending everyone for the commitment. It is so rare. I feel very proud, very privileged to have all of you. Having just met a good number of you. And the team spirit, nobody's waiting, everybody's watching out for the record. Everybody's watching out. There's that commitment to a common cause. It's not about Ubong. It's not about just the school of eloquence, it's ours to protect, to nurture. Even when at times certain things might not be done in a way and manner that favors you. Maybe you might not like the lunch that was served, or the way you were served, or whatever the case. But yet you show up because there's a mission. And so as a team, we continue to prosecute this assignment. And when the work is done, it will not be that he did it. It will be that we did it. And that's the way it should be. No ulterior motives. That's the attitude. You don't take offense at all. And this is very important. You keep it light-hearted. In the same way, there are those who are committed. You might not see them here. They are showing up in different ways, sending their support, rooting for us, telling us you can do it. They might not show up at 1 a.m., but they will show up at 1 p.m. just to check on those who are doing the heavy lifting during the wee hours of the morning, and to say, we see you, we know you, we are rooting for you. That's how we win. And so we are transforming. We started out as caterpillars, and we are gradually cocooning our way into butterfly. And that's why I am just so eager. By the time we get through this, by God's grace, we will have fantastic moments of celebration, of savoring the triumph. And that's why when it feels tiring, just take a look at the butterfly end. That's what we need to do. Take a look at the butterfly end. One of the things I told our other colleagues an hour ago when we had this closed door meetings, that by all things being equal, after this, we will have an opportunity for a standalone event, a celebratory event, where we will actually formally present a Guinness World Record certificate. It will be, some have even said, some have even said they want it as a black tie event, red carpet event. Please, let's switch on our agenda. Let's switch on the agenda. Yes. So these are the things that we're going to do, because at that point, at that moment in time, we're going to explore lots of opportunities. And let me say this: I've already made the point. I will make it as an announcement here. Yes. So I got tongue-tied there. That for those of you who are looking forward to an opportunity in professional speaking, I'm currently pressuring some of my big buddies to sponsor a pilot program that will allow you have the best 1-year scholarship training program, international standard, that will at the end of it onboard you into professional speaking. So this is what, when I started as far back as 20 years ago, I spent over $1,000 on. Yes, over $1,000. So I'm working with them, and I'm quite optimistic that we'll get a favorable response. I will just put, for those of you who truly want to at least develop this aspect of your life, in addition to whatever else you may plan on doing, speaking becomes a very important bulwark. And so this group, by God's grace, once we reach the finish line, we will not finish there. Yes, we will not finish there. You know, I believe that together we'll be able to start something new, something bigger, something far more impactful. This is just going to be the beginning. And so brace yourself. But whilst we are doing that, let us enjoy the cocooning process. Let us enjoy it. It's going to be painful. But if we can hold on long enough in the next 10 to 12 hours, no, in the next less than 10 hours, we'll be entering the 9th day. Before we know it, we'll reach the halfway mark of 10 days. By then, we'll have effectively doubled the current Guinness World Record in terms of time. And then we set sail with energy, with drive, with determination, with endurance and stamina. If we've come this far, it means there's nothing we cannot take. We are resilient enough to get this done. And sometimes it's a small group of people. So I read something as I wrap up my conversation with you. I asked ChatGPT to research for me and find out the current Guinness World Record of over 127 hours, and we are at 201 hours. And he said it took 171 speakers. So I asked Kelly to summarize our current logbook of speakers. At least give us the data as regarding the numbers of speakers. And I think I got a list of about 70 speakers. So we've done far more with far fewer speakers. It shows that we are resilient. We have capacity. That's what it shows. And we just need to keep going and keep pushing and stay true to the mission. As a team, stay committed. Forget about some of the noise here and there. There might be some noises, or maybe on the WhatsApp group, on the platform. Let's stay focused. No more dissipation of energy trying to drag everybody. No, stay focused. We are in the middle of the battle. We need to look out for each other, support each other. We've demonstrated that we are very aware and we are committed. And knowing that as your leader, I'll always be there. I know there are so many of you that want to speak. I've eaten into your time. Apparently, you guys are trying to retire me in some ways. But, I will not go down. I will not go that quietly into the night. I will still be here speaking. I hope I'll have the opportunity to talk about those two performance doctrines: the magnitude of attitude and the challenge to perform. So it is better to be in the room to listen to it than to watch it from your room. Yes. I know that's what this generation likes. I know that. Okay, so you quote it now. It is better to be in the room listening than to watch it from your room. So that's a lovely quote to put there and ask AI to develop it into a poster. So it is better because you get to feel it and see it and experience the moment. So we have not come here to remain where we were. No. We haven't come here to remain where we were. In the end, you are going to become far better, far more confident in your speaking, far more in command of how you speak, how you command or how you articulate your thoughts, how you manage your presence and shape your thoughts. Because you're cocooning each time you get up to speak. Each time you lend your voice to this relay. This hour makes you even more relevant than those who show up in the daytime. You are the real heroes of this record. I want you to know that. You are the real heroes. Don't worry about views. People will look for these videos. Don't worry about all of those. Let's just focus on the mission and get it done. Of course, we'll do the social media thing and what have you, but the real focus is getting this done and seeing it through. So, on that note, transformation is not declared, it's not noisy. The cocooning experience is never noisy, it's never announced. But the breaking out of the cocoon by the butterfly, is it announced? The world sees it. So be patient. Keep walking through, apply these concepts to your current challenges. And I assure you that you grow as a person. So it is my honor to hand the baton, the golden mic, to the next speaker to carry on this endurance quest. Well done. Did you take it? Okay, didn't take it. Okay, carry on.
All right, so good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Wow. You know, I actually enjoy listening to Dean's speech, you know, because you just get to learn a lot of things.
Yes, yes.
You know, and I've been there waiting for my time. You know, this is KSO's moment, and it's actually, you know, a very interesting thing to do because it's really very inspirational speaking this period. All right, so this morning I will be regaling us with criticism, the bridge between progress and despotence. Criticism, the bridge between progress and despotence. And of course, this is a topic we are going to learn a lot from. And I'm sure that at a point in time, we have had to cope with criticism, whether it is constructive or destructive. I would like to start with a quote by Aristotle. And I like that quote so much because it's all about how we cannot even navigate life without expecting criticism. You know, Aristotle says, if you are afraid of criticism, do nothing, say nothing, and become nothing. If you are afraid of criticism, do nothing, say nothing, and become nothing. It means that if you are performative, if you are lending your voice, you know, you are doing or even being, you must expect some certain form of criticism. But then the problem we have now is that criticism is synonymously used with negativity, and that is not so. Somebody can criticize you and there are actually bootloads of positivities to get from the criticism. But most times when somebody says criticism, what comes to our mind is maybe bringing out the negative aspect of our work or of our being. But criticism goes far beyond that. You know, it examines the different aspects of the work or the persons. And before I delve into this concept of criticism, I would like to share an experience which resonates with this topic at large. when I started writing 2016, 2017, there's this popular poem by Wole Soyinka, Abiku. Also, J.P. Clark wrote another poem too. Wole Soyinka's own was, "In vain your bangles cast, charms cycle at my feet. I am Abiku calling for the first and repeated time." So because I am a lover of Wole Soyinka, I wrote a poem, which I called the reincarnation of Abiku. And in that poem, I wanted to show that the Abiku child will no longer die. The Abiku child will live forever. Then I started this poem this way. What flagrant living spoke you turned? Abiku's leaf goes with a faded portent, but you come with a sadistic tone. Digging sepulchral hole in the minds of the dissipated parents. Mother gasconade amongst contemporaries when renaissed. But do you know the funniest thing? The poem was given to a reviewer in Lagos State University, to tell of the sense making in the poem. That how sensible is this poem, and to my very surprise, the reviewer scattered me. He said this person should be advised not to write again. And I didn't take that lightly. Sometimes because of our ego, arrogance, we will never be able to see the truth. The reporter's novel was rejected many times by the editor before it was actually accepted. So when that reviewer gave me that comment, what did I do? I said, he's a liar. He's only being jealous of my talents. He doesn't want to see the positivity in my writing. I didn't take that seriously. And because I saw that criticism as in tackling or attacking my personality. It was later on I realized that what is the essence of writing a poem that is not communicating. And those days I took joy in the fact that I could understand myself, but other people could not even understand me. Even on my birthday that year, I wrote a poem that was very complicated. I titled it "It Grows," and maybe because I was studying for JAMB that period, so every form of what I saw, I'll just put it back. So in the end, they will ask me, what are you trying to say? I'll say, I understand myself, but but the problem is that criticism was very difficult for me. Anybody that was trying to criticize me, then I'll say, you don't know anything. I'm trying to do something in an unusual way. This is not a regular poem that you read online. But in the end, those poems these days are nowhere to be found because they no longer make any sense. Yeah. Then fast forward to 2020. I was teaching in the JAMB group chat, and there was this boy, now a very good student, Pen. There was this bad habit he had. Anytime somebody was celebrating, their birthday, he would write a long epistle for the person, and the fellow students would be hailing him. He would use a lot of grandiloquent expressions, big words to celebrate, and then they'll say, how so foolish in quotes these students could be. Some of them say, this is too much. This is Wole Soyinka. And I was the English teacher in that group. I said, this boy has not learned from lesson. So I have taken the pain to look away all this while until one day I couldn't take it anymore. And then somebody was celebrating our birthday. He wrote a long epistle as usual, and then he said, it is maybe your beauty is flabbergastingly nonplussed. He put everything together. Then I wrote a long epistle to tackle him. I said, what do you want to prove? I said, okay, flabbergasted, is synonymous to nonplussed. Both are surprises. So you are saying that I am surprisingly surprised. You are being repetitive. So I put it out there on the group chat. I scattered him. The episode I wrote doubled him. There was no filtering at all, and I dropped it there. So some of his mates saw it. They said, oh, it's true. So you have been deceiving us. And the guy came to my inbox at the back. He was furious. He had to go and meet the tutorial, and I said, look at what that English teacher did. How would he do this? And it was difficult for him to swallow the criticism, but in the end, he understood. But I realized that the process of criticizing him too, by me, was not sensible. As a teacher, as a tutor, there is supposed to be a process or way of doing that. And this empathy, this emotional connection is what we lack when it comes to criticism today. There are actually 3 major ways, general ways of carrying out criticism, even when I have more to explore here. If you want to criticize somebody, start on a positive note. Then go ahead with the criticism, then end on a positivity. That is one of the ways you can actually make it a worthwhile criticism. If somebody is not well dressed, for instance now, and you go and say, look at the way you are dressed anyhow, are you a prostitute? They will just rape you. The person will look at you disgustingly because you have opened your mouth without control and you have, baladash the person. But imagine you starting this way. Oh, do you know you look so pretty? If only you had gotten the right dress, or you have just stepped it up a bit, it would have been better. I feel like you don't really have to expose this place or that place, but you still look great. But I would just prefer. The person would even feel flattered and might even listen to you. So we need to start inculcating, the shades of positivity even when we are criticizing. What then is criticism? Criticism is the careful judgment, evaluation, and analysis of something, in a way to actually express an opinion. It is not always negative. No! Criticism can also be positive. Are we following? So, the first interesting part to be explored is the different types of criticisms. What are the different types of criticism? The first one we have is constructive criticism, which makes us feel better. Constructive criticism. Imagine you giving a speech on this podium and you didn't deliver well. And then the dean calls you and say, oh, you have a very good topic. You have a very good topic. In fact, you've given us one of the most beautiful topics ever. But then we just feel like you probably didn't use the right examples. This is the way it can be better. What has he done? He has constructively criticized you in a way that you will not feel bad. You will still feel enlivened to even go ahead and plan your speech and do better. Because at that moment, he has given you a constructive criticism. So constructive criticism, there are good sides. You bring out the positive sides and then the negative side, and then you make suggestions on how that piece, that person, whatever it is that you are criticizing, can be better. You see some persons online, when they are reviewing movies, they won't think about the cost of production, the effort the actors have put into it. The easiest thing to do in life is to criticize. To just sit down there and say, I don't just like Nigeria, this country is scattering, nothing is being done. But then to find yourself doing is the problem. Anybody can criticize. There's a lecturer of mine that will say that because I criticize people a lot, all the books I've written, it is when I die I want them published. That I don't want any of my books to be published when I'm alive. When I'm dead, they cannot publish them. Why? Because of he has criticized a lot of people. And it doesn't, they say some people do not like to take a pill, of the medicine they have given out, understand? So because of that, he is avoiding being criticized. So constructive criticism, when you look at the good and bad side of, of something without being biased. That essay you wrote is very powerful, but then these are the areas that need improvements. It's not that you just scatter the person, like I scattered my student pen, or like the reviewer scattered me from LASU. He said I will advise this person to move away from, to not consider a career in writing, but today I'm a published writer. But it's so difficult at that moment when you are criticized. You think about it, you are almost losing, yourself. That is how painful criticism can go. Are you following? The second one we have is destructive criticism. Destructive criticism. And this is what every one of us hates. No matter how tolerant you can be, when somebody destructively criticizes you, I'm telling you, you will feel it. A bad comment can ruin your whole day, can stop you from even actualizing, your dream, can stop you from carrying out something you would have loved to do. If somebody looks at you and say, your dressing is terrible, do you know that all through that day you might spend the entire of your life looking at yourself, in the mirror, and then what is going, what is wrong about my dressing? You will not feel comfortable. Even when you are in midst of people, because of that comment, you start feeling like they are looking at you. Even as your hair, if somebody tell you that your hair looks so rough, or even your shoes, every little thing gets to us. We are emotional humans. So when criticism is destructive, I'm telling you, we tend to lose control. Therefore, what happens? We begin to overreact. So destructive criticism is when somebody is not even looking at areas of improvement, when the person is not trying to make suggestions, the person is just out there to attack. And there are people who do that. Do you know that? Let's be honest with ourselves. I am not a fan of this current administration. I have a lot of reservations. But even in the midst of chaos, there will still be a little positivity to take from it. Even suffering can be positivity. I'm telling you. Suffering can be positivity. Shaking economy can be, you can learn something from it. I'm telling you, the worst of persons, Adolf Hitler in Germany, he taught people a lot of experiences about war. Despite the fact that he was described as one of the most dangerous persons on earth, there's always something good about everything. So that is why we say nobody is completely bad. No work is completely bad. When people are reading novel, for instance, some of them say, this novel is boring. This novel is not even interesting. This is terrible. There's no work on earth that is completely bad. Because we have this aphorism that even from the blackest of pots, whiteness emerges. Therefore, even from the worst of works, worst of persons, there are still some shades of positivity to take. That is why criticism cannot be entirely destructive. If you look at anything at all that you have ever, anything or anybody at all that you could not even find any positive thing in them, if you look at it from another side, you find something positive from them. When I was in university, there was this classmate of mine that told me one day that, Okpe, I just hate you. It shocked me. Just said, Okpe, I just hate you. I said, wherever they are dragging you, because he said, wherever they are dragging you, I will always be there. And the worst of it all, a lady, she said that there are times that they are dragging you on the class group chat, and I will go and I will text my friend and say, please come online, they are dragging up, but let us intensify it. So helplessly I asked, I said, why? What did I do wrong? She said, nothing. That I just feel like, I just feel comfortable doing that. But do you know what I realized? I didn't hate her for that. When I got closer, even from your enemies, you can learn something from them. When I got closer to her, I realized that she didn't even hate me as she said she meant. It was all love. So apart from destructive criticism, we also have self-criticism. This can be positive and it can also be negative. Some of us, we self-criticize ourselves. Even before people criticize us, we do not have that belief in ourselves. I'm just worth. Things don't just work out for me. It's just like me. I'm not destined for success. So we self-criticize ourselves sometimes, and this is another part of criticism. We do not believe in ourselves. We do not believe in what we could achieve. We do not believe in the power, of our dreams. We are too hard on ourselves. When we make a mistake, we tend not to forgive ourselves. We are too hard. All in a bid to achieve success, or all in a bid to actually reach to the top of our goals. Also, we have peer criticism. Sometimes we see ourselves from the lenses of our friends. And do you know that sometimes what your friend says to you can actually go a long way to determine how you would think, what you would think about yourself? You are in the midst of your friend and you are joking and say, you that I have never even counted 1 million naira before. Or they just say something about one of your bad habits, that you have this one bad habit, and you start brooding over it, and it changes. Even in fact, it gets to a stage where you are no longer free among them, because anytime you are close to them, you are afraid that they might bring up that thing again. We might have a very bad habit, that your friend might just point out, and then you start feeling uncomfortable about that. And people, you never return call. Somebody can call you 100 times and you never return the call. You don't even care what is going on. And then you keep saying you are sorry, but you never change. But then maybe suddenly something happens one day, and then it changes you, and you learn from that criticism that I think I can't just keep doing my. What you realize is that it might be your phone, but its services are not just limited to you alone. Its services are general. So people sometimes have entitlement to you picking their course at a point in time because of your shared relationships. And you must take that very seriously. Now, apart from peer criticism, we have literary criticism, which is my own field. Literature criticism. When you are carrying out a literary appreciation or literary criticism, you are trying to examine the work, its strength, its weaknesses, the use of characterization, maybe the use of language and the likes. Literary criticism. Sometimes I do movies criticism, song criticism. There was one event I attended, I think I mentioned it some time ago, I think Felabration, in honor of Fela. And at that event, I was extremely angry by a woman's speech. I was filled with an overwhelming anger, because we were trying to celebrate Fela's life and lifestyle. Sometimes feminists can be in their feelings. I'm a lover of feminism, but sometimes they can be in their feelings. So this woman, everybody was talking so well about Fela, and she just came and she said she feels like Fela is not, she condemned Fela's attitude towards women. Called Fela a patriarchal, man who didn't regard women and the likes. And then she made reference to Fela's lifestyle, that Fela was beating Fela married, I think he married all of his women in one day, and he was always he beat some of them, the Kalakuta women. So she scattered Fela. She said even Fela did not believe in woman feminism. Some of Fela, like Lady, was meant to mock women, that if you call an African women, she no go agree. She go say she be lady. Fela was of the idea that African women were being ridiculous with the way they were trying to compete with European women. They were trying to redefine themselves. And then also the song on Yellow Fever, different fever, and in day, Fela was trying to criticize those that were bleaching their skin. So Fela was quite, in her own way, anti-women. Did not even see that women were to be competing with men. And I wrote a review. I wrote an exploration of that argument. And what was my response? I was a bit too harsh on her. And I said, we should learn how to appreciate art for art's sake. And we must also learn how to separate the artist from the art. Fela, in terms of character, behavior, might not be a good role model. This is something we have to learn. Are we listening? In terms of character, Fela might not be a good role model. But in terms of his art, which is his music, he delivered. He put African on the map Afrobeatically. But In form of character, he didn't do well. So we must learn to separate the artist from the art. Otherwise, we'll be mixing the pleasure, of his art with his personal behavior. This is, if you look at pastors today, people sometimes believe that a pastor must be a replica of his preaching, but it doesn't work that way sometimes. Only Jesus Christ, has that kind of perfection. Therefore, somebody can come to the altar and deliver the best of sermon, might still go ahead to commit a sin. After all, the person is a human. But we shouldn't say maybe because he's a pastor, we should not hold them to the point of total morality. We must learn how to separate the artist from the art. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves criticizing, condemning, and that might not really be good for them. The likes of Davido, all of these other celebrities, if you look at the kind of lifestyle they live, sometimes they smoke, and we know that these things sometimes is not even morally acceptable to society. They smoke, they drink, they rock girls in clubs, but then we still learn how to enjoy their music, use their music for different, in different occasions, for what it is. We must learn how to separate the artist from the art when we are criticizing. But what did I do? When I was writing that essay, I over-criticized that woman. I was angry because of the way she attacked Fela. And what did my boss, when I sent the review out, I was also scattered. I said, they told me that you don't write a review this way. You must be able to contain your emotions. Otherwise, even your criticism will not be genuine. You understand? So even whether it is literary criticism, you also have to find the balance. For every claim made, there is a point to back it up. Somebody was criticizing. I was reading somebody's review of Funke Akindele's movies. Brilliant reviews. The person said there's really nothing so special about Funke Akindele's movie. And if you be honest, Funke Akindele has not given us, maybe if you look at a Tribe Called Judah, behind the scenes, they were like stories that we are even accustomed to. But the difference there is that at publicity level, and then the kind of actors she brings into her movies, actors of caliber and timber, these are the ones that make us watch these movies. But if you look at movies like House of God, Jagun Jagun, in terms of even storyline and then, catch breathing, these are even more powerful. That is the person's review. The person is not trying to downplay it, but the person is trying to say, maybe in today's world, maybe we have to even go for who can invest more. If you look at how Funke Akindele's how she produces her movie, she doesn't even use a lot of expensive places. Just the normal random places, go and watch the movie. She doesn't even. But there are movies that you see that they are spending a lot on production, traveling out of the country, bringing in Japanese and everything. She gives us the random story, but she uses, great actors and a lot of, a lot of productions to move her movies. That is the criticism. Not bad. This movie, Anikulapo, was the new one they just made. Somebody wrote a review to scatter it, and the person was like, they spoke about all this cowrie or something that it was not in existence during those period. But we need to be wise. We need to actually improvise. We cannot keep on just dwelling on only the weaknesses, the loopholes. When we are criticizing, we also have to examine the strengths, the areas of strongholds. Also, we have another type of criticism which we call aesthetic criticism. Aesthetic criticism. Aesthetics usually has to do with what? Beauty. Sometimes pleasure. So when you are reading something, sometimes you might be reading to bring out how beautiful, how pleasurable, something is or someone is. Can you critically, criticize somebody's aesthetics? Such even criticism might go beyond the physical beauty. Because when you look at the shades of beauty, it goes beyond the physical. Talk about, the aesthetics in terms of attitude, in terms of relationship, in terms of classiness, the way the person carry, him or herself. These are the things we look at under aesthetic criticisms. So these are the types of criticisms. Don't forget, you start positively, go into your criticism, and then end negatively. I've seen a situation whereby somebody slap, someone else because of criticism. People do not take it lightly when it comes to criticizing. I've seen it when somebody slap, don't talk to me this way. Even in our society today, an elderly person that does not criticize sensibly will collect. And that is the truth. There's a way you talk to somebody that is of your younger generation. They will tell you that you are only old, but in terms of wisdom, you are so backward. That is why you will see that online these days. One of my lecturers said that I dare not say anything on social media these days, because not a child that is not even up to my last born age, you just say, sir, you are foolish. Some even go ahead to go and check your profile picture. They say, once I see your profile picture, look at the way you are looking like a bag of cement. No wonder you are saying this thing. And then what do you want to do? Anybody can say anything online. So there's what we call respectful comments. For instance, that they are saying that Tinubu has the economy. They say people should not say that. Tinubu is even. You just see people go under your comment and just say, who is this? Agbado people. So these days, in fact, one thing I realized again is that you have to be strong-minded to start an initiative online. Because if you are not strong, you see, why do you think people deactivate their accounts? It will get so hot. Even celebrities, they will just deactivate their account, or they will lock their comment section, because they know that as people are coming, sometimes we see a facade of kind of strength that people do not actually have. Some people say, I don't care if you come to me, that's good, but sometimes the comments, get to us. Do you know that celebrities also sit down, to read their comments? They read their comments. They sometimes just overlook. But it is just one time when you see that they respond to comment that you know that truly they read the comments. If you are not strong, they will break you. If I watched the player lost penalty at a crucial moment. This is a Nigerian player. What was his name? A Nigerian player that lost penalty the last AFCON. Chukwueze. He was chewing gum and he played the penalty nonchalantly. Nigeria finished him. They said he had just lost his glory. That period must have been hell for him. It was overcooked. In fact, they didn't want him to go. I'm telling you, they said he had to stop being alive for a while. Look at Simi. I thought Simi was totally loved by everybody. When Nigerians started with Simi, and then Nigerians, when it comes to emotional damage, Nigerians will not spare you. Nigerians are a people that you can be selling akara and they can take you from that akara lane, to superstar level. And you see, when they are supporting you, they support you in full. That's why if you go and check all these players playing for other countries that are Nigerians, you see Nigeria packing themselves to their page. And if Nigeria want to scatter you, they will not take it lightly. They will go back as to go and find your origin, your roots, the post that you have made. Look at the post of when. That's why sometimes what you do when you are a nobody begins to matter when you become somebody. That is why you must be very careful. Some posts that will just say chilling in the beach, understand, the house may now matter later in the future when you think you don't even think about the post anymore. Look at the way they went back deeply to go and dig Simi's post and start making connections. That moment she had to now start explaining herself that if somebody is trying to use my past post to judge me, this is what happens. At the point in time she stopped posting. It's just now that the issue are there and that they are coming back again. So if you are not strong enough, you cannot take criticism. But whoever is melting at criticism, can the person also take the same criticism? That is the problem. So we have to be able to blend, those kind of criticism, the areas of strength and the weaknesses, and they give suggestions. Now, what are the processes of criticism? What are the right processes or procedures you follow when you want to criticize? Ladies and gentlemen, you might want to take this very attentively. Number one, be objective, not personal. Be objective, not personal. Can we criticize somebody objectively, without actually putting in our personal emotions? Your baby is dressed some way that you do not like. can you let us see reasons that even beyond you being, a babe, this is the reason you think she should not go out with these clothes? You are writing a project for a lecturer, who already likes you, who has already asked you about, you say no. Can he actually critique your project work, without actually adding personal biases and say, "Should you know what to do for me? Okay, this is where I'm going to catch you." These are some of the problems that we have. We cannot differentiate our emotions, from facts. Can we say things the way they are without actually adding biases or sentiment to them? In a way that I have nothing against you, but this is what I just think. This is not acceptable. Being objective, not personal. Because these days, you see that if people are trying to criticize others now, they find themselves going towards the lane of sentiments, biases. They have something against the person, so when they want to do the criticism, they tear the person apart. And like, okay, this is my own way to get back to get back at you. What have you written? Nonsense. You cannot do well than this and everything. No. Somebody once gave me a very tough criticism when I was in university. That was one of the tearing apart criticism I've ever had. And you know what? I just, you will feel pain to the extent that tears will not be the solution at that moment. I was just looking at it like this, and the person was tearing me apart. It was not like a wasted effort to everything I've done. And I was in 300 level, I was one of the big boys those days there. Then I went to one classroom. I just put my head on the table, and I cried. I wept. I felt what Jesus felt. And the thing is that it was not the crying was continual. Because at the point in time, I want to raise my head and then I'll think about it again. I say, what extent I'll go back again? Why? Because the criticism was tearing. And let us be realistic. No matter how bad something is, there's always a better way to present it. That is the truth. Even for thieves that have stolen from you, there's even a better way to actually, present whatever you have to present to them. And I'll give you one instance. I was teaching in a school 2019, and when I got to that school, first of all, the teachers told me, say, "Mr. Okpe, please be careful of this student in this school." When teachers are telling you that, when you just arrive in that school, you should know that there's a problem. That be careful of the student in this school. And in those days, I used to believe that maybe I was a motivational speaker. I could change life. I never knew that sometimes you cannot deal with these students with just ordinary motivation. You need to be tough. So I said, don't say that. Don't say we should be. They are students. We are teachers. We have to know our place. I am a revolutionary. I will change this school. He said, be careful. The first time, because on every assembly ground, they will tell teachers to come and give motivational speech. So when I came, they told me to come and speak to them on the assembly ground. Then I spoke with them, and I said, please try to change. I'm sure. So I was trying to encourage them. Before I knew it, they gave me name. They gave all the teachers in that school name. They have who they call Bridge. This is how the teachers head is Bridge. There's another what they call Ikun. They gave me maybe Ojuigo, understand, or something. So they gave us all names. But something surprising happened that shocked me. A teacher was teaching in class. Just few weeks I got there, and there was this boy. They used to call him Maleka. I think he should be king of the Laos now. And the teacher was writing on the board, and the teacher. So he said he told the uncle, I'm not seeing. And then the teacher, out of being furious, the teacher said, if you are not seeing, then push me out of the way. Then, just like you trying to tell the student that be patient if you are not seeing. Unexpectedly, shockingly, we just heard boom from the staff room. He pushed the teacher away, and it was like what happened? They called him to the panel, and he was like, he told me to push him. You know, that kind of ridiculous statement. I was shocked at the level of disrespect. He said he told me to push him out of the way, you know, and then they flogged him. As they were flogging him, he was dancing to the flogging. You know, those that have gone beyond Cain. So the hardest part, he now said, Mr. Okpe, please take him into a motivational session, speak with him. You know, then I knew that I had to use my discretion, because he was more muscular, and you know, he was not one of those people you can tamper with. So I had to use my initiative. When I called him into the staff room, I said, Malika, you are one of the students I really respect so much in this school. you know, but it is not even about the fact that you cannot do what you did, you know, but then for your reputation, there are some people that look up to you as a junior. He said, no, you know, I had to use my discretion. I was trying to let him know that what he did was bad, but at the same time I knew if I had gone in the very harsh or negative way, there could have been repercussion for my word, for my lack of discretion. So I said, promise me that you will show your true wisdom, as that, because and then what did we do? I now found a role to give him in that school. I made him feel important, because sometimes the way you can eat with the devil is to make the devil feel important. I'm telling you. So I made him feel important. I said, okay, for now, okay, I want you to be in charge of punishing late come. I started coming to school. So he now had a sense of responsibility, and he knew that he had to have his teacher support to be able to do that. That was the scope I used. If I had gone through the gra way and say what you did, you know, probably wouldn't be the same way we are saying here right now. So sometimes we have to be descriptive, objective, and not personal. If I had let my emotion ride me, and I said, if you think you can try this with me, it could have been way worse. You know, I'm not trying to say probably could have done something to me, but we didn't even know. It's that same school, I have a student that will just come and meet me and say, Mr. Okpe, I dropped something for us now, drop something for the boys. And I'm like, I'm your teacher. You can't be saying drop something for me. It was necessary, and he'll come and meet me and say, Mr. Okpe, I dropped something for the boys. I said, I'm your teacher. This is not right. He said, what happened? It was later on I realized that he grew up in the Bajulaye, all those Bariga area. This is the kind of lifestyle they are used to. So you have to find an approach. Because if you have destructively criticized such person, you might not have been able to achieve your aim. Number 2, process of criticism, be specific and clear. People appreciate criticism better when you are specific and clear. Don't be dubious with your criticism. I don't know, but I just feel like, you know, what you are. No. If you are not going to attach your personal emotions to it, a good critic is not concerned about maybe this is how you are going to feel, you know, but they are not going to be shady about it. A young man, you've done well, no doubt. You have a good topic, but it could be better this way. You were being repetitive in these ways, you know. Also, you didn't mention. Be specific and clear. People appreciate it better when they can know what exactly it is that they are not doing right. And the only way you can get that done is by being specific and clear. Is that clear? So don't be shady about it. Don't locomote words. We have a culture of locomotion in Nigeria, in the sense that in order not to step on people's toes, we will not say things the way they are. I don't want anybody to start having me in the back of my mind. Criticism is it's a necessary tool. Sometimes I love this approach. They say, okay, you know, you may not like the medicine, but it's a necessary pill for recovery. Whether you like it or not, you cannot just be living your life anyhow. Somebody has to, you know, address some things, whether good or bad, about your life, and that is the truth. So criticism is a necessary tool. It is not supposed to be seen every time with ill thought. So be specific and clear. That is the second process of criticism. When you want to criticize somebody, be specific and clear. Okay, you don't like the way somebody spoke to you. I do not really appreciate the way you spoke to me. I understand you are trying to like correct me, but you could have done it better this way. You know, be specific and clear. The next one is balance positive and negative together. balance positive and negative together. I've addressed that before. There are two sides to everything, positive and negative. Being able to commingle, interweave both is a true mark of what? Wisdom. Is a true mark of wisdom. Being able to blend both is a true mark of wisdom. Nobody will ever come to you to criticize you on anything and will bring out a positive and negative aspect, and you will feel totally offended. I'm being honest. Excuse me, young man, I don't like the way you spoke to me that time. I understand that you are trying to do your work. I appreciate. I know you are trying to be very professional, but then speaking to me that way does not sit well with me. You could do better. Be positive. Bring out the positive and negative side of everything you encounter. Now, another point, to note when it comes to process of criticism is give suggestions for improvements. Give suggestions for improvements. And this is one of the problems I had when I was in school with my lecturers. Sometimes they will mark your scripts, but you will not know what you did wrong. They will mark your exam script, but you will not know what you did wrong. I think this is one of the cankerworms affecting the Nigerian educational system today. In abroad, for instance, I don't know if you have had this experience. In abroad, for instance, for every essay you write, they will give you enough feedback so that you will know what exactly it is that you are not doing right. People have said probably because there are fewer students, they could tell you. I've worked with persons in abroad before, but that for every essay, in fact, they'll be giving them progress reports so that you can know where to work on. Okay, James, I feel like you have a very strong point, but you could develop this better. And then they will take their time to read the work and then bring out everything that is wrong with that work. Suggestions for improvements. But sometimes your exam script is marked. You do not know what is wrong. You go to and lodge complaint, sir, I know what I did in the exam. What do you think you did? You think you know more than me? Who are you? If I bring out the script and then you find out that it's not wrong, I will deduct your mark. No suggestion for improvement. All we just see is final results. That is why sometimes we say you are always complaining. You never tell me what I have to do right. Even a marriage that is steeped in criticism, in negative criticism every time, will never thrive. If your spouse only feels that the only thing they get from you is negative criticism, I'm telling you, they will get fed up. Even in talking stages of relationships, you need to be able to bring out positive aspects and suggestions for improvements. Let me tell you a short narrative. There was a marriage that collapsed. A marriage collapsed. And what led to the collapse of the marriage? Bad cooking. And these days, women like it when their men can cook. I don't know how realistic that is in today's society. Maybe we are just living in the utopian world of social media. I like my men to be able to cook so that he can assist me. And there's even this trending issue that somebody is saying that women feel threatened when a man can cook more than them. I don't know if there are women in this room that will feel threatened by a man being able to cook more than you. No. So this lady could not cook, and if she prepared a meal today, it was either there was too much Maggi or too much salt, or the rice was overboiled, or the soup was too watery. There's different kind of soup. There's soup. You are in the soup. I'm serious. So the husband was always complaining, but there was no solution. Every time criticism, he was eating the food with frustration. At first, when the marriage was still new, he was trying to accommodate it to say, is the food okay? Yeah, but he never knew that it was going to get to that stage where we'll be frustrated. And as Nigerian men are, when they come home from work, you know, Nigerian men sometimes, I have to be honest, we can be selfish in our thinking. When we come home from work, we want something that will satisfy us. Whatever food you want to eat should be perfect before you go to bed, you know, even do any other satanic thing. You understand? So he was complaining every time that the food was either too much Maggi, too much salt, watery and everything, and he never gave suggestions. And he was of the opinion that nobody else should cook for him if not his wife. No employment of cook, because he said he wanted to be eating his wife, you know, that kind of thing. He wanted to be eating his wife's hand, you know. But then there was no suggestions, and he was always criticizing. He got to a stage. One day he came back from work, and you know, he went to the kitchen. He couldn't find the lady, but he was so hungry and went to the kitchen, and he saw a note. He said, "Go and eat." Go and eat yourself, you ungrateful man. There's nothing. Long note. I said, and the lady left him alone. Do you know what the problem was? It was because it was always criticism. What happened to, okay, today, let us even watch videos. Let us practice. Okay, I want to spend an entire 1 week. Not that you'll be staying, of course, I'm not going to be cooking 247, but before I go to work in the morning, let's try to prepare something. When I come back, let's just try to see how many meals we can learn how to do better. But it was always criticism. And the problem with us is that sometimes we have assigned roles to different genders to the extent that we believe that it shouldn't be us figuring out other things for other persons that we believe that is their role. You as a man can as well even put your wife through cooking. That is the truth. Even as a man, a woman can put you through some of your roles. Not doing the cooking. That's going too far. You doing the cooking. Now another one again, another process of criticism which we have to employ is use a respectful tone. You see, one reason our relationship. Want to ask a question? Okay, what's the question? Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, I understand what you're trying to say. She's trying to say that, and this is based on individual perception. There are some people that they have toxic engine in them. And then no matter what you do or say, it will be manipulated. Even when you say good morning, they are reading into your good morning that good morning is not coming from within, just trying to greet me and everything. But then I think what settles that is your own personal conviction of what you are doing. You cannot always control how people perceive something or react, but you can at least be sure of what you think. So that is that answer to that, because you cannot say, okay, this is how you can make it more respectful. No, but I'm telling you that if you have 100 persons, there's probability that 70 or 60 persons will get the right tone. So using a respectful tone, everybody likes to be treated with respect. Do you know why our relationship is thriving even in this room? It's because we are treating each other or one another with respect. I'm telling you, if you have come into this room and then you have shown that you don't want to associate with anybody, or you are being rude or saucy, nobody wants to associate with you either. We could support each other, we could even make jokes, we could share experiences, we could relate, we could instruct. I saw that when it was time for us to eat 200 hours, somebody was even saying something, make video. We are so used with the tone that we used to speak to ourselves that we no longer take offense. There are some situations whereby if somebody tells you make video, you might take offense. Because you might like, why are you holding me around? What do you mean I should make video? But because we are so used with the way we talk to ourselves, we no longer count this as criticism. We understand that we are just trying to urge ourselves, to get the needful done. So when you are trying to criticize people, use a respectful tone. Tone that rings, that forever resonates in their head. People will never forget how you make them feel. So use a respectful tone. Oh, you didn't do this well. You could do this better. Even from employee, from employer to their employee, tone really matters. Sometimes the sustainability of your work and the longevity, the consistency could be rested on how much respectful tone your boss uses to address you. When you do not do something right, when your boss shout at you, the way you react might be so unexpected because of the tone. I'll give you a recent instance. My boss at my PPA, all respect sir, I'm still serving. Something happened and I'm sharing this experience, all respect sir. The thing is, my PPA pays me weekly. So at a point in time during that Eid period, I have 4 bank accounts. It's a poor man's way of so the account where my PPA money enters, I make sure that it is just reserved for that PPA money, because I just want to be sure that this is what is going on here. So that week, my boss, who used to pay me, I know what I want. Sometimes you can, when you have your mind set on a particular amount of money, you begin to expect it. So, and I was expecting the money. So I saw half of the money, but I just thought, I was not like, maybe somebody sent me money. I never thought it came from him. So it came from him. And then one thing again that my PPA did, that my PPA gave me some amount of money, to go and get accommodation, because they wanted me to be close to my place of work. So they did that for me, and the accommodation is mine. Even when I'm done with NYC, I can go. But they gave me a huge amount of money to get accommodation, because it wants me to be closer to this thing. So I know that I'm in a good PPA, but sometimes look at what happens. So they sent me half, and so I now wrote a message, because my boss is an official person. If you send a message on WhatsApp, you say, I don't like this dodgy WhatsApp thing, Mr. And then he can call you bros or Mr. Man, young man, all this way to show that, So I said, dear sir, on this date, March this thing, I'm here to receive it, and I sent it, and he was furious. He said, why don't you acknowledge that you got half? And I didn't even get alert. I didn't know it came from him. I never got an alert. I just know that every Thursday, something drops. So, and I didn't know. So he now dropped a message for me out of anger too, that he was not happy, that it was like I was trying to harass him or something. So he dropped a long message to me to tell me that why would you say you didn't even acknowledge this one? Why would, I knew he was angry, but I too was angry, because I felt like that, what kind of tone is that? Understand? I have the right to ask, but you don't feel entitled. So you know what happened? I already said, if today is going to be my last day, sometimes our own generation like this, we don't have patience. So I started typing a very long time. I said, dear sir, I appreciate everything you've done, but for me. But if this tone continues, I'm also a senior man. I've already typed it. Yes sir, I acknowledge you, sir. So I almost dropped it. Then how did you think? I said, weekly payment. Weekly payment. I thought cover something. So I just calmed down. About 30 minutes later, he sent the remaining one. And then he sent the remaining one. I just changed the message. I said, sir, you are the best. you are the best. In fact, I'm unapologetic. I said, I'm so sorry. So the truth is, I've been furious, and I've been taken to a verge to make a comment, because I feel like the tone, was disrespectful. I feel like even if you are paying me, even if you give me money for accommodation, there's still a way I expected you to talk to me. So everybody is big on that. That is why I see somebody everybody demands respect. Even the younger ones, they want you to talk to them in a particular way. It doesn't matter. Everybody wants you to address them. So when you are criticizing, you have to maintain a respectful tone. Nobody wants to be treated with disrespect. If somebody is here that has disrespected you, you find yourself that you start feeling uncomfortable around them. I don't like the way this person is even talking to me. So criticism has to come with what? A respectful tone. There are some persons that they will not even call you by your name. Miss, Can even call you fine girl. You know, I like your hair, but look at, but you can tie it this way, or you should have done it better this way. Even if you that fine girl, first of all, be ringing your head because of the way the person has started from. We call you fine boy, even when you know that okay, maybe you are not close to it, but because of the, it's ringing your head, and then you do the needful. I'm criticizing without respectful tone right now. Okay, so another one again is that choose the right time and place. This is what we call appropriateness in the lexicon of grammar. Choose the right time and place. Some people criticize at the wrongest time and at the wrongest time and in the wrongest place. And when you do that, if you are not getting a slap, you are going to get the most derogatory remark. Imagine that somebody is in public. That is the place. You know, sometimes I look at people on social media. There are some persons that you can go to their inbox to address, but you want to do it online. You want people to see it. Do you know that? Notice that, so you are choosing the wrong place. Somebody is not doing something. Somebody dresses in an uncomfortable. You can go to their inbox and they say, this thing you post is not really so this thing, or whatever it is and everything. But what happened? You just put it out, and social media never forget. Whatever you put out there once is safe forever. You might think that you can go back to start deleting your post, but somebody has just saved it for future. Even sometimes, some of our WhatsApp messages, some of us have discussed things that if they are to play our tapes in front of the world audience, I'm telling you, run away. I was having conversations. I said, there's nobody on earth that can say, everybody, watch what I've done in secret. There's a quote by this popular American writer. He said, if there was a way we could outsmart God not to reveal some things on Judgment Day, we would. If there was a way that God will not know some things about us, we'll keep it away from God. Because some of us have done some horrible things. So when you are criticizing, choose the right place and right time. Sometimes you can just call somebody out and say, please, I want to see you. And they just tell them what is wrong. They'll feel better than you actually saying it and in class. One of my lecturers, respect ma, one time ago, I'll share this experience, very interesting experience, and I'll be honest about it. One time ago, I used to be her favorite. Everybody knew me with her. I was like a son. I was like a son to her. We had a very good relationship. I had that confidence that this is my mother. She is a very successful person in terms of her craft. I don't want to go into details because I don't know. So what happened eventually? There was a time she gave me a job to do, and the instruction was that she made it seem like I could do it at my convenience because it was during that COVID period. So it was just like anytime you are free, do this, get this thing done. So I didn't do it. So because I didn't do it, she now asked me, maybe let's say a month after, and I still had the grace. I thought she now said, Opeyemi, have you done this thing? I said, no, ma. That is why sometimes it's good to be honest. She now said, I have done it. If I had lied, that would have been it. She said, I have done it. So on the phone, I was saying, I'm so sorry, man. She said, no problem. But it's just fine. I just wanted to know that I'm not. So school resumed, and that period, we were taking a course in English. We were taking a course we call creative writing. So she told us that we should write any story of our choice. That we could be creative. We should write any story of our choice. So I wrote a story on rape. I titled my short story "No Escape." So I did a lot of discussions in that story. Like I rape experience now. How the man is trying to drag the girl. The old way was trying to penetrate and everything. The force. And I am a very good I could describe any scene. I could give you that cinematic view. I'll concretize the experience. You could feel the imagery. So I did my work as a writer, and we resumed school. So that day she was teaching a class. Normally, anytime she was teaching a class, I would go and greet her in class. She would be proud of me. I said, "Oh, this is my boy." Thank God I didn't go. Sometimes, but that day I was just like, "Oh, I don't have to go. Thank God I didn't go." So, and I was the one representing that course. So I now went to, after so many months of break, I went to meet her in the office and I was like, ma, we're having our class today. That so we're not arguing time. So I thought maybe it was 3 p.m. but it was 1. So she was like, okay, if you feel like it is, you want to do it, but you go and teach the class. So I was shocked. I was like, what did my mommy mean by this? Understand? But the truth is, I'm just trying to like tone things down. So she came to the class eventually, and she brought back our test results, and she said, class, could you believe Opayemi wrote porn? He was writing porn that he used like a page to describe breast and bum. And to be told, it was very, the way I was describing, I was describing it with the woman part. I said, okay, the lizard head stumps and everything. I was just trying to be creative. I had a 30/40, which was probably the highest, but she said I was actually describing porn. So after that time again, she spoke about, but do you know what happened? That criticism, it broke me, it shattered me, because it was at a time that I felt was not right, because it was at the time I felt that we had a very good relationship, that if there was anybody that could even, and there are some people in class that will be looking for the day where you will lose your steez. So that day as she was talking, I could see some smirks in some person's face. I said, okay, all this your grand, my mommy has come to an end. And as I wanted to even try to say so to my friend, you just tap it, okay, hold it, I understand, take care. I lost my steez. And all through she was like, okay, So immediately the class was over, everybody left. The tears just came out. I was trying to but it came out. But then I now knew that there was no way in university you cannot drag you to lecturer. I had to make an amendment. So I just went to her office mate. She wanted to be going, So what happened? As she wanted to be going, I just held her. I said, if truly you said you could be my mother, understand? You wouldn't treat me that. What have I done wrong? That is that part. I love to be. I said, what have I done wrong? And she was like, she was shocked to see that the way. I said, no, I was very down, and at the same time I was like, today I must figure out what is wrong. Then she was like, first of all, I sent you an errand, you couldn't go. There was even a day I brought something for you, at your apartment. I drove down to bring something you needed for you, and then there was a way you looked at me, and I looked at you as well. So I even messaged her on WhatsApp sometime ago. I saw that it was not good. She said, I blocked you. And I apologized. She now said, okay, well, I've forgiven you. That criticism made me go back, but it shattered me, because it was not at the right place and at the right time. You understand? So sometimes we have to learn the principle of appropriateness. You cannot compare when somebody insults you in front of a wide audience to when somebody just insults you when you are in the private. If your boss rebuffs you, in a private situation, say, Abigail, what you are doing is not so good. I think I should be that. It will be different from when he says it in the midst of everybody. You feel more embarrassed, and you may not even forgive him or her, because you feel like this should not be done in public. I used to work in an environment whereby the boss would say, okay, all of you've done something wrong, but I'm going to come and give it to you guys individually. The only reason the boss would condemn us publicly, it is when he wants to fire everybody at once. And that is a very good way of criticizing, because he knows that if he criticizes somebody single-handedly right in front of everybody, the person will not feel good about him or herself, throughout the entire working space or experience. Now, apart from that again, we have another process of criticism is avoid over-criticism. You are not perfect either. Don't over-criticize anybody, because you are not perfect either. As somebody criticizes in a way that is okay, tell me one good thing that is good about me. Tell me one thing that you think that is still manageable. Am I this bad? So avoid over criticism. Employ diplomacy in everything. Criticize, but don't let it get overboard. Let there be a place, whereby you also give credit when due. There's no employee that will work in a space that will not bring an experience to the place. Look at even when Dean was talking about the project manager, he still says some good things. He talk about the attitude, the friendliness, in the person's attitude, to show that even though in terms of maybe the project management something, the person was not that experienced or was lacking behind, the person still had some positive things that made them reconsider a second chance. So you can't tell me that somebody is totally bad. A piece cannot be total. Even that piece I told you I wrote for that editor, after all, at least it was written. You know, what flagrant living spoke you turn. After all, at least you can learn vocabulary there. You know, for one or two, you can dismantle it and start learning vocabulary to know that, okay, spoke means ghost, flagrant means, you know. So there's always something to still say positively about anything. Last 1 year, but I still have another thing to enter, in case you're planning to enter, is encourage dialogue. Encourage dialogue. Criticism is not supposed to be a one-way process. It is supposed to be dialogic. If I'm criticizing you, I also want you to talk. But these days, criticism is a one-way process. It's like you are being fired and you have to be listening like a zombie.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Be able to have a say in the criticism you are getting. For instance, if somebody says, I don't know why you have done it this way, you should be able to say, okay, this is the reason. Encourage dialogue. Don't intimidate the person you are criticizing. Don't let them feel like they do not have anything to say. Let them defend themselves when necessary. Let them tell you the reasons they have done one or two, this or that. Do you understand? So we have to encourage dialogue when criticism is being done. Because even you, as a critic, you will not be sure of the success of your criticism if dialogue is not encouraged. If you are not gotten back to, the same way you are giving feedback, you also need to get feedback on your criticism. When your project supervisor gives you corrections, that okay, these are the things, he also expects you to also make comments. That okay, sir, I've gotten it, I understand, sir, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do. But when you are not saying anything, it then begins to assume that you are not the one doing it. You have to learn how to encourage dialogue. Criticism is not a one-way process. Now, moving on to the last aspect of criticism. What are the advantages of criticism? You know, we have looked at the types, the processes. Now, what are the benefits we get from criticism? What are the reasons we must encourage criticism? What are the reasons somebody will come to meet you and tell you, okay, this thing has to be improved about you or about something you are doing, and then you take it in the right way? Some people are stubborn business owners. With the little business you are managing, you are not ready to improve. Why is your brand something like this? Please leave it all. It is the way I want to do my thing. Take criticism. Some of us have defensive mechanism. So any small thing like somebody's trying to like they are not happy with me. You know, they're already briefing me. You know, they see that I'm doing well. No, always have this mindset that somebody can see what you are not seeing, even in your own work. Nobody is an island of knowledge. There's no any text, any novel, any play, any article, any book, whether motivational, that is written that has not passed through stages of criticism. You think Chimamanda's book, you know, the way she just writes it is the way it is coming out. No! There are editors, there are critics who go through this book, who tell her what needs to be improved. These are the way it is done. Nobody just publishes a work the way it is written. There are those who will edit, who will sit. There are those who are going to read the manuscript, who are going to be the suggestion persons on improvements. So always learn how to embrace criticism, because criticism can be advantageous. So what are the advantages of criticism? Number one, it promotes improvements. I am a better writer today because I have gotten so used to criticism. In fact, there's one of my lecturer. You can Google him online. He's a very popular lecturer. He's an Hannah Award winner, Professor Krisanyoku. Very intelligent. The man sometimes will send me his book to criticize for him. Just me, read his book and tell me what you feel, and then I'll be honest with him. He enjoys when people review his book and they tell you, I say, sir, this is your book, you've done well, but these are the areas I feel like can be improved. You know, you must be welcoming to criticism, because criticism will promote improvements. If someone tells you something about your business, oh, I think you are not promoting your business in this right way. This way you are doing it, just can, and I say, okay, oh, okay, share your ideas with me. I'm listening to you. Can you tell me more? You taking that suggestion or paying attention to the criticism can actually improve your business and can make it even get better customers. Are we there? My own tutorial business I run, before it used to be physical and WhatsApp class. Then somebody was telling us that, okay, do you know that the way you guys are doing it this way, I'm telling you, at a point in time, students will get burnt out, because sometimes you are teaching on a level to 400 level, the time of the classes will not, be even, and then why don't you find another way to do this? What did we do? We improved. We created a website of our own. On that website you get the link to the class. You don't even have to interact with us. All through the whole semester, you don't have to see me. I can just schedule your classes in the website. You get the materials there. You go and attend your class. The only time you get to meet me is in the class. And when you're done with the class, I send the assignment there. From the website to be graded, you will pay on the website and it will reflect somebody's idea, birthed that improvement. This is what criticism does. When we say, no, it's trying to, they want to distract me from my purpose. Don't be shallow in your thinking. Don't be too rigid, rigorous, obdurate. Some people are obdurate, very stubborn, adamant, recalcitrant. They don't want to take suggestions. Whatever it is, you have an hidden agenda. So it brings improvement. And that one again is it develops critical thinking. Criticism develops critical thinking. Both the critic and then the criticized. Your thinking is developed because it will allow you to think more. Why have you spoken about this topic this way? Do you know that when you're talking about technology, you can actually talk about, how has technology improved productivity in Nigeria? And this is a very good topic. Your critical thinking is enhanced. You begin to think about multiple shades of angles that you might not have seen from your constrained topic you have picked in the first place. This is what criticism does. It puts you on your toes. And in every field of your study that you find yourself, you get better. Do we know that we've had one or two criticisms here? Sometimes you said, okay, but maybe at first, some of us were almost speaking on the same topics. Isn't it? And they have to bring it out as the topics are getting repetitive. What do? We began to what? To be critical. These days, somebody was even telling me today that, do you know something? Any topic you pick, I think it was Mr. Ayo. And it was like, any topic you pick, in order, because somebody else might have picked it, just try to paraphrase it, use another way. For instance, now I'm like, okay, somebody might have spoken about criticism, so let me just put a colon and then add some other subtopic. Criticism, maybe the areas of despondence and progress. So that even if you have spoken about criticism, I have been able to reshape it. What has birthed that? Critical thinking, derived from what criticism got in here. So we must be able to navigate. We must be able to navigate, that development of critical thinking by taking criticism. There's a person that said that I love to be criticized because for every criticism it makes me better. You, the critic, might not even be better because you're only just to criticize, but you're actually pouring into me. I've seen somebody that when he's writing a book, 10 manuscripts, he has 10 different persons will give, scatter it, tell me what, and in here he will bring everything together. Tell me how that work will not be better. Why? The work will be better because the person is taking from the perspectives of multiple persons. Give some to those in the academia, give some to those of everybody, and see how that can build my critical thinking to do more. Are we still together, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah. Another one again is enhanced learning. Nobody is an island of knowledge. So criticism enhances knowledge. Even the president Tinubu, he said one time again that I learn from you people. Tinubu said he learns from the criticism that he gets. That sometimes when people say something, say you are not the president, I am the president, and I will go and do it, but you cannot do it. You are a failure. That was he said. He learns from criticism. Because sometimes it is not just we don't just learn from experiences alone. We also learn from criticism. When somebody criticizes you, especially in a constructive way, you might find yourself doing way much better because of the lessons you have taken from that criticism. When that man told me about that my poem that was poorly written, I was vainglorious. Those years I was swallowing my own pride. But at the point in time, if I send you that poem, you send either curse or insult to me. You might not be able to figure out anything. At a point in time, even I myself, I'll be struggling to remember what I was trying to say. But I learned a lot of lessons from that criticism. Poetically, I learned that you do not need to write in a very highfalutin language, before your poem can be enjoyed. Look at JP's class poem, Coming and Going the Several Seasons. Do stay out on the baobab trees. You can tell how easy it is. Read Yoshinare's poem, Alarika, Akintunde Komo, Not My Business. Read all the Alfrem's poem. Even in terms of novel, when we talk about novel writing, look at Chinua Achebe's book. A primary 6 child that is literally inclined can pick Achebe's book and understand. Chike and the River, things fall apart. No longer at ease, and will understand. Because Chinua Achebe has gotten, maybe he realized that he didn't need to be grandiloquent before he can pass his message. Things Fall Apart was translated into over 50 languages. And if you look at it, just normal language. Chinua Achebe would rather call it Ozo rather than find an alternative English word that will capture that meaning. That is you being able to know what works for you. You learn. So I learned from my own mistake in the hard way. I learned from the man's criticism, and then it made my writing much better. Now, the next point we have here is criticism encourages self-reflection. Sometimes people's words are the mirror into which we see ourselves. Sometimes you might see yourself this way, but people are the one who will validate to the extent at which you see yourself. I won't lie that most times, sometimes, because we want to show that we do not give a fuck, we only say that people's validation will never be my, people's validation will never judge me, that whatever anybody has to say about me is not my, no. True. It is true that you cannot allow people's validation to totally consume you. But then there's nobody on earth successful, progressive, that has not had to take, one or two things from other persons. Even Dean said he went through a lot of mentorship program. That's why I read a post online sometime ago. Somebody was saying that I cannot say that I am self-made. That nobody came through for me nobody came through for me. So when I become a millionaire, nobody should come and say that they suffer with me. It might not be that somebody was actually there suffering with you, like in terms of the way we perceive it, but somebody might connect you with an opportunity that will not make you struggle. Somebody was there for you. There's nobody that can make it without somebody, and that is the truth. So for self-reflection, sometimes you need to look at yourself from someone, from the mirror of someone. I have somebody who had anger issue. The person had anger issue, and those people who had anger issue, sometimes they don't know. They could play, they could be jovial, they could play a lot, but when they're hungry, it's like they're descendant of Ondo. Then they're hungry, I'm telling you, they will just burst it all out there. So I had this person had anger issue. So sometimes we'll just be playing, and all of a sudden, we'll just flare up. Said, nobody should tell me anything. Nobody should tell me anything. I'll do what is my mind. And we're like, it's not supposed to be this way. So one day, I called the person. I said, you are my friend. Sometimes it is difficult for other persons to tell you the truth, but your closest friends have to tell you the truth. You have anger issue. It is difficult for people to admit that they have anger issue. I said, you get angry unnecessarily, and then when you get angry, you ruin things. Last time we had a project to do together, because somebody just said something, you say you're no longer doing again. This is anger issue. I put it in a very respectful but very honest way, and I was giving him reasons to show that you have anger issue. I said there was a time I said you were going to kill somebody with slap, over somebody's statement, that you could have easily ignored. And I said you could give me a thousand reasons as to why they are wrong, and I could give you 1,000 reasons as to why you don't have to reply that way. So I told him that, okay. And I said, yeah, he said it is true that he understands, and I will try to work on it. Even after that time, I saw how he was trying it so difficult to control. Sometimes we'll be doing something and I want to get angry. I just remember that somebody told me I will just say, I will not just say anything. You guys just continue. So sometimes criticism makes us self-reflect. Probably he wouldn't have self-reflected if I hadn't point out that is flaw. That is anger. Now another point again we have here is build resilience. Criticism build resilience. There are some people in life that there's nothing else that want to come their way that they will not be able to withstand. What criticism do you want to give them? They have been told they are irresponsible. They have been told that they can never make it. They have been told that their life is nothing. So they have become so resilient that I'm telling you that even if you say that you are a mad person, they will be laughing. Call them even in Yoruba with Oloshi. I'm telling you, they will smile at you because they are so used to it. I watched one video of one coach telling a footballer that you can never make it. You can never make it. Who watched that video? You're supposed to be in maybe somewhere selling cake to people. Look at that kind of the way he talked that on the guy. He said you can never make it. You know what it means when somebody is talking with such vehemence? It's like the person is with your destiny, and the person is saying that this one is total failure. There's no comeback. Sometimes we feel like if somebody talks down on us, we go out to go and become rich. We not come back and say look at it. It's like the person that's seen your destiny and say, okay, I can talk anyhow, this one is not going to make it. So, but it builds resilience. They said a reporter was rejected, countless numbers of times, but it later became, one of the hotcakes, best sellings. If some people tell you their rejection story, criticism story, I'm telling you, you'll be so shocked. There are people that they were rejected almost everywhere. They were on a point of committing suicide. When that man was talking, he said, the last thing I will do, when you get to that point, I say the last thing I will do is to commit suicide. But you've been rejected to the extent that the only thing that remains is to do the last thing. So what does anybody want to tell you again? Some people have gone through fire that they have now built resilience from those criticisms. They've been condemned publicly. They've been told to shut up. They've been told that nothing is making sense out of their way. Even Davido, for instance, now, do you know how many criticism he receives? Sometimes they call him frog voice. I'm serious. Sometimes they'll even create a picture of a frog, putting on necklace, so many things. Or Wizkid, they call him short dwarf. They say short boy and everything. So, but do you know what? How many insults have they gotten? They build resilience from this. It no longer moves them. That's why some people say that celebrity life is not even easy. Because you have to get used to criticism. And that is the truth. So, criticism helps you build resilience. You are now able to withstand any kind of puncturing that might come your way. Last but not least on my list, criticism improves quality of work. What do I mean by this? Especially for those in the academia. When you learn how to take criticism, especially when it is coming from a very sincere point of view, your work quality will be greatly improved. You do something wrong today, you are corrected. Tomorrow you will not want to make the same mistake again. They correct you for repetition today, tomorrow you want to speak without repeating. They correct you for wrong punctuations today. Tomorrow you want to write free of wrong punctuations. It improves the quality of our work. Let me even give you an instance now. Some of us, maybe when we came here, we have given speeches that we feel like maybe we didn't really give our best. We've given speeches that we think that we didn't really give our best. But because we have learned through the process of criticism, the things they drop on the group on how we can improve, and we have watched other people's speeches, we are now much better. We now know how to structure our speeches, how to prolong it in a meaningful way, how to be more coherent and cohesive. So it improves the quality of your work. That is why you go to some restaurant, even like the place, they will leave a small note for you that when you're done eating, what's more, like tell us your rating. If you go to Play Store, you see that you can rate every app. Why? Because everybody wants to get better, because they know that criticism is very good. You tell them it is very difficult to download your app, I experience some glitching, or immediately I download it, it's not opening. They now find a way to find what a better solution, so that the moment you come back again, you say thumb up, you've done well. Sometimes you download an app and they'll be asking you, can you help us rate this? How many rating would you give us? That is what criticism does. It improves the quality of your work, and nobody who takes criticism seriously without sentiment, biases, personal emotions, will ever lose track. If you take criticism seriously, without actually considering the fact that maybe this is an attack on me, this person is trying to puncture my ego or my thesis, I'm telling you, you will never ever lose track of quality. In fact, I love to be criticized. Criticize me. Today, I'm a lover of baggies. Why? A lady pointed it out. I used to be so formal-like, I had a lot of shirts and lot of shirt and all these trousers and ties, and those were the ways I lived my life on that level. Somebody thought I was even a redeemer, because of my shirt and everything. I'm telling you. So one day, I just bought a baggie, and then I bagged it. I bag a baggie and then I rock it with a round neck, and a crush. It didn't come from just any other person. Maybe somebody else had told me, but somebody I was eating on metaphorically just told me that, oh, I love the way you dress today. That makes sense, and that bettered my love for. But not every time, but at least when I wear it and I remember that this girl better. She was like, oh, I like the way you dress today. There was this enthusiasm, there was this joy, there was this validation that came with it that I could not deny. And I'm like, so this is what is involved, okay, baggy it is. And from that expression, I took my muse. Okay, so this said, I'll round off my speech on this note. Aristotle has said, if you are afraid of criticism, do nothing, say nothing, and become nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, we must ensure that we continue to speak. We must ensure that we continue to act. We must ensure that we continue to become. It doesn't matter whether you do it right or do it wrong. People will criticize. There is this particular thing I saw. People will say, how can I please the world? How can I please the world? If you eat, you don't know how to eat. If you drink, you don't know how to drink. If you are too good, they will say you are trying to show off. If you are bad, they will call you evil. If you show intelligence, they will say you are arrogant. If you present yourself as if you don't know anything, they will say you are a dollar. So there's no way you can please the world. The only thing that can be done, is just to live your life. So on this note, I've come to the end of the speech, and I would like to pass the mic across to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Ope, for that wonderful speech. um, thank you very much, Okpe, for that. I don't know how I'm going to match up to that, but I'll try. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Gabriel, and coincidentally, I just met Okpe today, and we've been having like a great conversations together. And funny enough, my topic is kind of the reverse of his topic. So I'm going to be talking about what I would like to call my journey in ink, the tale of a struggling writer. So growing up, I grew up. I'm still Catholic, anyways. So, so if there are any Catholics around, growing up in a Catholic community, there's usually what we call Block Rosary Crusade. So with Block Rosary, it happened that in everybody's house, there's what we call a Block Rosary Center. Little children come and pray the Rosary, read Bible, and go, that kind of thing. So there was a Block Rosary Center in my house. Now, in my own personal development, I've never really cared so much for speaking or writing, or I just wanted to watch cartoons and all of that. So my first ever experience of public speaking was in my JS3, where they gave us a debate topic. Are doctors better than farmers, or something like that? And my English teacher at that time knew that my dad was a doctor, so she put me as the captain of the proposing team. And by this time I was really shy and very antisocial. So we were 4. So I chose to just introduce the topic so I wouldn't have to say much. So I just kept saying, oh, my name is da, 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 and I'm the leader of this group. I propose the topic and leave. So the remainder of my team did rubbish. So in blasting everybody, she blasted me more, saying that how will your father be a doctor and you don't even know what to say in doctors are better than farmers. She really embarrassed me. So she even told me to remove my cap, she seriously embarrassed me. So since then I started asking myself, what is even stage fright? Like, you're speaking to fellow human beings, right? The worst that can happen is that you mess yourself up, they laugh at you, you come the next day, nobody remembers. I started seeing it as though I'm a superstar. People came to see me, people paid to see me. So it made me more confident that there's no harm in trying. So with back to Block Rosary, I started taking up the gospel. So I often read the gospel and explain it to people. Had a deeper understanding of the Bible and started building my stage confidence from that. Then after that, I didn't participate in any other debates. I've performed in public, like music wise, but haven't performed in any debate. The next debate I did was in my 100 level, my first official debate. And I was going up against a boy that the whole class had already said he's the smartest guy ever. The lecturer has read the script, etc. So I was really nervous, but I went there that day, we won, and I won best speaker. Wow. Out of the whole class. So I started feeling myself. We had a lot of more. That was my first official debate. So we went there, staying in boys' hostel that time in year 1. You're squatting like 11 people, like they're just bodies around. So when you wake up, your guys are hyping you. There's another debate, they're counting on you. You deliver. So I kept on winning debates in school and out of school. Exactly. So, but as a lawyer at that time, or as a law student at that time, they'll tell you you need to work on 3 aspects of your development, which is writing, advocacy, and research. And obviously, as a debater, you already have the research part on lock. The writing, the speaking, the advocacy on lock as well. So I was like, what's the point of being so good at speaking if I'm not good at writing? I've never been great at writing. So I was looking at all my best speaker awards, and I'm like, why are there no best writer awards? So I started to look for competitive writing exercises. So I kept trying to read plots of movies to work on my writing. Is everybody with me?
Yes.
Please, I'm not funny like Okpe, just manage me. So, I started reading a lot of plot synopses and all to work on my writing. I applied for so many competitive writing expositions. I didn't win any. I started questioning myself. Am I that good? Am I really good? I started asking, is it because of I'm too fair? Or is it because when you apply for them, you send your picture, you send your age, you send your this. And I found out that I was too cocky in myself. I felt like, because I know a lot of words, I feel like I can do it. So I found out that there's a big distinction between having a vast vocabulary and understanding the concept of diction. So diction is like the use of words and knowing how to use words and knowing when to use words. Anybody can just come and give you the fanciest and most charming words, and you just like, I used to like rubbish my essay with big grammar. Sometimes make repetitive words like add tautology and everything. And I found out that but these are big words now. This should charm the organizers. But I end up coming 12th or 15th, or they don't even announce me at all. So I started to understand that writing is like a delicate art. It's like planting a seed. Like there's a speaker that spoke about bamboo, leaving it for 5 years to grow. So it's the same thing with writing. I struggled very early with writing. And I noticed that it's not till I started reading the works of the previous winners of those competitions, that's when I started getting better. A very inspiring poem for me, because I love poetry a lot, was Shakespeare's Shall I Compare Thee to a Summer's Day? I don't know if anybody knows. Yeah. That was like the first Shakespearean English that I learned. That was a very beautiful like poem. Even though there's no summer in Nigeria, but we're reading the poem every time. So that poem helped me work on my writing skills. Then it reached my final year where I quit writing in total. But everybody has to write final year projects. I used almost 6 months to write my project. Like, it was so bad that I kept missing deadlines, and my supervisor was calling me and telling me that if I don't send in my project, I will not graduate. And I was like, how am I going to go about this? And there was no AI at that point, so all your ideas had to be original. I was contemplating, should I pay somebody? Should I do this? Because I've always seen myself as a natural oralist. I always pray that every exam or every defense is oral. I hated writing. But I knew that I wouldn't be a complete law student or a complete lawyer without honing my writing skills. So I started writing my projects. They rejected my chapter 1, rejected my chapter 2. Even the acknowledgement I sent, that I gave a shout out to the supervisor, rejected that one as well. So I had to take heed from a lot of my seniors and get their work to learn how to write well. Now, my major problem was that I was envying a lot of writers. Who uses Medium here? There's an app called Medium where you can read short stories where people write. I have like 2 Medium accounts, but I've never posted on it because writing just felt so exhausting for me. I'm like when it comes to writing songs or writing poems, it's easy, but when it comes to writing essays or articles, it just feels like a lot of work. Like, why do I have to do this? Why can't I just say it? Because I feel like I'm not as eloquent or as expressive when it comes to writing. So instead of me to learn from most of those people that write, I started envying them. Like, what do these people think they have over me? What do these people think they can do better than I can do? So most times when I apply for stuff, I'm always having that mentality. Like, I'm always arrogant, believing that, because I know a lot of words, like I said, I'll be able to do well. But I got to find out that that's not actually what it is. So I spoke to a certain senior who talked me out of quitting. I kept pushing, I kept writing, I kept going for reviews. I joined the book club, I joined the writing club as well. My thoughts started escalating. I'm like, what if I never get to actually make it, because when you work in a law firm or when you work with lawyers, you are meant to write a lot of articles. You're meant to give out like digest, like the dean said. You're meant to write quarterly reports. But my writing skills were not up to par at all. Funny enough, this story I'm talking about as my journey in ink was actually a competition I applied for, using this same story showcasing my vulnerability and weakness in writing in a competition, and I still ended up losing. So, but the takeaway here for me is that as I write about my journey in ink, I know it's still a journey, and I know eventually I'll get there, and one day I'll win a writing competition. As you can tell, this piece is so short because I'm not a good writer. So at this juncture, I would pass over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good day, Nigeria. Good day, Africa. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Today I'll be talking about leadership and its role in Nigeria. Leadership and its role in Nigeria. Firstly, I would like to define leadership. Leadership is the ability to guide, inspire, motivate, influence others to achieve a specific common goal. I think we all know what leadership is. Can I have someone to define it from the audience? Leadership.
The ability to take in charge of a group of people or a group of things.
All right. Thank you very much. So when we talk about leadership and its role in Nigeria, firstly, we have the direction and vision. Leadership provides a clear vision for the nation growth. It provides a clear vision for the nation growth, setting goals for development in areas like education, the economy, and infrastructure. So, two, we have the good governance. When we talk about good governance, it is the effective leaders that promotes transparency, accountability, and fairness, helping to reduce corruption and build trust among citizens. Good governance, they build trust among citizens, and they reduce corruption. Number three, we have the economic development. Economic development, yeah. Strong leadership creates policy that support business, like they invest in the Nigerian economy. They invest, they promote, that attract investors and reduce unemployment, improving Nigeria economy. They invest to reduce unemployment in Nigeria. So the fourth one, we have the security and stability. Leaders are responsible for protecting lives and properties by strengthening the security system and addressing issues like crimes. Leadership are responsible in protecting life and properties. Like in Nigeria, we need security. I can't lie about that. We need security, a strong security to protect lives. So number 5, I have the global representation. Leaders represent Nigeria internationally, building relationship with other country and attracting global goals and opportunities. So the next one is infrastructure development. Leaders ensure the provision of basic things needed in the country, like the road, the electricity, the healthcare and water supply. The road, a good leader in Nigeria, a good leader in Nigeria would always care about the road, the electricity and the water of a citizen in the states. So guys, in conclusion, yeah, no, up to 5. Okay, before I go, can someone from the audience tell me the advantage of a good leadership?
I feel like a good leader is visionary, in the sense that a good leader will be able to, like, promote the visions of his followers, and then also be able to, like, help them fulfill their dreams, their goals.
All right. You can say more.
I also believe that a good leader is empathetic. At least a good leader is able to see through, the pains, the struggles of his followers.
Citizens, yeah.
What are they feeling like?
Yeah.
Is it that you want to cause them more harm, or just want
to help them to improve?
Okay. Also, I also believe that a good leader, is intentional.
Yeah.
Because leadership is actually an intentional role. So whatever, for you to say you want to even go for any leadership position,
yeah,
it means that you have the mindset that you want to go and achieve a purpose there. So
yeah.
Intentionality is very key, and I think that is also what makes
That's true, yeah. It's correct. So before I go, I would like to talk about a story. It's about one of my classmates back then in secondary school. The girl is a good leader. Why I say that is because when during GS1 she was the class captain of that class. Throughout her days in secondary school, she keep being the class captain. During her university level, she still head the class. Yes, she head the class. She was a governor in her school. University till she was the governor. So the thing I'm trying to pull out here is that she had been a very good leader. She know how to conduct people. She know how to lead people in the right way. Like, she know how to motivate people and inspire them. So in conclusion, leadership plays a vital role in shaping the future of Nigeria. Good leadership bring progress, unity and development, while poor leadership can slow growth. Therefore, Nigeria need responsible, honest and a very good leaders to move the nation forward and create a better life for the citizen. I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for that very beautiful speech. I'm sure we've all learned one or two things about leadership. So my name is Aisha Ibrahim. Then I'll be speaking on lifestyle versus health. What has changed so far? So basically, I'm going to be comparing the lifestyle we have in this modern era to the ones we have in the ancient times. So now we know that the lifestyle now is far much more different to what we have we had in the olden days. So basically, what's lifestyle? That's simply our way of life, the way we do things, our day-to-day life. Then our health is how healthy we are. So there are several factors that will be factoring in. The first of all is nutrition. Now, nutrition, back in the days, we eat things freshly from the farm. It's usually from the farm to the table. Most people practice agriculture, so it was very, very easy. Everybody had a farmland. So it's either you are eating something you just harvested, or you are eating something freshly in season. There was no need for preservatives. Back then, we didn't even have preservative. I'm sure we all enjoy eating fresh food. Some of us have gardens in our houses, while some still practice farming. And I tell you, there's nothing as sweet as getting a fresh vegetable from your backyard and cooking it that same day and eating it that very day. Knowing that, there's no manure, there's no bias, you don't have to spend money to get it, and then you're eating it freely and easily. A lot of us take this scent leaf, bitter leaf, that has been the practice back in the day. So the nutrition back then was far better. Why right now we eat a lot of processed food? It's either you're eating chicken and chips, chickpeas, shawarma, all the like, sausage, heavily processed food, salty food. And this food also that's taking a big toll on our health. Yeah, please kindly concentrate. Thank you. So the nutrition right now is far more different. Now we eat different foods. We don't even eat fresh vegetables. A lot of people just go with junks. Back then in school, you see people that just eat gala and meat pie, Pepsi, Mirinda, and the likes. Back then, there was nothing like that. And these things are not too good for our health. Fine, we get food more easily now. You can easily just order. But then, in the days, you had to go through all the stress, go to farm, harvest, get to your kitchen, do all the things from the beginning to the end. So now the food we're eating right now, they are predisposing us to several health conditions. Now there are several diseases around. You have people with high cholesterol, then you have people suffering from obesity because they're eating too many processed food. Back then there was nothing like that, or should I say it was very limited. So now, moving on, another factor is lifestyle. The lifestyle back then is not a repetition, but then back then most people practice agriculture. It's either you are a farmer or you deal with wood carving, metals and the likes. They did a lot of handiworks. But right now, what we do is either you go to work day in, day out, or you work remotely. That is, you work at home and all of that. So now we practice more of sedentary lifestyle now, because you could typically just sleep at night, then wake up next morning, lie on your bed, not even move, carry your laptop while still on the same spot. You work, order food on your same bed, then someone can bring the food to you. It's so bad that in a day you see people that have as low as 500 steps or even less, because when you don't have any cost to leave the house, you don't have a cost to exercise, to move around. But back in the days, you have to go to farm. If you're not farming for yourself, you help your friends in harvesting their own crops and the like. So things were much more easier. People walk around easily. So there's this saying that the rich man pays money to burn his calories, while the poor don't even have enough to eat. It's quite similar to those days, just that back then they were not poor, they weren't suffering, they had enough to eat. But now, even people that are not so rich, they're eating junks. Now, you're not moving around, you're working on your bed in your house day in, day out. People suffer more from back pain because you're just sitting down 12 hours, you're still seated. Before you know it, you're not stretching. Then people in their teenage years or early 20s, they're already having back pains. You shouldn't be having back pains until your 40s. But now, most of us here have back pain. True or false? So these are the results of our lifestyle. So basically, this saying I said earlier, the rich is paying money to lose the weight they gain from using their excess money. Now, they're trying to lose this weight because you have to renew your gym subscription, you have to walk around, you need to pay an instructor, you need a physiotherapist. So there's so many things inculcated in this. Then looking at our family system, back then, we had grandparents that will have up to like 3 wives, like grandfathers having 3 wives. Then, okay, 5, thank you. Then you can have as many as 20 children or more. You have people having 40 children. So in that in that lifestyle now, you have enough people to work on your farmland. You have enough people to talk to day in, day out. But now you see people in their 40s that are not yet married. Like, what are you still looking for? So imagine a man in his 40s, a woman in her like close to 40 as well. You're not married. Come on, how are you living? How are you surviving? It's not as if marriage is compulsory. I know we're all forming work right now, but if you get to a certain stage in your life, you start getting bored, because the main purpose of marriage is companionship. Forget about childbearing or the likes. So now, in your 20s, your friends are getting married, you're getting wedding invitations, the people you talk to, the people you mingle with, little by little, your circle is reducing. Then eventually, it might remain just that person. Now, that person, at this godly hour now, you can't just pick up your phone and call your friend that is married. You have nobody to talk to. The boredom is piling. Work stress is there. Nobody to talk to. That's how depression sets in. Now, a lot of people suffer from depression, anxiety disorders, so many things. Imagine back then when, assuming right now my father has like 20 children, so I have enough people to talk to. I could choose not to talk to my sisters, I could choose to talk to my brothers. In fact, I can decide to abandon all my siblings and then move on to my cousins. There were more than enough people to talk to. Then this scenario back then, you were used to your neighbors, you can easily talk to your neighbors. But now I don't even know my next door neighbors. Like, your children cannot play with your neighbor's children. So everything now is limited. We're living in a cubicle. Once you enter your gate, that's the end. Children in the estates don't mingle. It wasn't like that growing up or in those days. In fact, they play together, they go to school together. Children in a certain environment, they knew themselves so well. But now things are so different. Everybody is forming work. Everybody is a stranger to one another. So now, moving to our health. Back then, they were using more of herbs. It's more of ewe and egbo, according to Yoruba people. They use herbs and the likes. But now, all we use is orthodox we use modern medications. So any small thing now, people abuse drugs. A little headache, instead of you to go and sleep and rest very well, you use paracetamol. There are people that use paracetamol every day. These headaches, you don't even need medications. All you need is just a sound sleep, like a resounding sleep. Pour water on your head, turn on the fan, get oxygen into your brain and sleep. Forget your sorrows. But looking at the scenario, you don't have anybody to talk to. Referring to the one of the previous speakers that spoke about hustle mentality. How will you be healthy when everything in your brain is money, 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 hustle, hustle, hustle? You don't have enough time to rest. You don't have anybody to talk to. So the lifestyle we are living these days is not it at all. Then people that sit for long hours, aside from just developing back pain, then you see people coming down with spine issues. Now there's this common situation with children. You see children in their early teens weighing 80 kg. What do you mean a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old is weighing 80 kg? Like, that's too much. So obesity is now so common to the extent that it affects their skeletal system. So now, you're paying so much for your child to go to school, still being so strict that they don't mingle. The fact that they don't play with their neighboring children in their neighborhood, you're depriving them from vitamin D. A lot of children get deprived from vitamin D, then this affects their bone formation. That's one. Then aside from that, they don't play around. A 10-year-old, 12-year-old, teenagers should be very active. Your boys should be playing ball. Your girls should be playing 10-10. Like,
the way it used to be. But now it's either they are pressing phone, they are pressing tab, they are watching TV, you know, and then they're just sitting down all day long. She said they're hustling, though we have teenagers that are already tech bros and taxis, so you are not totally wrong. So now these things are all piling up and it's affecting us big time, like really, really bad. Now, looking at it, a lot of people have this. When a lot of people become overweight, they'll start seeking for other solutions, let's say plastic surgeries and the likes. Now, we're in this advent of BBL, Brazilian butt lift. So, in this situation now, okay, that's another point actually of cosmetic surgeries. Back then, there was nothing like cosmetic surgeries. They were not overweight, they were agile. Even people that are big naturally, like genetically, they're huge and all of that, they're still very, very fit because you go to farm, you're walking around, there were no cars. Wherever you're going to, you use your legs. So, they were really, really fit. Fine, the life expectancy now is getting better because of the advent of technology. But back then, they were way healthier compared to what we have now. So, looking at this BBL and the likes now, these things are making people, I'll say, it kills some people, then it predisposes some people to infections, some even die on the table. So it's right now that, okay, oh, maybe I need to add up in this part of my body, I need more fat in this part of my body. There are other ways to do these things, but people do not like to do the hard things. If you need to add up in the right parts, you can just add up in your nutrition. There's some foods when you eat, if you eat more of egg, milk, yogurt, and eat healthy, then you go to the gym, you get all these things done. But it just takes time. But people do not want to go through the hard way, so they're going through the simple way. And this simple way is exposing them to danger. We've had a lot of people, in fact, celebrities, big people, the president's former wife and the likes, or former president's wives, and so many more people that have lost their lives because of cosmetic surgeries. There was nothing like that back in the days. So now looking at our environment, back then, okay, now there's this belief that the ozone layer is being depleted and all of that. Back then there were no fossil fuels, you know, there was no electricity. But now we have electricity. Once they take off the lights, we turn on the gen, and then CO2 is emitted into the environment. We burn a lot of fossil fuel, coals, petrols, and the likes. So now, in fact, our weather has really changed. It's either we're having extreme sunlight or we're having extreme rainfall, which shouldn't be. So back then, they had a stable climate. You know that, okay, this period, the yams will grow, we'll have mangoes by this period. Now, looking at this period, this climate situation we're having now, there's some crops that should grow and they don't grow on time, they get delayed due to all of these things. And now these radiations that we're exposed to is now causing more diseases for people, diseases such as cancer and other diseases. Looking at our way of life again, back then people used to dress well, but now you see people exposing themselves to the sun rays. We eat things that we are exposed to radiation. We eat processed food. So these are more of the things that are predisposing people to cancer. I'm not saying back then they were in cancer, but now it's worse now. Like, cancer is one of the leading cause of death globally right now, and it was never like that. So I think it's best for us to not just keep going with this our lifestyle. You can look at what used to be before, then mirror them in your day-to-day life. Okay, my great grandmother, they used to walk. Then if you can take a walk in the morning, maybe it's just 2,000 steps and all the likes, instead of driving to work, you walk to a particular place, then pick it up. Or even in your house, you can just circle your house maybe like 10 times before going to work and all of that. Then technology is another thing. Now we have so much access to technologies, and these technologies they've made our life better, easier, smoother, But back then there was no access to technology. Now, technology has its advantages and disadvantages, true or false. So now, everybody is always on their phones. If you go on a date with someone, you could be on a date to your phone, and your date will be pressing their phone to like, what are you doing? So these things have actually made us departed from each other. You'll be in the same room with people. You went for an event, now you're supposed to network. This my brother is still pressing phone. Start sitting in front of me, so they're still pressing phone. Have you mingled with people around you? No. Okay, fine, you might have, but in the deep sense, people don't network again. In fact, little children that should be playing with themselves, they are busy on their tabs, and this is causing us so much harm because it's spoiling your sight. Yeah. Now there's this blue rays when you look too much into your phone or your laptops, it affects your sight. And now you see that more people are wearing glasses. Children that are not up to 10. Fine, back then people used to wear glasses, but now it's worse. Like, it's so much worse. And instead of you to start wearing glasses in like your 30s to your 40s, and when you're old, you know that old age is getting worse because these things don't get better. But now looking at a child that started wearing glasses from like 8, and it's not as if it was from birth or maybe a genetic disorder, but from fixing their eyes on screens, phone screens, TV screens, like the brightness are usually so much like gets to start affecting their sight. And then things that should have come up later in life, let's say in their 20s, they're already having them in their 10s. So now these children, their sight will just keep getting worse and worse and worse. So that's the way it goes for most of these diseases. When they have obesity and they have to do a surgery, some children, it's usually so bad that they will need a total hip replacement. That is, their hips have gone bad. These are surgeries that should be coming up in elderly people. And then you're telling me a 14-year-old is having what a 50-something should be having. What will happen to this child when they are in their 50s? And if eventually they get to their 80s, how would their life be like? So we need to actually mirror things that we used to have back then. Another issue is drug dependence. Back then, okay, people also abuse drugs, because growing up I used to know a man that uses taba. I think taba is like tobaccos, and yeah, kind of tobacco. So what they do is they sniff it, because it was an elderly man back then. But now we have more people abusing so much drugs. Marijuana is now like water, like for students in the hostels, everybody, it's either someone is on marijuana or they smoke cigarettes, or people that even go as high as cocaine and then go into cracks. So now, because of our lifestyle, more people are depressed or friend influence, they want to be high. Then you now start seeing people being overdosed, some even lose their lives in the process. So now, the main thing is right now, we have more people depending on drugs. Then you see that more people are getting mad by the day. They're losing their sanity. So right now is, because we have new drugs, back then these drugs were not in existence. So there was no way you can abuse them. It was just that taba and maybe a few others. Fine, marijuana is a plant and people didn't really know much about it back then. But now everybody is exposed to these things. Everybody has access. Everyone has knowledge about it, and which is bad. So you might want to look back in time, go back to your herbs, stop abusing drugs. Yeah, we can go back to our herbs as well, but stop abusing drugs. Herbs are also good. It just has to be standardized. They can also be abused. Now, let's look at our mental health. Now, back in the days, fine, there were people suffering from depression and the likes, but it's not like the way we have it now. All the whole boredom and our lifestyle basically make people depressed now. And then people don't even seek for help. Unlike then, back then you have people you can easily talk to, but now everybody has jackpot. In your family now, maybe a family of 5 children, two might be abroad, then 2 are in school, 1 is at home. So the family system has really changed drastically. They'll be celebrating a family member will be getting married and their siblings won't even be there. So the whole thing is we're building distance, we're building dysfunctional families and societies eventually. So back then, everybody was living together. A whole family is either you're living in an apartment or you're living just in the same vicinity. So you can easily look up, visit yourself, check up on yourselves, and all of that. So now back to family system. I forgot to add this. Family is the basic functional unit of the society. So everything that is happening in our society today, look deep into the families that are being formed in your societies, because from the family now, when a child does something wrong, back then, if you commit any offense, your uncles will come. There was this post, an interview that Lai Wasabi was talking about his uncle driving down from, I think, Ogbomoso to Ibadan, or Ibadan to Ogbomoso to come and wipe him. Like, I think he failed a particular subject, and his uncle traveled down 2 hours journey the next morning to come and wipe his ass. Things like that cannot happen these days, because now even children in school, you can't even correct them, talk less of even beating them. So the system has really changed. So children that are doing bad things, they don't get corrected. So these things keep growing and it gets aggravated, that eventually the society gets bad. Please, the next speaker should start getting ready. Now, looking at urbanization. So now we have big cities now. People are moving away from their rural environments to the developed ones. Unlike back in the days, everyone was rural, everyone was together. So basically, our lifestyle and our health, a lot has really changed so far. I would say our lifestyle, we feel is better, but looking at these things in depth, they're not so better as they should be. Then looking at our health, we just have better technology right now, but our health is actually depreciating, to be sincere. So now there are a lot of things we can do. We should try and always seek help. Try to talk to people around you. Feed healthy. Don't overeat. A lot of times you don't even need to eat 3 times a day. 2 reasonable food a day is okay. Eat a lot of fruit. Watch your diet. Exercise, and so much more. Then, there's this aspect of peace. Now everybody is clamoring about SDGs. Fine, back in the days there used to be war as well, but now everybody is clamoring about SDGs. Reduce radiation, stop burning fossil fuel, but every 2 seconds Iran and US goes. So these are the things that are happening. Now we have health situations such as diabetes and hypertension. Looking at it now, by the time you see someone in their 50s, if you see 3 people in their 50s, one of them is most likely suffering from diabetes or hypertension. So these things are also a factor of what we eat and then our lifestyle. So if you don't move around very well, if you sit for so long, blood accumulates in your leg, and then before you know it, people start becoming hypertensive. Then for the diabetes part, people consuming a lot of if for people that are actually predisposed to diabetes, you could actually taper it down with your diet. But now people don't even watch what they eat. It's just all about junks, processed food. I believe we've all gotten 1 or 2 things from this speech, and I hope we'll all act on it in order to make our lifestyle better and also improve our health. Thank you for listening to me. Now I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Amazing speakers. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, the global, international nations. I would begin with a story. And this story is about me. Before I gained admission into uni, I stayed in the house for quite a while. And my mom was into food. She sells food. I have a fantastic mom that cooks really, really well. Yes. And she sold food while we were growing up. She would always include us in the process, like the peeling of the mangi cube and putting it into the stew or soup, like the whole process. But the thing is, there is one particular aspect of learning that has to do with you seeing but not entirely participating in it. You're just observing the process, and sometimes doing little or nothing in the whole process. So I knew because I saw but never did. So the difference should be clear. Fast forward into my uni days. I gained admission, stayed with a very cool and amazing roommate. She was really cool and nice. But at the same time, I could not cook. I couldn't cook. But I know I could boil water and and boil rice. Boil rice, yes. And the rice I would boil, maybe it would be salty or there will be no salt. So I'm giving myself the credit. Or sometimes the rice would be so soft. Then I know I could make eba too, but the eba would be either strong or like really, really soft. So yes, that was what I was able to do in 100 level. But something happened that changed my mindset. Really, really drastic. And it was out of criticism. And it was not a good one. Just like the last speaker spoke about criticism. It was not a good one. And I'll tell you why. So my roommate had this amazing friend, a guy to be precise. He was always coming around and like every other female, hosting. She would even cook. My roommate was a fantastic cook, and she is still a fantastic cook. She cooks really well. And just like that, one of the days I was supposed to prepare spag, and I did it the way I could picture out how my mom did it. But the bottom line was why I was reprimanded that day, not in a calm and cool way. Why I was reprimanded that day was she had a pattern of which she knew how to cook spag. And I had a pattern. There was stew available. I just poured water into the pot, broke the spag inside the pot. After breaking the spag, I allowed it boil and then put just little salt and maggi. Yeah, but it was really nice. The spag was nice, but she said I should have parboiled the spag and all that. Though the correction she gave me felt like an attack to me, and it came like an attack to me because I wasn't prepared for it, and she did it in front of like people. She didn't call me aside to tell me what I should adjust or what I shouldn't adjust. But that act was what changed my mentality. I remember crying so hard. Like I started thinking about my life. I got a book and a pen, and I was writing the things I will start doing going forward. Then I can remember really, I said I'll be intentional about going to the markets to buy things. I'll be intentional about cooking. If she's cooking, I'll be close to her. Then I'll ask questions. Then I'll be intentional about calling home. I told you my mom is a fantastic cook, and I have siblings that cook too. And I said I'll be intentional about... I'm not, surprisingly. So I said I'll be intentional about calling home. And if I'm to go to the market, I would reach out to them. What ingredients should I get? I was not really the social media kind of person to always look up YouTube then. And that was how it was for me. I was intentional about everything, every single details of my life from that day. And while I can say what I did 2018 changed my life, was because fast forward 5 years after, I had a couple that came to stay with me in my lodge. And when she came, we contributed money. because she was staying with me with my younger sister. So we contributed money to stock the house. And after writing the list of what we wanted, she followed me to the market, and I was up and about, just going to the market and doing everything. When we came back, she was like, Abigail, if I was a man, I would have married you. And I said, why? And she said, because of the way I was proactive, like the way I was just up and doing everything I needed to do. I came back with the with the stuff and I quickly dive into cooking that day. Now, why I'm bringing this story is because my topic today is called self-help skills. Self-help skills. And why am I naming it self-help skill? So imagine my roommate is not around. Imagine there is no one to cook for me because I'm now a university student. That's to say, I would either drink gari or I'll take cornflakes, which is not bad per se. But the regular food, I will no longer eat them. So I had to take it upon myself to do the needful. But what are self-help skills? These are adaptive skills, day-to-day skills that everyone, myself, yourself, we all have to be involved in. And we all have to be involved in it because it makes us independent. It makes us stand out. We're so independent that we are not waiting for anybody to do anything for us. I understand that yes, money can solve a lot of problems, but at the same time, imagine the COVID period where everybody had to stay in their own house. There was restraint of movement. People could not really go to places. People could not go to work. And you being alone, wanting to cook. And you don't even know where the button is to turn on the gas, or you don't know what to do. That alone makes you helpless. That alone makes you helpless. That's why I'll be talking about the self-help skill. What are the functions of self-help skill? I mentioned one. I said it brings independence. Independence, that you are intentional about doing things by yourself. You're not waiting, relying. You're not like a parasite. You're not waiting for somebody to do specific things for you. I remember there are times where I would seek for help. I am not seeking for help because I cannot do these things, especially in the house. I am seeking for help because maybe at that particular time or point in time, I need the help. I need the backup of somebody. But even if they are not there, that does not make me handicapped. That does not make me selfless. That does not make me weak. It just means I just need the help. I need somebody to help me do this particular thing. That's independence. Then we have confidence. There is a particular attitude being able to do things by yourself brings. Your confidence in yourself, and you're so sure that whatever, wherever, whenever, however, you can carry it out. You can carry it. You can make it happen. So I was listening to a message where the man said, just know little of everything. Know little of everything. You may not be an expert in it, but just know little of everything. And it is good to know little of everything because when a person is not there to continue that role, you can step in just for the time being. And I'll say another example. My younger sister works in a school, and she said something. Abigail, the head of department in my school had to fit in the role of the Igbo teacher. And why it was possible was because she had been taking classes. The Igbo teacher resigned, according to the story she told me. The Igbo teacher resigned, and that void was there. It would be quite difficult for them to get a teacher interview the teacher and let the teacher start working. I think 1 month or 6 months into the close of the term. So the teacher had to fill in that spot. Now, confidence becomes a thing when you have this self-help skill. The purpose, the function of self-help. Number 1, I said it brings independence. Number 2, it brings confidence. Then there is social participation. Social participation, that's to say you can stand up to do 1 or 2 things. You're not helpless. You not being helpless means at least when others are involved in a particular thing, you can show your skill in it. You can show how active you are. You are not just there like a liability. Rather, you are capable of bringing in your expertise. You're capable of bringing in your ability. First thing I said independence. The second I said confidence, social participation, daily functioning. Daily functioning. Day-to-day activities. Self-help skill can be little. These are little yet major things. These are minor yet major things. It's as simple as tying your buckle. It's as simple as getting that help. Fetching water is as simple as little minor yet major things. Daily functioning. It also increases self-esteem. Self-esteem. One of the reasons why people suffer from low self-esteem is because, at least to an extent, not entirely true per se, but to an extent, when they are lacking in a particular area, when they cannot entirely fit into a trajectory, they cannot entirely put in their input, there's a low self-esteem that brings. And I'll say it with this example. I remember being employed into my organization, and that's my previous place of work, though I'm no longer there. I had, on a scale of 1 to 10, I had 4% before getting hired. And I'll say I had 4% because I had knowledge from religious activities, then I had knowledge from school, then I could now bank on the fact that I was a teacher. And because I could bank on the fact that I was a teacher, and I had little idea from religious activities, like I said, I felt not entirely helpless in my organization. My self-esteem was not so low, but it was not high. It was not low because at least I had a good knowledge of what I could do or I can do. But then it was not high because in that environment, I had a lot of people that knew what to do. I had like all my colleagues were professional, and I had to look up to them, wanting to be like them. That in a way would have dimmed my self-esteem, because I know after I was employed, the fact that I was teachable, the fact that I was ready to learn gave me an edge over the person that was employed after me. She was not ready to learn. She was not teachable. She had the low self-esteem, but she disguised the low self-esteem due to the fact that she was nonchalant with her work. But if she had been patient enough to learn, to sit down, to be teachable, this would have changed everything. Now, low self-esteem can be eradicated with self-help skill. Early childhood shapes the image and builds the image of an adult. Early childhood builds the image of an adult if the early childhood is properly worked on, if their childhood is properly cultivated. Now, this will bring me to occupational therapy and occupational therapists. Occupational therapy has to do with daily activities, day-to-day activities, but an occupational therapist is a professional that helps children with day-to-day activities. Like I said, we'll be talking about self-help skills. Who should be involved in self-help skills? Who should be involved? Parents should be involved. Caregivers should be involved. The therapist, occupational therapist, should be involved in self-help skill. This self-help skill is not just to the neurodivergent. It is also to and for the neurotypical. Parents should be involved in self-help skill because when the occupational therapist and the caregivers come together as a team to work on that child, there becomes massive development, massive growth happens. Massive growth happens because everyone's hand is on deck. The parents are doing their job, the occupational therapist is doing a job, the teachers, they are doing their job, religious places, they are doing their job, caregivers are doing their job, and everyone, team, together, everyone achieves more. Everyone gets to successfully make progress in helping the child. What are the types of self-help skill? We have various types of self-help skills. There are various types of self-help skill. We have the personal self-help skill. If you ever did this when you were growing up, please don't be shy, raise up your hand. When you were growing up, if you wore like Peter and Paul the other way, your shoe, your slippers, Peter and Paul. Okay, I don't know, but growing up, Peter and Paul, where you get to wear your right leg of shoe goes to the left leg of shoe goes to the right. That's Peter and Paul. But then this is not really the fault of the child. This takes correction. This has to be done carefully, gently. Now this comes down to personal care skill, because I'm talking about the type of skills. This comes down to personal self skill. And what do you understand by personal self skill? This is the brushing. As little as brushing, some children run away from it because it is either their sensory, they get so sensitive when they put the toothbrush on, like on their teeth, or they get so cranky. I have learners. It is when I come to the house that the mom will say, this your learner, he has not to, so oh yeah, you can take him. Then we start the needful. As simple as these things, but these are self-help skills. They would not be there forever. And like I said before, that the purpose, the function is for them to be independent. These things that we're like kind of trivializing is easy for others, difficult for others, and extremely difficult for others. We have the bathing, we have the brushing, we have the dressing and undressing, we have the grooming, like the combing of the hair. This is personal self-help skill. Personal self-help skill, everything that has to do with the body, the brushing, the bathing. Some children, you have to like explain it step by step for them to be able to get it. Like go to the bathroom, pour water, use the soap, use the sponge, and do the needful. Then we have feeding skill. Feeding skill is also a part of self-help skill. Feeding skill. Some children, it is until they are either 5 that they start eating with their spoon, because they are uncomfortable, and this has to do with the fine motor skill. It has everything to do with the fine motor skill. For fine motor skill is the ability to move the muscle, little muscle in your body, the ability to move them, especially your fingers, your toes, the ability to move these little muscles in your body. Because their fine motor skill has not been properly built, it can be difficult for children sometimes to hold the spoon and do the needful. So types of self-help skill, I've talked about the physical one, the physical care skill. I've talked about the feeding, like the eating, drinking of water through the cup, and the likes. Then we have toileting skills. This is the potty training. For children with neurodivergent children, this can be quite difficult for them. The potty training. So my learner, 3 years, when I was employed or before I was employed by the agency, they told me that part of the academic work I'll be doing for these children, I have to include potty training in the job. And we had to include potty training because they were not able to say, even when they were pressed, they were not able to say, I need to pee, or I want to pee, or they would not even run to the toilet. And their house was so like everywhere was filled with rocks. It's, you know how rock can be. When you pee on rock, it can smell for days. Even when you wash it and clean it, it can smell because of the pee. It was not a pleasant smell. So that was why I was brought in, to help with the academics as well as the potty training. As little as toileting, it can be difficult. So how did we overcome this? We had to do a step-by-step method. Meaning, when you're pressed, pee, 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 pee. I want to pee, I want to pee. I want to pee, I want to pee. As simple as I want to pee. Some children cannot even say that. So we have to shorten it by saying pee or pee pee. Pee, pee pee. Pee, pee pee. With the potty, their little potty just around the corner. So rather than, and you have to do it as often as can be. You can do it like in sections, like from 10 minutes, in the space of 10 minutes, the first 5 minutes, I want to pee, I want to pee, you take them. Even if they don't pee, you just take them so that they can be aware. It is ringing a bell in their mind, in their subconscious and conscious. They want to pee again and again. For the 1 hour I'll be with the child, we would have shortlined it. So every 10 minutes, we take them to pee. At least that had to, it was not easy at first, but that had to be stopped. So when you're pressed, using the toilet independently and flushing, cleaning it afterwards. The first one I talked about was the personal self-care skill. Then I spoke about the feeding skill. I spoke about the toileting. Then we have household skill. Some children don't know how to wash plates. And sometimes you may not blame these children. It's because they are not taught. It's because they are not taught. I remember growing up, when we need to wash plates, my dad will bring 2 bowls for rinsing. Like 2 bowls for rinsing, then 1 bowl for washing the oil in 1 plate, then another bowl for washing the plate. So you have apparently 4 bowls. So this is what will happen. You use the first bowl to rinse off the oil. Then after that, you take it to where you have to use the soap and the sponge to wash. After washing, you put it in the first bowl for rinsing. Then after doing that, you take it to the second bowl for rinsing. The first bowl for rinsing, when it's looking all soapy in a way, we change the water and we interchange the second bowl for the first. And the one the first bowl has to take the second one's place. It has to be there too. So that's just it. This is self-help skill, household skill, like cleaning, washing the plates. This is household, as simple as these things, like washing the plates, even eating. After eating, picking up after yourselves, like the grain of rice, like the noodles, not waiting for anybody in particular to do that for you. Then we also have making of the bed. These are little yet minor. These are little skill, minor skill yet major skill. Then we said cleaning the toys. If there is anything I have taught my learner, is to be able to pick up after themselves. And when I say pick up after themselves, that's to say, after they are done with a particular toy, when I get to the house is all neat and all clean. But while the lesson commences, everywhere can be rowdy and scattered. But there is one thing I would not really do, because this is a skill I have to teach every learner of mine. You have to pack up after yourself. And my learner will always say, pack up time. And they're not used to the pack up time because I have insisted, I have placed it as mandatory. Like it is now compulsory that after you have played with the toy, after the toys are all scattered and everywhere. You just have to pick it one at a time. Pick the toys, pick the toys, pick the toys, pick the toys. Let everywhere be clean, pick the toys. Then we have safety skill. Safety skill is also important because it helps them avoid danger. It helps them avoid danger. Then we also have understanding the basic rules. And what are the basic rules? We have to teach them places to go, places not to go. Where places to go, places they should not go. Meaning there are places like the kitchen that even if they have to go, they have to be supervised. Then there are also things and items, objects that they are not meant to touch, regardless. My learner, I'm helping him with his fine motor skill. And one of the activities we do when building the fine motor skill, I think I've explained what the fine motor skill is. The fine motor skill is the little muscles in our body, the little muscles like wiggly, the fingers, the toes. These are little muscles in our body. As little as these things are, it's still quite difficult for some people, especially the neurodivergent children. So yes, while I was building my learner's fine motor skill, 3 years old boy, I had to tell the mom that we need to get scissors, and this scissors is for him to be able to cut pieces of paper, being able to hold the scissors correctly and use them to cut pieces of papers. These pieces of paper is just little pieces of paper, light pieces of paper. There are times that I just need to strengthen his hand, and I fold 3 layers of paper together so that he can be able to cut them. It is difficult for him to cut the light pieces of paper, but 3 times harder to cut the 3-layered piece of paper. But for every time he's able to cut the 3-layered piece, he's able to cut the 3-layered pieces of paper, it becomes easy for him to cut the light pieces of paper. Mind you, the scissors he is using is child friendly, the plastic scissors. So safety skill. Then we also have community skill. What are community skill? In being able to socialize. The child being able to socialize. This is a skill that must be learned. The first one I spoke about was the personal skill rather. The personal care skill. Then I spoke about the feeding skill. Then I talked about toileting skill. We have the household skill, the safety skill, and community skill. I'll ask questions now. The first one I spoke about was the personal skill. The second one I spoke about was the feeding skill. The third one I spoke about was the toileting skill. The fourth one we have the household skill. The fifth one we have the safety skill, and the sixth one we have the community skill. I've spoke about 6 self skill. Who can mention one for me? Toileting skill. Thank you. Yes. Pardon? Personal skill. Yes, correct. Thank you. Pardon? Safety skill. Thank you very much. What are the advantages for these children to learn safety skill, or what are the advantages in personal or in general rather for them to be able to learn this skill? And should I let you know that in learning this particular skill, you don't have to start when they are quite old enough. You start when they are little. You start from tender age. Don't always relegate the fact that, oh, this child is too small to learn this. Like I think I was saying it to somebody. I got a job, and I was to be interviewed in that job. And one of the things the parents was asking me, she asked me a question that I cannot basically remember, but it was how she said what I said after my reply to her that still stuck with me. The child is 3 years old, and she said, how would I do a particular thing? And I said, okay, we have to teach action and consequence to this child. And she said, no, is too young. This child is too small to be able to understand that. And in my heart of heart, I was like, never say a child is too young, and never say a child is too young. All children can learn any skill or anything when the instruction is simplified. What are the advantages of self-help skill? It encourages responsibility. It encourages responsibility. There is something my learner used to do. When I come into at home, when I go into their house to teach the child, she would put on a very nice flip-flop, a very nice one, and in between lessons, she would throw this flip-flop that she wore while I came in, she would throw it aside, and what would she do? She would go and get another one from the shoe rack. She won't arrange the one she wore while I came into the house. But what will happen is I would be the one to personally tell her that if you need to change your flip-flop, I'm not against changing it. But if you need to change it, make sure you're returning the one that you used before. She can change like 3, 4 times, 5 times in between lessons because it's a 3 hours class. And I don't mind. But whenever you need to change it, make sure the one you do not want to wear again, take it back to the shoe rack and get a new one. As simple as that. This is teaching her responsibility. Then I said it supports routine and structure, especially the neurodivergent children. When you come in to be their therapist or caregiver or guardian, whoever the case may be, or whatever you're representing in their life, you have to stick with routine and structure. When you stick with routine and structure with them, they get to understand it. And I will say this because my learner, she's small, she's very small, and in between our classes there is always break time, and for the break time she doesn't eat on the floor. She has to sit on the dining to eat. But then there's a limitation that the dining is too the table is too high and the chair too low for her. So what I taught her to do is we'll get the throw pillow from the living room. I used to carry it before, but at some point I needed her to train a muscle. Then she would carry it, put it on the chair and sit down. After she's done eating, we will have to carry the throw pillow back to the living room and put it nicely. We did that again and again. Now it is so used to her that when she says she wants to eat, she goes there, get the throw pillow, take it to the dining, put it. Sometimes I can even be in the parlor and I will ask, do you need help? She tends to say no. This is a routine I have done and practiced with her over time. Now it is now a routine and a structure, and she knows when she's coming down, she has to take the throw pillow back to the parlor. The first day I showed the mother what she can do, the mother wanted to help. I said, no, don't worry, just watch. And she did it, and the mother was shocked, and she was like, wow, so you mean my daughter can do this? And I was like, yes, and she's been doing it for a while. So this is us teaching her not just responsibility, we're teaching her routine and structure. It improves motor and cognitive skill. It's now like a pattern. Motor and cognitive skill. And when we talk about motor, we have like 2 types of motor. We have the fine motor skill and we have the gross motor skill. For the motor skill, I said the fine motor skill is being able to move the little fingers, the little muscles in our body. For the gross motor skill, this being able to move the larger muscle in our body, like the hand, the knees, being able to walk, being able to run, those muscles in our body that helps with these activities. Yes, this is the gross motor skill. So what does self-help skill teaches, or what are the advantages? It helps build the motor skill and the cognitive skill. It also prepares individuals for adulthood. It teaches independence. For her, it is just this little precise, sure self-help skill that is building her for adulthood. These are little things that she can do independently. These little things sums up, or it is part of the other things she needs to learn to become that, not just perfect, but at least an individual that people can look up to, people can use as reference point. You see how nice she is, you see how independent she is, and this is homeschooling per se. The goal especially for homeschooling is to be able to make her independent that she has not missed anything while she was away from school, being independent, so that when she eventually resumes school or she's being enrolled into the educational institution, she becomes a better person. It also enhances problem solving skill. This is what self-help skill. It enhanced problem solving skill. That's critical thinking. Critical thinking in the sense that I know or she knows that when you wear 5 slippers or change 5 slippers in a day, leaving them on the floor, it makes the place rowdy. You don't want the place to be rowdy. Take these slippers or take this flip-flop, put them where it is meant to be. This little act teaches neatness. It also teaches problem solving skill. What are the disadvantages? It is quite slow. The process is slow. For you to get a tangible results or good outcome, the process can be slow, especially sometimes when you are teaching these skills to a neurodivergent child. Then it can be frustration when tasks are difficult. Frustration can kick in when tasks are difficult. And these tasks, children don't like discomfort. Any task that will take them from their comfort zone and make them uncomfortable, they can run away from it. They can shy away from these tasks. That is why we have to break these tasks down for them. They can, these disadvantages, they can shy away from it because they feel it is difficult. But it is our duty as adults, as parents, as caregivers, as therapists to break these tasks into segments for them. What are the strategies? Like I said, break tasks into smaller units. Break tasks into chunks. Like my letter that I was talking about, that we had to incorporate potty training. The parents were always using big grammar. Do you want to wee? Go and pee, go and, like, the grammars were too big. But it has to be simplified. When it is simplified and these actions, these things, these activities are being modeled to them, it sticks. It sticks. Okay, so one of the learner is a gifted child. He's 3 years old, but there is nothing he cannot read. He can read everything and anything. So what I did is, where the potty is always placed, I wrote, I want to pee. He can read it because that's how gifted he is. So when I'm saying it, I want to pee, I want to pee, then I'll say, don't pee on your body, no peeing on your shorts, don't pee on your. So these are little, and I'm not just saying it, I am touching it. I am touching this part so that they can also touch it and model it and do likewise. Also, another example is breaking down these tasks into little instructions. Breaking down these tasks into little instructions, like washing of the hand. My 3-year-old learner, when she's done peeing or when she's done eating and she needs to wash her hand, she knows, open the running tap. These little activities or these little tasks, open the running tap, wash your hand, remove your hand, get soap, use the soap to wash your hand, go back and forth, then wash your hand again on the running tap, calm down, clean your hands using the towel, and that is done. Repeating that task again and again helps the task stick. Then we have prompting. There are ways we can prompt the children. Prompting means giving clue or signal so that a child can carry on with the activity or can go with the activity. It's just like saying, what do I use now? Or what do I use? Please, what's her name? Sorry. Please, can you stand up? Sorry. So I want to use you as an example for prompting. Let's imagine you see the paper over there, right? Now I'll say, get the paper, carry the paper, go girl, go girl, go girl, good job, good job, good job. So this, I'm prompting you to do the needful. It's just like a sign or a cue, so that you can be able to carry on with a task. Thank you very much.
Good girl.
So there are different types of prompting. We have the verbal. I would not want to bust with the details, but I'll just mention a few. We have the verbal prompting. We have the physical prompting. We have the model prompting. Model prompting means I have to show you what to do. If my goal is for you to be able to carry this pen, I would come in, carry the pen, and say, carry the pen, carry the pen, and I'll put it back. Then I've showed you what to do. It's not left for me to say the instruction and you do the needful. If you still haven't gotten it, I'll say it, Miss Abigail, carry the pen, and I will carry the pen and put it back down. Then I'll say, carry the pen, you will carry the pen. If you still cannot do it, I can call Emisi into the picture, and she can do it. I will do it first, then she will do it, then the child will see what I have done, and the child will be able to do it. This is when the model prompting comes in. Then we have reinforcement. We cannot talk so little of this part. Reinforcement, giving reward. Giving reward. I know growing up that when my mom or my dad, they are not in the house, I can still remember vividly that I and my sibling, we would just delegate the tasks to different persons. I would say I would wash the plate. My sister would say she will arrange the house. Then our last one would say, okay, should we sweep the compound or do just any other choice? So then, when my mom comes in, she sees that the place is sparkling, clean and neat, and she's excited. She would just be moved to give us either the biscuit in her bag or the plantain in her bag or something. Or she can say, okay, take this 200 naira. When 200 naira was still valuable, we can still buy a lot of things with 200 naira. Then she'll give us 200 naira, and we're running down to the malam shop or running down to the shop close to our house just to get something. So reinforcement is key in teaching this skill. As little as, if they cannot carry their brush or they refuse brushing, but that day they did it, is as simple as making it big, making it loud. Oh wow, you brushed today, oh this is so good. You're clapping, and then you're not just clapping, you're saying, I will give you your favorite drink. And for reinforcement, make it an habit that you know what excites the child. When you know what excites this child, the child, they can value the reinforcement you give to them. Like for me, my learner, she likes biscuit and gis. That's what she calls it. Biscuit and gis. That's what she calls it. So yes, for her, that's what excites her. When I'm to give her a task, and I say, after this task, I will surprise you. When she's done with the task, I bring the sikit and gis for her. When she sees it, she's excited to do another task. And once she's done with the second task, I give her a reward, which is breaking the biscuit or dividing the biscuit for her and giving her the juice, part of the juice to drink by counting 1 to 5. When it is 1 to 5, she knows that she has to remove the juice from her mouth. And we carry on with the next activity, on and on and on and on, just like that. Then we have modeling. I've explained what modeling is in the prompting. This has to do with you being consistent with it. You can also do role play in modeling. Then we have visual support. Use picture, use video. If they don't understand what you're trying to say, you can use video, you can use picture to explain. There are even flashcards that portray these activities you want the child to learn, so you can use that. For strategies too, we also have consistency and routine. Consistency and routine. There are people that they don't like their schedule to be broken. They like the schedule. If this is what we are doing, if this is how we are doing it, let it be like that. Just like I said for my learner, in washing her hands, we on the tap, she rinse her hand first, then we put in soap, she uses the soap to wash back and forth, and once the soap has been properly used, we on the tap again and she washes her hand. Once she's done, she comes down to use the towel on herself to dry her hands, and then that's it. This is a structure, this is a routine. Not when tomorrow I'm putting the soap first in her hand, like I'm putting the soap first, then we're washing the hands, then after that she will clean her hands on her body, and no, that's breaking the routine. Go with the routine. Whatever you are teaching this child, teach that child with routine. What made it so easy for my learner to understand the potty training that I was called upon to help them with is because I stuck with a method. And that was the method that I had to teach the mom and teach the caregiver. That was what we were using, and we saw massive growth. That's to say, there was even a particular time when it started working after 1 month. She was like, Miss Abigail, it's only when you are here they do your bidding. I don't even understand. This thing we're doing, we're still doing it the way you taught us. But in my heart of heart, I know that they are not doing it like the way I would do it when I am there. But there was really clear demarcation, there was clear difference, and she was able to testify that, Miss Abigail, since you started this and this and this has been working. So start with consistency and routine. Then what are the major challenges? There must be challenge. In any good thing, there must be challenge. Lack of motivation. Sometimes the learner would not want to do it because sometimes it's not because they cannot do it, but because they are threatened about you incorporating a new routine in what they are already used to. Or sometimes they may perceive this particular task or this self-help skill as something difficult, whereas at the end of the day it's easy and simple for them to do. Thank you very much. So what you have to do is you have to look for a particular thing that can motivate them, that can reinforce them when they do little things. And reinforcement can start in small ways. So long the learner could not carry this biro before, but was able, and when you are talking to the learner will just be looking at you without saying anything. But that particular day, imagine you talking to the learner and the learner just went straight for the biro but did not carry it up. That alone is a step that you can reinforce. So yes, it starts gradually. Lack of motivation can cause, and I gave an example. Then we have sensory issues. Sensory issues can cause it. Sensory overload. This is internal. They are not just comfortable with it, like the brushing. There are children that they find it difficult because even if the brush is soft, the feeling of the brush going into their teeth can be chaotic for them. So it can also be sensory issues. Then we have poor fine motor skill. Poor fine motor skill can also be a challenge. And it can be a challenge because I have seen it even in grown learners. I remember, I think I said I have a side also skill. So I'm an early year educator, I'm a therapist, I'm a music teacher. So whichever one you want. Well, all I know is I incorporate all my services into each and every role. So a boy 13 years old came, that was my previous job. He came in, he was enrolled by I think his elder brother, but he came with a poor fine motor skill, and what happens is his hand keeps moving. If he needs to hold a pen, you see that the hand is shaking. This is a result of poor fine motor skill. I've also seen poor fine motor skill take place in my learner, especially when it comes to writing. They can be so excited when I'm in class, I'm teaching, the whole class is bubbling, everybody's interested, but when it is time to put on the projector and it is time to write, a particular girl, I can't see. Even if she's close to the board, she'll say she can't see. That's just escape. She's trying to escape. And why is that? Because when she sees, and it's not as if the note is so long, let's say about 5 lines, but that threatens her. it takes a piece away, and that is because of the poor fine motor skill. There are a lot poor fine motor skill courses. Then we also have inconsistency in teaching, that you start something today and don't carry on, can cause a lot of damage than good. Just like I said, for my learner that we started the potty training with, it was easy because I was consistent with them. Consistency is the key to either teaching a new skill, a new behavior, or removing, that's extinction, removing a new like a previous skill or an unpleasant, undesirable behavior. So whatever you're doing, be consistent with it. The major challenge why children, learners, they don't carry on with the self-help skill is because whoever is teaching them that particular skill is inconsistent. So we have to avoid that. Prompt dependency can also be a major issue. So imagine that a child is already used to being praised when the child needs to carry this pen, and the pen is here. You have to say, "Oh, Baba, you're doing it. Go, Baba, go, Baba." The child has not done it yet, but you're already like, for lack of a better word, you're already hailing the child. Yes, you're already praising the child. The child has not done it yet. So the child is depending on prompt. That's, you have to prompt the child and make it so well and do it so well that the child feels this entitlement attitude, or have this entitlement attitude. No, that's to say they have prompt dependency. So you have, for every time you have to do it, for every time they have to do a particular thing, you have to praise them, you have to prompt them. Prompt dependency should be removed or reduced. That's where fading comes into the picture. That you don't teach them a particular skill to the point where they now depend on you prompting them before they can go on with that skill. So when you're teaching a particular skill, make sure you balance it. Make sure you watch the child's attitude. Make sure you're not doing too much and you're not doing too little. Just be balanced. Then we also have behavioral challenge, and that can be because of tantrum. And the meaning of tantrum means an intentional behavior that a child exhibits. They just want to do it just to get at you. So this can also be a challenge in teaching self-help skill. It can also be a challenge in teaching self-help skill when they want to just show their supremacy. Then we also have general difficulty. And I'm saying general difficulty because sometimes the child can be able to do it in front of the therapist or in front of the caregiver and not do it at home. And a practical example is this. My boss told me that I'll be going to that's my ex-boss. My ex-boss. I don't know why I'm saying my boss. Yes, she was. She's no longer my boss. So my ex-boss told me that I'll be going to a client's house to teach the child. And the child has autism. And for autistic children, you have to be careful with them. Really, really careful with them. Okay, so I remember the period we started. It was as if we're not doing anything, but we're doing something, because he had shaking hands and you cannot touch him. You can't even touch him for seconds, and he was still getting used to me. I will not bore you with the details, but we're able to scale through. And I think 2 months into the class, we were just trying to work on his fine motor skill and being able to sit still, because he also had he has his autism does not go. It can be managed but does not go, so he still has it. And we were just working with his peculiarities, and one day my boss had to do a general meeting. I think that's after 3 or 4 months into the class. And this meeting was for every parent in the school, just to hear their feedback and to get honest review from them. Is your child doing well? Is the teacher, do you like the teacher? Blah blah blah, yeah. Just this evaluation. And then the mom said something that struck with me. It struck me and it stayed with me. She said she wanted to quit the class for the child. I think, is it 3 months or like few weeks into the 4th month? She wanted to quit the class because she was like, what's this boy learning? He was not learning anything. And one particular day, while she was making call, and she was even ranting to her friend that recommended my boss to her, that this my child is not learning anything. And while she was talking on the phone in the parlor, the boy went to his piano and was playing a particular song that we did in class. And he played it so well that when he started playing, she had to turn back and she was looking. And she said, do you know what? I think I'll continue the class with my son. I can see great change and great improvement. And she was talking to my boss. She was telling my boss about it. Now, this brings me to general difficulty, that sometimes the skill you're teaching these children, they may only do it when they are with you and not do it at home. Or they may do it at home and not do it outside. So there should be a balance. This is where I said at the beginning of my speech that everybody's hand is meant to be on deck. The caregiver, the parent, the school, the therapist, everybody, and you are doing everything in unison. We're going left. Everybody should be going left. Not that some people are going left and others are going right. This is where general difficulty comes in sometimes. So that's also like a major challenge. We should remember that for self-help skill, we have to start early. Don't shun the idea that this child is too small. The children that are being born into this world right now, they are as smart as can be. Really, 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 really smart. They are not like the older generations. Children born into this world now are really smart. Very, very smart and understanding. We should also remember that it takes patience to teach this skill. It takes a lot of patience. And I'm saying patience because sometimes when you want to impart this knowledge and the child is not getting it, in your heart of heart, you're like, what's wrong with this child? You will want to get angry or you will want to get over the moon. But just be rest assured that this skill is being imputed gradually. And it could be a cause of learning disabilities. This is another story for another day. Learning disabilities can also make this happen, but at the same time, we have to be patient. Then celebrate small wins. Celebrate small wins. When the child, I make an example, if the child cannot or does not even look at the pen when it is placed here before, when you're talking to the child is just looking into the space, not being able to look. But that particular day, because you've emphasized on emphasized on the instruction again and again and again, and the child is being able to look at the pen, you have to celebrate the small win and make it loud. Make it loud. Don't trivialize anything. Don't trivialize anything that they do. Do not trivialize it. When you trivialize it, it doesn't help. Number 4, we have focus on independence, not perfection. Focus on independence, not... thank you so much. Thank you so much. Focus on independence and not perfection. Don't make it perfect. Do not make it perfect. Don't do it so much till they are perfect. No human is actually perfect. But if at least to a large extent they can be independent, like on a scale of 1 to 10 you're teaching a particular skill, like being able to button their shirt or being able to unbutton their shirt, like being able to button their if they were not buttoning their shirt before. I remember the first time I buttoned my shirt, I did it wrongly. The buttons, some of the buttons were up and the other part was down, so it was not even, it was not equal. But if they are able to do this, celebrate the win and understand that it is not perfection that you're looking after, but independence. If they can be able to tie their shoelace or loosen the shoelace or remove the shoe and take it to the original position, this is independence and not exactly perfection, and we should celebrate that. Teach functionality over speed. Teach functionality over speed. When you teach functionality, that's to say they can actually do these things. They can do these things. They know where these things are. They can do it. They can attempt it. Not speed. We're taking too long in this particular thing. No, I remember the pressure that the mom wanted to put on me when we were trying to learn the potty training. Miss Abigail, I'm not seeing this thing. No, I'm not. I'm not seeing it though. They are sleeping on their body, and when we are going out, we still wear them diaper. I wanted to feel like I wanted to be pressured, and she was asking me what particular time would they be able to do this. My trainer told us that we should never give a particular date. Actually, these are questions that you should not answer because it puts you on the spot. All children, especially the neurodivergent, they are not the same. The method you use in grooming this particular child can be different in grooming this other child, and that does not mean your method is wrong, but just that the peculiarity of this child is different from the other child. The method you use for A can be different from the method you use for B or C, and the method you use for A, half of that method can be used for D, and another method can also be adopted to perfectly work for D. So what you have to do, miracles do happen, but at the same time, don't be pressured. Don't value speed, rather value functionality. Rather than valuing speed, value functionality. So long they can attempt this skill, so long they can try to do what they were not able to do before, that is a win. That is a win. As I round up, I would like us to know that self-help skill is a day-to-day skill. We'll be parents tomorrow, or I'm talking to parents already. Don't underestimate the age of your child. Start now. Start now. In starting now, you're not just building the early childhood of your child, you're rather building them to be independent, confident, high self-esteem individual that the society will be proud of. Thank you very much. With this, I will pass the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. That was an like say explicit one or unique one for Ma, but that's a very big one for Ma. Please, that's a good one for Ma. All right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Before I do, I would like to ask this question before I go further. When you hear the word future, what comes to your mind? Can you see how vague that word is? And somehow in a man's life, sometimes it's always how you go as far as you can see, right? So when what you are seeing is not even clear, how do you really want to now go in with the right understanding? So over time, when I ruminate around that word future, everyone said Ojowaji, we are still saying the same thing. It's not still clear, right? It's not really giving a clear precision. And over time, I just look at it that it means somewhere in our mind, we believe future is an infinity tomorrow. Yes, we believe it's an infinity tomorrow. Or somehow, we think it's a time where things become so easy. Or it's a time where everything now looks soft the way you've always imagined. The way you used to dream when you're a bit younger. That one day, you just buy cars, you just, buy food, buy this. You believe that kind of day is what is future.
And over time, when I keep just looking into this, and that's why today my topic will be future today becoming tomorrow. Because there's an understanding you have when you start defining future, not by timeline, but by milestone. That okay, now I'm in primary 1. My future is when I get to GSS 1. That's a milestone. It's beginning to paint a level of intentionality and responsibility in you. So you don't know, you're not just passing away time, but you are going through time. So when you hear the word future and you're just thinking some mysterious tomorrow, a man at 80 that is 80 years now does not really think about future, except if the man is still very, very agile and strong and is now thinking of working in purpose, which in most cases you rarely find it. Although there are, but you rarely found it. So I say that to say that when you start thinking the word future, don't just think some mysterious or some mystical tomorrow or some infinity tomorrow. Think of little milestone. Probably an undergraduate. Think of you graduating, going for masters is a level of future. So when you start seeing future from that clear lens, it will be easy to work adequately. It will be easy to work with precision in achieving that future you've always dreamed of. And that's why I would say, future is today becoming tomorrow. Future is every decision you are. The seed of future is every decision you are making today. Your yes and no today is really what will determine what you're going to see tomorrow. And that's why people like Bishop Oyedepo will say something that he always known that he can never be poor. Why? Because somehow he planted the seed of diligence early enough in life. So sometimes I was telling my roommate while we're expecting our final year results, and I began to tell him something when some people were panicking. I wasn't panicking, and I quite believe that he was not also panicking. So I said somehow those that should be panicking already knows themselves. The same way, let's call Spain. Although the best graduating student in the faculty may not really know he is the one, but the person getting the best graduating result award is not totally oblivious. I don't know if you're getting it. He may not really know he's not the one, but at least he will know that I will be something 4 point something. The guy or they are not completely oblivious about it. So somehow you can be intentional and be sure that your future, beyond the fact that someone said is okay, you yourself, you can know that my future is okay. Everyone has a bright future. That's just the true thing. It will be an unfairness from the part of God to create some people to be poor and some people to be great. And that's why in His word He said something that the Bible made them, the Creator made them all, but not made them so. He didn't make anyone to be poor. He didn't make anyone to be wealthy. He made them all, but He didn't make them so. So when you understand that everyone here, you have a great future. But what will really determine that great future is dependent on how well you invest yourself. Is dependent on how well you build up yourself. There is a book now. Let me say this book is, everyone is having this note. Plain, nothing is written on it. So for the fact my own is exhausted, like I feel mine before yours, does that mean for the fact I feel mine before yours, does that mean your own is automatically filled up? No, but we all have access to the book. I may decide to write, solve calculation with mine. You may decide to do yours, but maybe literature, write a story or write something. So that's just the way it is. God has given us an open check. That's time for us. But it's not depending on what you write that will really determine how far, that will really determine the kind of experience you have. And that's why I was also telling us this story. There's a town, and two people in that town. One is the son of the king. The other is a son of a nobody in the town. And two of them went to meet. They went to meet these people that sees the future, the people that see the future. And when they went to meet the sorcerer that see the future, the man is more like a magician. So the man told the son of the king that, oh, you prince, you are going to be a king. You'll be very wealthy. As a matter of fact, you're the one that will even succeed your father. You will lay up gold as dust. And you now told the other guy that you're going to be poor, you even be poorer than your father, you become slave, and even for and your entire generation would not really have anything to show for it. So the guy looked up and said, no, that's not my future, that can never be me. Why the son of the rich man, which is also who also happened to be the prince, said, okay, good, thank you, soothsayer, I'm okay by that, that's a good one for me. So he went and just decided that he started living the life the way he wants, because he knows that the future is already what? Bright. While the other guy, from that day, he didn't even return back home, he just went straight to the forest. He started clearing, he started, just planting seed, and said, no, that cannot be my future. And he started planting, just cultivating the soil, doing everything. And as he kept on doing that, over time, the thing started multiplying. And something happened in the village. Famine struck the land. There was nothing. Everyone was, running after scatter to eat. Some people were already even dying. So one day, one of the hunters was not like, instead of me to just stay here and die, let me enter the forest and see if I can even find something for myself. So as he was going into the forest, searching, looking around, then he came across this fertile, well cultivated, expanse of land, full of your maize, cassava, different type of thing. So when he moved closer, he was not telling him that, oh please, can't my people come here, let's just come and serve you, let's just come and be slave for you, at least you're going to feed us, because our village is there and it's just under famine. So the man has said, okay, it's okay now, just bring them in and you all will become my slave while I feed you. So the guy went back to the village. That's the hunter now. When he get to the village, he told the supposed king, which is that prince now, and everybody in the village. So they just followed him down there, and when they get there, so the prince was not surprised seeing the boy that the soothsayer said his future is not going to be right, that he's going to be poor, he's going to be a slave and every other thing. And the boy now told him that I already rejected the future since the day the farmer told me. But here's the question I want to put to you, everyone here this morning. Now, future is not what someone tell you, it's not what has been said to you, but his future is what you intentionally build.